Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV and right open forum political discussion show that comes to you to give you an opportunity to air what you think about the latest development in our politics and our national governance. Being an election year, there is much taking place, and therefore we require that we get talking lest we start fighting. Well, today we'll be looking at a wider subject on what is ailing our security sector in the country. Where is the problem, and how do we get it fixed? And of course, we must bring in the politics too. Wanjiro versus Sakaja and their confrontation in public. What's cooking with the latest We Are Just Friends alliance? Well, there is much that is happening, and so we have a lot to talk. Therefore, we invite your input. Thank you so much, those of you that are coming in already. Let us do the right thing to help this nation become what was intended for it to become. It is important that we can't sit back anymore and do nothing. We must do everything in our power to fix what is wrong so that our nation can take off. We are suffering a lot of life and property losses on the matters security. Schools being torched, people going to bed and attacked, and their their lives are taken. There is a lot of losses of livestock to thieves and raiders. What is happening with our security sector? What must we do to get it fixed? Welcome to the discussion, and let us get talking. Well, the link to use to get into the studio, I've just shared it on the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera as well as your audio, and you will find yourself in the studio where we'll be able to converse as you weigh in on the latest development. Ke Mwangu on board from Nairobi. Thank you so much for your continued followership of Mtembei TV. So faithful. We salute you. Dr. Yusuf Kienyeji, tuko pamoja. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Gloria watching from Ruiru. Thank you so much. Nick Kamau, there is a problem. Yes, we need to find a solution to the same. Thank you so much. David Malaki, Karibu kwa show. Catherine, thank you so much. Margaret Achola, we appreciate you so much. There is Tagi, Karibu kwa show. Tuendelee kujumuika pamoja. There is Roma Indomabo. Thank you so much for making it to the show. Prince Mpenda Peace. Thank you so much. We really appreciate all of you that are coming in. Please let us gang up and make a difference today as we look on the serious security issues that are causing this nation a lot. The Kenyans are at their lives are at stake, their properties are at stake, and we need to fix what needs to be fixed so that right, what must be gotten right for our nation and its governance to matter and help us secure the future of our children and our children's children. So you have an opportunity to go to the studio and let us begin to weigh on this great subject. And so we will concentrate so much on the matter security, but you being a political show, you will still be allowed to weigh on the latest on the political front. Therefore, let's get talking. We are glad that you are here. Partizo Mateshe on what's happening? So, Mama Selina, are you able to get me?
Wow, yes.
How are you doing today?
Sisi tuko salama, ni asubuhi, ni mchana kwetu, najua nyumbani ni usiku. So
Yeah.
leo tulikuwa tumesema
Karibu,
jana mambo. Asante. Sasa leo tumechanganyikiwa, mambo ni mengi. Tumeona Nyandarua imetufurahisha, tumeona Nairobi, Bishop Wanjiru, tumeona watu wanashautiwa. So nafikiri mambo inaendelea shape up in Kenya, na ile kitu imenifurahisha Penat ni kwamba ukiona mpango vile tumekuwa tukisema kila siku, ukiona hiyo watu wote wameketi Nyandarua, inakuonyesha vile watu wamejitoa kulingana na ile maneno yote imesemwa, lakini vile wameketi inamaanisha kwamba they are already wamedecide. So niliona hiyo ya kina Margaret Wanjiru wakishautiana, ni kama raia sasa, actually vijana, ile watu unawapata kwa barabara. So ile ningeshauri watu ya UDA waende hiyo style ya baba kama wanataka kusucceed, kwa sababu hii maneno ya kupata watu kwa barabara, huwezi jua ni watu yenyu, huwezi jua wanataka nini. Na nimeona Wakenya wanataka kujua ukipatiwa hiyo kasi ya kukua rais utafanyia nini watu. Alafu ya pili, vile nimeona Central wanaheshima, ile kitu imewasumbua kwanza sana ni hiyo matusi, ile watu wanaendelea kutusi the city
Bernard, is that the topic we are discussing today? Madam seems to be talking other things.
Nimesema najua leo tulikuwa na mambo ya security. Najua jana tulikaa chini.
Can you focus on security?
Okay, fine. Hata kama tutasema security kwa sababu
Mala, you're out of order. You're out of order. Please don't come to direct the show. You are at liberty to launch into the show anyhow. Thank you. Mama Selina, continue.
Okay, nilikuwa nasema tuliongea mambo ya security, lakini still yote yale inatokea ni yetu yote. Tutachukua nafasi ya security na ile mambo imeendelea Kenya. Part of it, kama vile watu wameshautiwa Bishop, hiyo pia ni security. Ile kitu tulikuwa tumekubaliana jana, na Sarah Kapona alikuwa amesema leo ataingia. So kwa sababu nimekuwa ya kwanza kufungua, mimi nitawatia hapo, tuongoje vile utuelekeze mambo ya security, alafu na yale mambo imefanyika, kwa sababu 8 hours ni mingi sana. Tutachanganya yale mambo imetendeka kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya, but ile kitu tunataka kuomba ni amani. Hiyo ni ya kwanza, na chenye tunataka kuambia serikali kwa mambo ya security ya West Pokot, Baringo na Marakwet, those are the 3 communities wanakuwa affected sana, na ni kila wakati wa uchaguzi mambo kama hiyo inatokea. Niliona Kamket wakati Matembea, former provincial administrator, alipo resign, he was so happy ya kwamba huyu Bwana Mutembea ametembea na ametoka. So ile kitu ningetaka kusema ni kwamba serikali ikae chini, na asa tukiomba Mheshimiwa Rais na Deputy President kama kiongozi, alafu na senators. Mimi ningesema 3 governors, governor ya West Pokot, governor ya Marakwet, governor ya Baringo, wakae chini waone hiyo issue ya ng'ombe. Kuna watu wengi najua wanasema Gideon wanafanya biashara ya ng'ombe, wengine wanasema siasa, lakini ningetaka kuhimiza watu ya Baringo. By the way, still nitakuja ile naambia Kapon, mtoto wetu, mtoto yenu, sisi ni jamii ya Kalenjin tukiwa large, lakini especially watu ya Baringo yako, hata mama yako ama ndugu yako akiwa chongo, uwezi replace na mtoto ya nyumba ingine. Kama baba yako ako na pipi wawili na mama mdogo amesaa watoto wakakuwa werefu, ama mama mdogo, uwezi kataa watoto yenyu utake ule wa mama mdogo ama utake ule wa mama mkubwa. Ile kitu tunataka Baringo ni amani, na serikali iangalie. Na kama watu ya Baringo wangekaa chini waulize, kama Deputy President akichukua kiti nini atafanya kuona amemaliza mambo ya cattle wrestling, arudi kwa Raila, wamuulize Raila, kama unapatiwa kiti ya kukuwa rais ya Kenya, hii shida tumekuwa naye wakati ya Moi na ndio hii tunaingia wakati ya Ruto, itakuwa aje? Na ilikuwaje wakati ya Kibaki na Raila ilitulia? Ya tatu, hata sisemi tu Raila na Ruto, Okoa, Kalonzo, wewe umetengeneza nje, umeenda kufanya amani kwa nchi za nje. Nini mutafanyia wa Kenya? Mutafanyia nini West Pokot, Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet? Na tuseme kama hizo mabomu inaonekana imepatikana, tungetaka jawabu. Hawa watu wote wanataka viti. Kama mimi ni watu ya Baringo, hata kama mnapenda Deputy President akuwe rais yenu ama mtampatia kura zenu, pia mungetaka kusikia kutoka baba ya kwamba kama Wakenya watakupatia nafasi, utafanya nini kulingana na security katika Kenya? Kwa sababu Penat, kesho Raila akichukua atakuwa rais ya Wakenya wote, wale walimpigia kura na wale wasiopigia kura. Deputy President akamanage kukuwa president, atakuwa president ya watu yote, vile Uhuru alituonyesha Nyanza wakati walikataa kupiga kura, na alisema mimi ni baba yao yote, na kweli amefanya kazi Kenya mzima. So mambo ya security nataka kusema imekuwa ni kitu ya kitambo na ni chombo yenye watu wanatumia kupata viti. So ningeomba wasiuse maisha kwa sababu ya kuchakuliwa. At least watu ya Bokot, watu ya Elgeyo Marakwet, nyinyi ni brothers. Baringo, mkae chini, na kama viongozi wanakataa kukaa chini, na nyinyi watu wa chini, kwa nini Carbon, kwa nini watu wasitoke na waelewane? Kama siku ile wa Kalenjin tulienda kwa Raila, viongozi yetu walitufuata nyuma. Kwa nini saa hii wananchi wa Marakwet, ya Baringo, ya West Pokot wasishikane, alafu viongozi wetu watupate njiani? Kwa sababu wakati hii sidhani watu ya West Pokot na Marakwet na Baringo watu wamesoma. Na ile kitu tunataka kusema Penat ni kwamba ukiangalia sehemu kubwa ya West Pokot ni desert, especially hii watu ya Baringo East wanategemea wafukaji, wanategemea ng'ombe, wanategemea mbuzi, lakini pia same na some part of Marakwet na some part of Turkana, Kabedo. Lakini hiyo si chawapu, watengenezewe power holes, wakuwe na maji, waweze kupatia wa ng'ombe sao, na wapeleke watoto shule. Hiyo nje itamaliza hii changa yenye tuko nayo. Lakini ile nataka kusema ni amani kwanza. Hata kama tukipika kura bila amani hatutajisaidia. Ya mwisho, tunataka kuuliza serikali, kwa nini wanawacha silaha hizo inatoka Uganda iingie Kenya? Kwa sababu hata maaskari, hiyo punduki hiyo watu wako naye, hata kama army wawezi toka kuona, wanatokanga after 1 hour, after 2 hours, after 3 hours, kwa sababu wawezi pishana na hizo mapunduki au watu wako nayo. inaingia Kenya kwa njia gani, na kama kuna viongozi wanaweza kuwa wanashirikiana na nchi kama Uganda yenye watoto yao imeisha. Ukiangalia nchi ya Kenya huwezi tamani, ya Uganda huwezi tamani kuwa ati hiyo ni nchi. So tunaomba sana sana viongozi wetu, msikubali silaha itoke Uganda iingie Kenya. Nataka kuachia hapo Penat, na nataka niombe msamaha kama nilienda out of topic. It was on ni ile kufurahia kuangalia nchi yetu ya Kenya inaenda namna gani, na hatujaenda one side. Nimesema ile nimeona Nyandarua, nimesema ile nimeona Nairobi, na watu wengine watasema kwa sababu yote ni yetu, na tutadiscuss yote. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina, for that elaborate opening statement. Let's keep the conversation going. Bantu Warrior, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, niko kwa katia hapa kwenye supermarket, naweza kumwangalia mtu alafu nitarudi sasa hivi. Asante sana.
Sawa sawa, thank you.
Okay.
Mala, vipi?
Yes, Bernard.
Karibu.
Today you brought a very good topic today about security. And you know very well, security is very key, very important to the people of Kenya. And you are aware since 2018, they lost the focus. First, if you look at the composition of the security team in the Republic of Kenya, the structure, you know what I'm talking about. The leadership in the internal security is wanting. They have used the security to fight the political angle in the Republic. We know security in Kenya is no longer focusing on the security issues, and they have been used to fight the deputy president and his people. So they have lost focus. Our money, or rather the security money in the internal security, has been channeled to fight the politics in this country.
Mala, you're
So
saying
we've lost the direction.
Is used to fight the
We have lost the direction, or rather the Kenya government has lost the direction.
Why should the deputy president be fought?
You've been seeing, you've been seeing, they're using Kinoti, Inspector General, Matiang'i himself, ameingia siasa, anapigana na deputy president, instead of focusing on the security matters of the country. You are aware, and you've been seeing.
No,
even as under two, even as under two kids, even as under two kids.
Respond. Why should the deputy president be fought using the security sector? Because
I don't know. I think the team can focus, because I'm telling you, so they've lost focus, and everybody knows. Bernard,
when you say
don't panic, don't panic. You know all these things. Don't panic, my friend. I'm telling you.
No, we must ascertain what you're
politics.
saying. Okay.
No. That is nothing but the truth, my friend.
Politics. When it's matter security, we must give valid information. So if you say that
everybody sees, even a standard 2 kid,
to fight,
even at a William Toto was standard 2 can tell you that.
Mala, I'm going to send you to the quarantine. If we are not conversing, there's no need of us being on this platform. Must defend the person who is watching the show so that he understands how there is a conflict between the person who sits in the Security Council with the people serving in the security sector, because that is your statement. If we cannot attain that, we are misleading the public. And I don't want to be part of what misleads the public. So tell us the connection between the using of the security sector to fight the person who is number 2, who sits in the Security Council of the country, before we go to any other point.
Bernard.
Unmute and substantiate.
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
I think this is a serious matter. And let us talk, if it is security, we talk security. Let us leave politics out of this, please.
We cannot leave that. I am coming to talk about your senator of Baringo and Kamuket and the county commissioner. They know all those things. We know what's happening in Baringo, and it's caused by the government and Kamuket and your senator. Thank you.
Bernard.
How is it caused by these people?
Bernard, can I speak?
Who is speaking?
Bernard, can I speak? Okay,
fast, not yet. Just hold on,
okay,
you will come in. Let's
thanks.
Sarah.
It is Bantu who I'm following. Amaka. Bernard. Hello?
Sorry, I'm saying, but he's serving the people. When it's through, he will speak. So Sarah, come in, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernard. I think this thing of security, we need to handle it in a very soberly manner. Wacha tuambiane tu ukweli vile kuko. I personally, I come from Baringo, and I know what we've undergone. And we are not talking about Baringo alone. We are talking all over the Republic, where security is not there. For example, for today, before yes.
Sarah, you are stuck, or is it my net? Fred, confirm.
Are you getting me?
You had an internet surge. Hold on, relax fast. We are not getting you clearly. You are stuck. So we bring in Chepsoy. If you can get.
Thank you, Bernard. My name is Paul Chepsoy. I'm from Baringo. As we speak, one person has been killed in a place called Kasiela, and several people injured at Kasiela as we speak now. Sorry.
Just go ahead, Chepsoy.
Okay. Yes, I was saying, as we speak now, there's an attack going on in Kasiela. Secondly, I would like to distance myself from Mala's assertion or allegation that Gideon Moi, Kamket, and all this, because what has been going on is we have been blaming ourselves so much on security matters, to the extent of the bandits and the militias that are in the country are taking advantage of our difference and some of our unfounded allegations. And I think, let me try to bring to attention Bwana Bernard, that the country, as we speak, almost, I think almost 15 to almost 18 counties now, all over there is insecurity in all those counties. And I've tried my best. I've tried to bring peace. I've talked to the Pokods that we all allege that They are the people who are causing mayhem. It is true. There is a lot of illegal firearms in part of Tiati, Samburu, Baringo, Marakwet, Turkana, all to Marsabit and Mandera. And I think it is high time. For example, I think this platform is an opening, is an opportunity for us to look into this menace and knows that as a country we are heading in a very dangerous direction. The country might fall into Ethiopia kind of scenario, or Somalia kind of a scenario, because the illegal firearms now, as per statistics says, is around 600,000 illegal firearms in the country, meaning even the police, even the number of police and armed forces around the country will not be around 600,000. Maybe around 300,000 up there. So for me, this is a very serious concern, and I think the Security Council with the president should sanction the Parliament and the Senate to allow the KDF to take over now, because firearms here in Kenya is more than security personnel in the intercountry, and it's causing a lot of mayhem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jepsoi, for that accounting. I believe we are beginning to get the picture. Sarah, you are interrupted by your net. Please, you can come in and continue with your submission.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Good evening, everyone. Good morning and good night.
Good evening.
So, as my brother said, Chepsoi has talked. We are all coming from the same county, and here wakati karibu inafika election. In fact, I heard today the I think it was the county commissioner. He was saying that every time about election, Pokots wakikuja kutafuta hizi nini ya ng'ombe kukula, the grazing of their cattle, and then the people from Baringo South wanakataa, so wanaingia huko by force. So what is there? It is us to call upon the government. We cannot. It is not our high time now to blame our leaders. We need to bring out our own minds. Sisi wote tulete vichwa pamoja, tuone vile tutasuluhisha hii kitu. As Chepsoi vile Chepsoi amesema, bunduki ni mingi kuliko wananchi wenyewe. Sasa si imekuwa overboard. Ufi tunataka kujua ni nini inaendelea. In fact, ila Sunday, immediately when those politicians and the leaders of that county were there, lakini risasi 300 meters away, risasi inalipuka. Ufuti hata waogopi tena serikali. Imekuwa ni kitu normal kwao. But what I'm seeing about the exchange of the county commissioner and the RC, the one who replaced Natembea, now I'm seeing there is some fruitful in progress going on. And if I also go on, in fact, the news of today, the armed bandits in Isiolo Samburu border, also today they were there. They killed one police officer with 2 rifles and 50 rounds of ammunition. Sasa, where did you go in Jigan? What is the work of the security in this republic? If they come our ways, let them resign. Then we know kweli hatuna security hapa. Like today in Baringo, Bwana Bernard. Today some of the leaders were summoned to go and write some statement kwa CID. Watu wametumia mafuta kwenda kutoa watu. Instead hiyo magari ndio ingeenda kuangalia wale bandits. Wameenda kutoa watu. Surely, where are we heading? We need to bring back our minds. Na tuseme enough is enough. This is our country. A lot of counties, not even the counties that we are mentioning, even Baka Mombasa. Na umesikia terror alert is there. Sasa, how safe are we with our security? So for those few submission, wacha niwachie hapo alafu nitaendelesha.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Now there is this question by David on the Nini. I want us to look at it objectively, not with me. He said, why are these tribes in the Rift Valley always fighting? Now, that, at the risk of trying to zone different sectors, there has been the aspect of hold on, sir.
Hold on, sir.
Until your turn to speak. Okay. There has been towards election there is conflict. Then the issue of pastures, the search of pastures. Can we find a lasting solution to this pasture thing? Because the drought does not come suddenly, or the disappearance of the rains does not happen. If something happens year in, year out, and they're not a prior arrangement that anticipate this kind of climate change. And one of the purpose of devolution was for us to solve our home problems by homegrown. We have county governments in that section. What are they doing in helping the situation? Others are still having the same problems we used to have when we only had the national government and no county government. We are still at the same level after 10 years of devolution. Is it that devolution has been defeated in this particular of the country, or there is somebody just sleeping on the job? Sarah, you can now come in.
Bernard, thank you for allowing me also to come in also again. One, I'm giving out my example of my own county. And I told you that the blame is on our leaders. And how can we handle it to these leaders? Because like Baringo County, we have 6 sub-counties. 6 sub-counties, that is Baringo, South Baringo Central, Mogotio, Tiati, Eldamaravine, and Baringo North. And where the problem is, it is in Baringo South and Baringo North. One, my blame is going to my own senator. And let me give you this example. Mwanaume anazawa mabibi wa sita. Let me give out the sub-counties as the wives. Mwanaume anazawa mabibi wa sita. Na huyu mwanaume akilemea boma moja, yani kushikilia ile boma moja, kama ni nyama kilo moja, anapeleka kwa ile boma moja. And then hizi boma zingine anapeleka quarter. Do you think there will be peace in that house? No, automatically there is no peace in that house. So ile kitu senator angefanya, angechukua all the sub-counties equate the same. Na asema I'm the father of this county. So lazima hii na hii sheria ifuatwe. So saa hii amewachia the MPs, the MP of Tiati and the MP of Baringo North, that is Kamket and Cheptumo, ni vita 24/7. Because Cheptumo anapitia. Pandi Cheptumo analia watu yangu anauawa. And the MP Baringo South Kamuren pia analia watu wake wanauawa. Na nani amenyamaza tu huko katikati? Kamket amenyamaza. Ng'ombe zinakuja zinapita hizo kwa hiyo barabara yetu tu Baringo South zikipelekwa. Hizi ng'ombe zinaenda wapi? So we need to know where are these cattle going to? Aya saa leo asubuhi I have had one of the leaders akisema ati hii vita imeletwa na grazing. Ati watu wa Baringo South wamekataa ng'ombe za Tiati zikuje kukula Baringo South. Mbona wasikae chini ati wakiomba wanakatazwa? Kwani ukikuja kwangu kuniomba sufuria na nikunyime, will you come and take it by force? Haiwezekani. So hii vitu lazima tuone ndani ni nini. Because as a father, as my senator, angekaa chini na ite all the MPs of that county, the 6 sub-counties, na aseme, what is the problem with the leaders? And the area county commissioner, aseme tukae chini tuone hii chanzo ni nini na nini. But if kama wananyamaza ni nini? Today watu wamekuwa the area leaders wamekuwa summoned kwa DCI, kujeni mseme ni nini ile mlikuwa mnasema juzi. na badala hiyo magari yenye wanatumia mafuta, hiyo ndio ingeenda kupif security huko kando, wanaenda kutumia kwenda kutafuta naye watu. That is null and void. We need to have ile tu mtu ukitoka saa 6 usiku kwako, you know you have peace. Tell even Jepsoi can tell you right now. Saa hii saa 2 huwezi toka huko Kasiele, saa hii ati unatoka nje. Hiyo ndio sasa inakutembeza. So by 6 in the evening watu wamekula, 4 watoto wameshakula, 5 ni security kubifu, wanaume wanalala nje, hakuna kulala kwa maboma. So surely where are we heading? So the blame is on our leaders, na tunataka tukae chini tuwaulize what is the problem, because tukisema hii kitu tunaenda kutangaza kila siku kwa national security na ionekane, wanataka kungojea mpaka wananchi wachukue sheria mikononi ndio wachip in. Hiyo haiwezekani. Before that, let us sit down and see what we can do. And my brother Jepsoi can even assist me, and he will attest to what we are going through. It is too painful. And let us not talk even about Baringo. Let us go to the other counties. We beat security once and for all. Thank you for now.
Bernard, can I say something?
Hold on just a moment before Jepsoi, you come in. I want to share this video, not one, then we move on.
Yeye amevaa mpaka helmet ya kubunduki. Leo tunataka pay bill number. Na mimi najitolea leo. Nataka pay bill number, tunataka kununua bunduki. Household ile iko Mochongoi mpaka Baringo North. Wakati ya kitu inaitwa boda. Tupewe kitu inaitwa bunduki. Tunaomba bunduki ya kutosha. Na kama uko na pikipiki. Kama uko na pikipiki inamaanisha unaweza nunua.
Where's Jepsoi?
Oh, okay. I've just listened to that tape and that clip, and personally, I have a big problem when it comes to blame, because cat rustling is a problem that started in around 1960s. It turns from Morocco to Turkana and Pokods, then it turns to Turkana and Marakwet, then to Samburu, to Baringo North, to El Chamus. Somebody's child is crying. Okay. So, for example, Bernard, let me give you an analysis of how many soldiers do we have in the northern part of Kenya, for example. In Kasiela, we have an RDU. In Arabal, called Kabindasum, we have a GSU camp. In Arabal again, we have a AP and RDU camp. In Kamwenje up there, we have a GSU camp. Like Kipia Nature Conservancy, as KDF, RDU, special forces inside the Laikipia Nature Conservancy. In Mukutani, we have KDF, RDU, GSU. In Kisirian, we have RDU. In Baringo North, we have RDUs almost in every corner of that region. This is not a leadership problem. This is a criminal enterprise, a biggest criminal enterprise that government should classify as a militia. Gideon Moi is not a CS to security. Gideon Moi doesn't sit in a security council, for example. He's just a mere senator like any other senator. It means when we stop just blaming these leaders and we look the problem of the so-called cat rustling as a militia, as an organized crime. I've done a baseline research and look into the real players, because the players are in Nairobi, the players are in Kiamaiko where they're slaughtering cattle. The ammunition is being sold this is maybe internal problem between the security the sector itself, because who is selling ammunition? Some of this ammunition we have found to be from Kenyan factory and ammunition factories. This problem, the countries should look this problem, not mere problem for counties, for example, as you put. For the climate change thing, the cat rustlers doesn't respect the climate change thing. This is a big criminal enterprise that the security sector should be addressed this one as a militia, not just a cat rustling again. And lastly, I've just given a statistic of the number of firearms in the country. These firearms, if just one stupid guy will tell this guy, let's have uniform and take the government, I'm telling you, this guy will storm Nairobi and will not have a country again. These guys can fight the KDF in Laikipia Nature Conservancy the whole day. They can go to Mukutani and shoot and maybe take the hostage, the police and the KDF the whole night. What makes those people not to just go to Nairobi or Nyahururu or Nakuru to just take and say we have a government, take the government there? So for me, I will just look at the bigger picture. This is a very organized crime. They know where the ammunition are. They know what they are doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chep. Sorry for that information. And I wonder, like he just said, let's look at this thing holistically and call it for what it is. Now there is the mention of Gideon Moi's participation into the security of Baringo, but I don't hear any mention of the governor on my desk or from where I sit. The governor has executive power, but not the senator. So where is the governor in all this, or the governors of those particular counties that are affected? What are they doing on matters security? Because the governor should work in collaboration with the county commissioners, then with the communities that are around to secure their county. So if I don't see authority of Moi or Gideon Moi in that particular county in calling the county to order when there is insecurity matters. The person with authority to govern the county is the governor. So where is the governor in all this? I want somebody to help me understand, because why is Moi's name being mentioned? And I even don't know the name of the governor of Baringo. You forgive my ignorance.
Bernard, can I answer?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I mentioned the name of the senator because he is in charge of the county plus other leaders. That the other leaders that I put in bracket, that is the governor, the area MPs for those particular some counties. So the area governor is called Kiptis.
No, hold on, Sarah. When you say he's in charge of the county, what do you mean?
No, he is the senator of the county, and then followed by the governor. So the governor I put it as other leaders. So for now, I can mention my governor. There is no problem with that. So about also, let me clear something about the photo. About the photo, I'm also one of the leaders. Let us not put such words to go overboard. We are inciting. Hata kama ni hasira inajaa kwa roho, no, that is incitement. So that politician nani, the MP Yala alienda overboard. We cannot do such things in a congregation like that. That one, hiyo ni vitu angemalizia kwa board huko ndani, kwa boardroom huko ndani, kama wa viongozi wenyewe kwa wenyewe. But coming to wananchi wanaona sasa hiyo kitu sasa, unaona walifurahia wakisema sasa iwe kitu for that, but that is not the way to go. In fact, tutachoma inchi kwa sekundi moja. No, I'm not for that.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Yes, Mama Selina.
Thank you. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza dada yangu Governor
Make it
ako
brief.
na
Make it
count.
brief. We need to get to this.
Okay, yes, very
waiting.
brief. Nilikuwa nasema county Governor ni mkubwa ya county, ako na councillors, ako na MCAs, yeye ndiye ako na chiefs, yeye ndiye ako na all government officials. Actually yeye, alafu senator ikiwa na mambo imehusika, na ndio sababu tuko na 47 senators. Kasi ya senators sana sana kwa county ni kidogo sana. Senators waliwekwa kutengeneza pesa pale juu, lakini governor, senator akikuja Baringo aite mwenye anataka kuita baba ya county. That is why we have county government tukiongozwa na governor. Governor ni president ya county, na ukiwa president ya county kama governor na ukuwe na kukuja chini mpaka MCAs, alafu hawa ndio wanapepa msiko, kwa sababu kwanza hawa watu wanatoka kuipa ng'ombe. Senator sidhani kama anajua, ni councillor, ni MCA anajua, ule msee ya nyumba 10 anajua ni mtoto ya nani. Ikuje sasa kwa governor, alafu ikuje kwa county government kama tuko na commissioner. So hawa ndio watu kwanza tunataka kuuliza. Najua china ya kitio ninatokea Senate Moi, hata ukienda isi county zingine sijaona mahali senator amepepeswa mambo ya county kama hii ya Baringo, unless kwa sababu china ya kitio ni kubwa juu baba yake alikuwa president ya Kenya. Otherwise kuhusikana na mambo ya county, governor yeye ndiye governor, MP, women rep na senators ndio wanawakilisha wengi, lakini mtu tunataka kujua kwanza kasi yake. Senator ya Baringo akaita senator ya Marakwet, governor ya Baringo akiita governor ya Marakwet na aita governor ya Pokot. Those are 3 governors wanakaa chini wakilete sasa ofisi yao yote. All MCAs watakaa chini pamoja na professional commissioner, ndio tutapata kiini ya hii mambo. Lakini tukiendelea kuwekelea tuseme Senate, kama uko na kinonda penat na unakataa kutoboa hiyo kinonda, utaendelea kuumia mpaka dakika ya mwisho kidole inakatwa. Lakini sasa hii actually, kabla hatujaenda governor, what is our MCAs doing? Security kwanza ni huko nyumba 10, ikuje kwa ward, ikuje sasa kwa MCA, atuambie watu wamefamia inchi namna gani. Tumeambiwa na alikuwa anaitwa Kibnani, anasema vile security imewekwa. So kama MCA akiona area yake si safe, aweze kupigia jeshu, aweze kupika huko, aseme mtoto ya Selina naona ameleta wageni, kwa sababu ni wenyewe wanaficha. Wakati Al-Shabaab ilikuwa mingi, wakati serikali iliingia, wakaambia wa Somali, muko na Somali wanatoka Somali wanakuja hapa wanajificha, alafu usiku wanaua watu. So unless hao watu watuambie, viongozi ya huko chini mashinani kwanza ndio tuende kwa senator, lakini governor akae na watu yake chini. Na Kapon, kama tutaenda hivyo, ile nyumba 10, MCA laumu MCA kwanza, kasi yake ni nini? Yeye ndiye anatakikana kuchunga hiyo area kidogo. Nafikiri ni hayo tu, tukianzia hapo, tukienda juu hatutapata. Tuseme mahali kidonda iko, mipa imekutungia wapi? Imekutungia kwa nyumba 10. Shindano tukitaka kutoa tunakuja kwa MCA. Ndiye sasa MCAs wakae chini waambie governor utuitishia hao viongozi ingine. Naye senator labda sasa kusema juu uko Nairobi, jaribu kuongea na national government. Otherwise counties imewekwa kwa governor. That is why tuko na serikali ndogo. Tunasema tuko na serikali ya governor, si serikali ya senator. Thank you.
Bernard,
Thank you.
can I just
Thank
say
you,
something?
Selena.
Bernard, allow me to say something.
Mala. Yes, what is it?
Yes, I think the name of Gideon Moore is coming up because Gideon Moore is working with the national government, and I've mentioned the name Matiang'i. And what he has done, all the teams, the security team in Baringo, have been aligned to Moi. They are politically correct because he was brought there specifically to support him in the political angle. And that is a fact. And that is why all these mayors, those guys have gone there to support Gideon Moi in politics. They have not gone there to do their work, starting from the county commissioner. And even the regional commissioner, it's Kuna Tembe, has been removed. And this new guy, I think, is going to do the work well. So it is because of that alignment. And that's why we are seeing all this mess in Baringo. The guys, security team there are there to support Moi in his politics.
Bernard, don't
And
arouse
that's very
such
bad.
utterances without fact. Bernard, host,
No.
please, don't arouse that utterances without fact.
Hold on, please. Mala, you are a senior citizen. You've been in this country for a while, even.
And that's why I'm telling you facts. That's why I'm telling you facts.
How long has Gideon Moi been senator?
Baron?
Mala, how long has Gideon Moi been?
This is the second. I think this is the
It is now 10 years.
Yes.
It is 10 years. But
those guys who come from Baringo, they can.
Baringo, those fiction. Did it start 10 years ago?
No.
No, I know.
Pakistan.
It was there before.
It was there.
Pena tutulisie Makurumen senator ya Elgeyo Marakwet. So between Gideon Moi na Senator Makurumen na Senator Pokisho, those are the senators of 3 counties ile wako na shida. Kwa nini Gideon Moi china yake inapo kwa sababu yeye ni senator na china ya Pokisho kwa sababu yeye ni senator hatusikii ikitokea?
Bernard, mbona utaki tuongee sisi?
Now listen, please. When we are finding facts or we are driving to get a particular fact, don't interfere. Mimi sija ku-add kwa screen alafu ni kuzuia kuongea. Kuongea hapa sio tu kuongea kwa sababu tuna kinywa cha kuongea. There is something we need to achieve by the end of the conversation. So it's not, it is my turn to speak. I've waited for long to speak. Let us get to the bottom of what we are doing. That's the whole essence of this debate. So I don't want anybody to catch feelings because he's been on the screen and he has not spoken. These are people who are on the ground of what is happening. So let them paint the picture. And then we can weigh in from wherever we are. That is the whole essence. So Mala is making a allegation here. I am trying to get to the bottom of it. If it is Gideon Moi being senator or the allied of the security to defend or support Moi in Baringo is the reason why there is insecurity. How come the insecurity situation was there before Moi became senator? Even while Moi was the senior Moi was still alive, the situation has been almost the same. So are we just saying things for the sake of saying, or we really want to get a way out of this? Bantu Warriors.
Asante sana Bernard. Habari zenu nyote huko panel wenzangu. Mimi ni moja tu nimemsikia huyu mheshimiwa Mala akiongea kulingamana na Tembea. Sijui basi kama ni kweli, manake na Tembea mimi mwenyewe nimeona alijiuzulu ye mwenyewe kuwa anataka kuwa governor. Sasa yeye ameongea, anasema Mala aliondolewa. Tafadhali Bernard, nijulishe kama ni kweli Mala na Tembea aliondoka ye mwenyewe ama alijiuzulu ama aliondolewa. Ni hiyo tu kwa sasa hivi.
To the best of my knowledge, Natembeya resigned because he's a civil servant and is supposed to go for governorship of Trans Nzoia. So according to the calendar of civil servants, resigning is now so that they can go for the public office. Maswala ya kuondolewa, just like every other allegation Mala is bringing here, he doesn't want to substantiate. And for that reason, I don't think we should rely on his information.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Sorry, niongeze moja.
Yes.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard, na kitu ingine naomba sisi sote tufanye bidii kujiandikisha. Hiyo ni kitu muhimu. Nafikiria Bernard utaongea tena kulingamana na registration ya vote. Asante sana, baadaye nitaongea. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from Kasuti.
Asante sana. Waja niwasalimie nyote ambao mko kwenye huu ukumbi. Hamjambo lakini. I think Sarah, Mama Selina, I hope mumekaa vizuri Baringo. Yaani muda mrefu. Natumai mmekaa muda mrefu. Kile kitu nataka tu kuongelea because and then I think I might have information how these things works. Ile vitu inakosi insecurity. Hao wakubwa wote mnahesabu, mnaona hao mnahesabu wote. Wewe hakuna umewahi jiuliza kwa nini wakati tu kiangazi inakaribia, hapo ndipo kunaanza kuwa na hizi visa. Kwa sababu gani? Wacha nichukue tu mfano karibu mwaka 2000 huko nyuma, area kama Mchongoi was a forest, na saa hii ukienda Mchongoi inakaa kama city. Hiyo yote imekuwa mashamba, imekuwa manyumba za watu, kumefanywa kila kitu. So hao watu wote kuanzia hao wase wa nyumba 10 au 8, hao watu wanakuanga na mang'ombe. Na kwa hizi trains, hizi manini zote zenye zinakuanga na hizi issues sana, unakuta kulikuanga na corridors ambazo walikuwa kiangazi ikianza upande ule, wanapitisha ng'ombe wakipeleka ng'ombe msituni. Na wakipitisha hizo ng'ombe kupeleka msituni, kama ng'ombe yako iko hapo na ng'ombe yako sio zero grazing, hapo ndipo uhasama wanga unaanzia. Wakienda msituni wanaenda na ng'ombe zao. Wakitoka msituni wakirudi, kwa sababu kumenyesha, wanakuja wakikusanya kila kitu yenye inapatikana kwa njia, as long as it's not zero grazing ama ng'ombe ya grade. So unakuta ya kwamba hao watu hawawezi wakakontrol hii mambo ya watu wenye wanapikana, because wao wenyewe wako na mang'ombe zao, wameandika watu. Kiangazi inapoingia wanaambia watu wao, chukueni ng'ombe mpeleke wapi? Msituni. For example, as kama Laikipia kuna hii Mount Kenya, alafu kuna Olpacheta sijui reserve ama nini, imechukua sehemu kubwa sana ya hiyo area. So unakuta ya kwamba wakati Masai wanatoka Doldol, wanataka kuvuka kwenda Mount Kenya, kuna zile area wanafaa kupitia in the place kama Timau. Kutoka Timau mpaka kule chini Kisima kulikuwa na corridor. Hiyo ilikuwa tu imetengwa purposely. Saa hii ukienda huko unakuta mashamba watu walichukua mashamba, hizo corridors zimefinywa. Sasa hata unakuta ya kwamba hizi ng'ombe watu wakipitisha ng'ombe zao wakipeleka msituni, itapita kwa mashamba ya watu. Ikishapita kwa mashamba ya watu, watu wanaleta shida. Watu wakishaleta shida, kwa sababu hao wanapita na ng'ombe zao, haya watu wanaanza kufaidia on something. Mtu anakuambia umetrespass, umepitishia ng'ombe zako kwa shamba langu, kwa nini? So inamaanisha hawa watu wenyewe au watu wakubwa wetu hawa, kuanzia kwa mzee wa kijiji, as long as ni mzee analisha ng'ombe, hii kitu haitaweza kuisha, kwa sababu ni lazima watu wajue ya kwamba inji inaenda ikiwa ndogo. Na sasa kama ulikuwa unavuka ng'ombe 20, so reduce hizo ng'ombe, ukae na ng'ombe zenye zinakutosha, ambapo hautasumbua watu wengine ukianza kupitisha ng'ombe zako ukienda kuzitafutia malisho. So hao watu tunalia kila wakati ya kwamba hao watu mbona sijui wanafanya hivi, mbona wanafanya hivi. Tuna blame watu ambao wenye pia wao wako na mali zao, wako na ng'ombe zao, wako na ranches zao, lakini hao majority unakuta ya kwamba watu wako na shamba kubwa na wako na sehemu kubwa ya kulisha ng'ombe zao. Kwa sababu unakuta hao watu wenye unaona wanapigana kila saa kila wakati ni watu ambao hawana ile place, specific place ambayo unakuta ya kwamba mtu ako na shamba kubwa, anaweza fanya grazing yake ama anaweza kulisha mifugo yake vizuri, ikae na ikuwe kwa usalama. So unakuta ya kwamba kila wakati kiangazi kikaribia tu, kwa sababu hao watu wanafaa kumove from one point to another point, na kwa sababu places zimejengwa, ile ilikuanga ni njia za kupitisha ng'ombe zao, watu wameinvest, mashamba zilikawanywa, mizitu imepungua, hakuna misitu. Ile ilikuanga ati watu ng'ombe zinatembea tu hakuna. But kile kitu tu kinaweza kufanyika na iweze kuwa ya msaada sana, it is how people they can, if you know very well that ile sehemu unakaa haikutosheleshi kufuka ng'ombe 20, so ufuke ng'ombe 5 zile zinakutosha na utakuwa na uwezo wa kuzilinda. From that perspective, watu wakianza kuangalia vitu kama hiyo itasaidia kwanza hiyo story ya watu kupigana, kwa sababu hao watu, hizi ng'ombe tu ndio zinaleta shida huko. Watu wanapigana, wanauana kwa sababu ya malisho ya ng'ombe, na hiyo issue ikiangaliwa, I don't see kama kutakuwa na watu tena wanapigania malisho ama wanapigana kwa sababu ya mambo zingine zote. So unakuta katika hii harakati ya watu kuhamisha ng'ombe, kupeleka msituni na kurudisha, kuna pia vikundi zingine wale wanakuja tu, sasa wanakuja papasili yao, agenda yao kubwa wakiwa kwa hiyo msafara ni kuiba. Na sasa mkienda kuiba, mnakuta wenyeji nao, kwa sababu wanalinda mali zao, basi haya vita inasuka kuanzia hapo. So the biggest issue is malisho ya ng'ombe. Watu wajifunze kukaa ama kuishi within their means. Kama uko na ng'ombe 20 na mali unakaa hapatoshi ng'ombe 20, tafadhali tafuta biashara nyingine ama fanya mambo zingine. Ukiwa unakaa mahali na mali unajua uko na ng'ombe 10 na mali papa panakutosha hizo ng'ombe 10, well and good. So that is what I can see from that perspective, kwa sababu mimi nimekuwa upande wa Laikipia sana, na nimekuwa nikiona hao watu wakitoka kuchini wakienda juu kwa mlima, wakitoka kwa mlima wakiteremka huku chini. So wakitoka kwa mlima, ng'ombe zote za Wakikuyu, wale watu wako huku Wameru, wale watu wengine wako huku Rendiles, wanakuja wakivuta hizo ng'ombe zote zikienda. Na sasa hapo ndio watu wanaanza kufuatana wakiuana, wengine wanapigana, wengine wanakatana mapanga, wengine wanafanya vile wanavyofanya. So malisho is the biggest issue. That is what I can see, that on my point of view. Malisho is the biggest issue in those areas.
Okay, thank you Fred. Wewe unasema shida ni malisho. Utamaduni wa kwamba ng'ombe zote ni zetu,
ndio hiyo sasa. Ng'ombe yote ya kienyeji belongs to us. So hivyo ni watu wanaamini. Ati nini?
Austin, karibu. Utamaduni unaosema ng'ombe zote ni zetu, tukizipata tunabeba. Alafu mimi naona hiyo ndio inachangia sana kuliko malisho. Austin, inaonekana bado hujanini. Enda uimbe lullaby kwanza.
Mr. Bernard, thank you. Sitaki kulala.
Wa kuimbia lullaby.
Can I go ahead?
Ndio nakwambia. Okay, go
Hapana,
ahead.
ameenda. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. And I'm sorry, I apologize for something. I salute everyone and allow me to just let us talk. I just want to talk about insecurity because that is what is major in the topic. Number one, I want to second what Mama Selena was just saying. Fellow panelists and Bernard, security is a national issue. It is a problem for every Kenyan. It is a problem in every region, everywhere. Security is a matter. And therefore, if you are going to address the security issues, let us not politicize insecurity. Let us not point fingers on leaders. Allow us to address this issue with facts. We have the president, we have the governors, senators, MPs. We should never point
Austin, you are held up. You're stuck. Let's bring in Honorable Bundi.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Najua mimi sijui Kizungu, mimi naongea Kiswahili. Sasa
karibu.
I want to echo what Mr. Kasuti ameongea jambo la maana sana. If only everybody would really understand what it means. Ile kitu amesema inahitaji, I'm talking about security, inahitaji ushirikiano wa viongozi from MCF to governor to senator and area MP. Ile kitu amesema ni kwamba unapata mtu ako na ng'ombe 300 na jirani yako na 100, mwingine ako na 50, and in fact unaweza pata out of these 300 cows hakuna yenye inakamuliwa. What leaders are supposed to do is to do civic education for these people. Yarex yafunga mdomo. Unaweza pata 300 cows, hakuna ng'ombe iko na faida hapo. Sasa viongozi wako na jukumu.
Bernard, there is no fact there. Huyo jamaa mkatasha. Hiyo ng'ombe iko na faida.
Si unajua wakisi penalty usijali, wanakuanga hivyo. Si unani akina Osoro ni kazi ni Osoro. So what I mean is this. Civic education is very important. Very, very important. Kuwa na ng'ombe 3 za maziwa, unapeleka maziwa, unapima, at the end of the month you have something. Na inakuwa kwa area ndogo. Maybe 1 acre, 2 acres with the navy glass. Rather than having 200 cows, yenye lazima wapeleke msitu, simeenda kwa wenyewe, muende kupigana. So the area MPs with the CDFs, this money should be allocated to emphasize these people wajulishe kwamba kupanda mahindi, kupanda viazi tamu, kupanda cabbage, nyanya, matunda, yote ni biashara. If we can go that route, then hii vita honestly hamwezi siona. Two, I want to ask my friend hao wanasinda kama wametacha Gideon. In every county kuna security, kuna commissioner. In fact kuna watu ambao wana kitengo ya security kutoka juu mpaka chini. Mpaka pale chini kuna mtu anaitwa county administrator mwenye anafaa chipu county commissioner. Then we have area MCA. We have paka nyumba 10. These are the people who are supposed to take reports, so and so ndio wanaleta shida. Lakini sasa shida kubwa tapata yule mwenye ako pale na yule analeta shida pale ni ndugu yake, ni kaseni yake, ni jirani yake, ni mtoto wa sister yake, and so on and so forth. So actually the government, the national government kupitia kwa viongozi ya kina Marcomen and others, and I wonder Marcomen, each meeting bunge, he never talked about insecurity in his area. He's always telling us of Raila, Vitandawira, and so on. I'm even shocked that he never even brought one motion of insecurity on his area. But that's the nature of some hypocrites of politicians. Now, I just want to also to ask our friend, if we are talking about our national security ya nchi yetu, tafadhali, hata kama unachukia Gideon Moi, hata kama mimi nachukia mwenye nachukia, wacha tusilete siasa ndani. It's not fair. These are our brothers wenye wanakufa kule. These are our brothers wenye wanachomewa manyumba. These are our fellow Kenyans wenye wanalala nje na watoto wachanga. Just feel if that thing is happening in my county Nyamira or Kisii. Surely, it is so painful. Let us try to tuchangie kitu ambayo inaweza saidia mtu mawazo mahali. It is so sad somebody telling us mtu at the security imetumwa pale ifuruga amani ndio ichunga Gideon Moi. And actually I'm even asking our host here, whenever somebody come out with such a kind of nonsense, please utoa hiyo mtu hapa, kwa sababu sangine anaweza ongea hivyo afuruge amani mahali, because this Mutembei TV are millions and millions of people are watching. I told you the other day I was in Morocco, mkijiji ya nyumbani kabisa, nikasikia anasema tuwekee Mutembei TV. So wataweka halafu wasikie vitu kama hiyo, ati Gideon Moi ameweka watu wanafuruga Baringo and those areas. That is so sad. Watu wachunge midomo. I just, because I don't know whether I get another time, I want to talk about politics around 1 minute as I hand over the mic. I'm shocked today to see what happened in Westerns between Sakaja and Wanjiru. Politics is taking a different route. However, I feel kuna kitu kinaitwanga kwa Kiingereza, Alex yatafafanua baadaye, ndiye anajifanyanga hapa anajua Kizungu. Kuna kitu kinaitwanga consistency. Consistency of something is very important, and I come to realize consistency is very important. Hata kwa biashara, kama unauza mayai, use mayai kila siku, utakuwa na customer wengi. Mtu atatoka mahali anatoka akijua anaenda kupata yule mama wa mayai mahali fulani. What do I mean? Margaret Wanjiru alikuwa ODM. I was just feel like kama angesimama na hiyo msimamo kutoka mwanzo mpaka saa hii, lazima angekuwa mahali. Hii kurukaruka hii sasa unaona ndio paka anakosa focus, kama mtu ajui kitu anafanya. Unaona watoto walimwambia hapa, enda kanisa, enda upili kanisa, toka hapo. Wakawa ni wafuasi wa Sakaja. Hawa ni watu wako mrengo wa UDA. So I don't know if it end up, because I know things are going to be messy, but we shall only have one governor in Nairobi, of which I guess is one or two, because I see Wanyonya and Ngatia we are going to have one of them. But for the other people here, hapo ndio sasa watu watakuwa provoked. Unajua kuna wale watasema watu mimi nikanyage nje kwa sababu nimetolewa, kwa sababu sijapendelewa, kwa sababu watu wamenipenda mimi hapa sioni ama, because I know even this NSC is going to wanaenda kuweka demand zao kwamba Nairobi msiweke mtu. So wakisema Nairobi msiweke mtu, what of UDA? So because mtu kama ni kuweka ni Sakaja, and then now UDA Wanjiru has been there for long. And let me go out of Nairobi, and I was happy to see what Papa is doing in Nyandarua. The strategy is so good. I even come to realize even before waseme amekuwa project ya serikali, all along kumbe Papa is working with the Kikuyus. Even director of ODM is one of mtoto wa JJ. I was very happy to, and kumbe I'm really supporting a leader. So I'm happy for what the Papa is doing. The way he's conducting his politics is very mature. It's already enough in maturity. Is now making even me to think otherwise. I even to even walk out of my house and try to tell more people why they should vote for Papa. So let me leave it for today there. Maybe I'll come again after Alex, because I know Alex may need me to talk after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bundi. Alex's hand is up. What is it, Alex?
Bundi akona jina kama yangu na mheshimu sana. Bundi, nakupa challenge. Watu yetu wanakufa Marsabit, hakuna chakula. Watu yetu wako na shida huko, hata hakuna ng'ombe huko ya kupigania. Nataka nikupee challenge, tupitishe 5,000 mimi na wewe. Utatoa ngapi, nitoa ngapi?
Mimi nitatoa 2,000. Unajua mimi siko Amerika, mimi niko Kenya.
Hapana, wewe uko na kazi, wewe uko na kazi.
Wewe kichanyo natoa kutoka kwa roho yako, toa na mimi wacha nitoe kwa mimi. Unajua si anao sitapenda kutangaza kama Ruto Kenya nimetoa.
Ni challenge tusaidie watu. Nani amesema si tunapo hiyo ni yako. Wewe na kupiga fine umetoa na roho yako, na mimi wacha nitoe na lungs 3,000 na wewe 2. Bernard tumefikisha 5. Sasa hiyo Ben fanya within 2 hours tupate 10,000, because hiyo challenge inaendelea. We need to make that money tuende Marsabit. Haya, kitu ya pili. Ben
for the first time umeongea kitu sense. Thank you for making sense today.
Thank you so much. Hata wewe unaendelea kuongea sense, lakini kiko mahali au kuongea sense, na ninataka nijue. Ulisema MCA wachaguliwe ambao ni wazuri, ambao wanaweza ongea maneno ya security. Ile jamaa ulileta hapa anaweza ongea security? Nataka unijibu. Ile jamaa ulileta hapa anaweza ongea security? I want us to be honest. Bundi, I'm waiting for your answer.
Bund, unmute first.
Sasa hiyo wifi imeenda. What I'm saying is that the kind of MCA we are electing, the kind of MCA we are electing, I don't think they can handle security issues. In fact, if we allow the MCAs to talk about security issues, Baringo will burn within 1 day. So let us be honest. Matters of security. That is why, even you remember we discussed this a few days ago. When Kibaki took over and he realized the provincial administration was not legal in the new constitution, what did he do? The first thing he did was to make sure he went to court and he forced it so that security can be there. And that's why we still have county commissioners who act like DCs and ABCD. So matters of securities are very remote. I don't think we are in a place whereby I can put my security under the hands of an MCA. Tusidanganyane. And that's why I was challenging Mr. Bundi Kuwa, let us be logical while we are discussing this issue. MCAs cannot, unless we put a threshold for them. But otherwise, the way they are right now, Nyumba Kumi is much better than MCS.
Bernard, please 1 second. Bernard, please 1 second. Ben, I think I apologized the other day when my brother was talking a lot of shit. Nikasema, huyu achielewi, wacha amalize kipindi yake aende nyumbani. Secondly, I've not said MCS wachaguliwe wenye wanaweza simamia security. What I said, everybody, I think alikuwa anasikia, I don't know where Mukisia alikuwa wapi, na lazima alisumbua walimu wake sana. Ni kama kuna walimu walidesign juu yake hiyo shule. Ndio maana alitupwa Amerika endesa magari. Nilisema hivi, wale ma MCA wako kwa ground, wako na watu, wao ndio wanasinda na wananchi pale masindani. They know who is bad and who is good. They are supposed to give the information to security agencies to understand where the problem, to sit down with even governors, because even in county level we have security meetings there. That's what I said. Sitasema wachaguliwe wachunge security.
Thank you for making that clear, Honorable Bundi, and Alex Pia to weigh on that. Our son of MCS was not for them to head the security docket. Is for example, we are talking about the conflict areas. The conflict areas will easily be helped by those leaders on the ground. When they come together, we are having a problem. Kama kuku zimeanza kupotea, okay, na zinaendelea kupotea, wenyeji, okay, hao ndio wanakuwa wa kwanza kufanya nini? Kuzungumzia hilo jambo, then they chart the way. But wewe unangoja PC atoke headquarters kuja kusuluhisha masuala ambayo yanafanyika in the village where you are. So our suggestion was, let everybody do what? In those parties, those 3 main counties, let everybody be brought into a play in finding a lasting solution, because this thing has persisted for too long and we can't allow it to persist, because when something continues, it reaches a place where it's now taken as an, and everybody now flips back and says, hivyo ndio mambo huwa tumezoea hivyo, wacha iende vile inakujanga. Then in the process, lose something that is valuable at the expense of the generation that are coming. So like those people think that zote zile wamekutana nao ni zao, kwa sababu ni utamaduni wao. Hiyo utamaduni unalindwa na desturi ya sheria ya
Bernard, umehang ama kuna nini? Unatusikia kweli?
Jamaa ameenda huko Marsabit. Take over.
Bernard amehang.
Jamaa na wifi. Nani alikuwa anaongea? Jakindu Bay, take over.
Nimeitisha Jakindu Bay aongee. Mlikuwa mwanisubiri? Samahani.
Ndio.
Jakindu Bay, tafadhali karibu.
Asanteni sana. Honorable Bundi, na kupongeza kama uli apologize kwa niaba ya yule jamaa ulimleta yule jamaa.
Haku apologize mzee, hatukusikia.
Mimi nafikiri ulisikia.
Wewe ulisikia mzee?
Mimi sikusikia, lakini yeye ndiye amesema kwamba
hatukusikia. Haku apologize.
Mimi nashukuru kama uli apologize kwa niaba ya yule jamaa. Yule jamaa ni mtu kweli afai ambaye atakuwa hawezi kufaa kwa security. Anyway, baada ya hiyo mimi nawasalimia na ninashukuru sana. Na kuhusu mambo ya security, mimi nasema naona aibu sana kuona kwamba sehemu hiyo ya nchi yetu ambayo ilikuwa na president kwa muda wa miaka 24, president mwenyewe anatoka pale, na bado kumekuwa na fujo ya watu kuwaua watu ovyo ovyo ati kwa sababu unajua, mimi naweza kusema labda kwa sijui mtasema ni ya kizee, lakini nasema mimi maoni yangu ambayo naona ni kwamba suluhisho ambayo inaweza kuwa ni ya kudumu ni lazima tufundishe watu wetu kuwa na umoja, kwa sababu umoja inaleta uelewano na uelewano inaleta amani kati yetu, na hii amani inaweza kufundisha watu ili tupate suluhu fulani tu. Yani watu wakisikilizana huwa hawafanyi fujo, lakini vile ilivyo ni kwamba kuna fujo, kila mmoja anafanya kwa nguvu zake, na kitu ambacho kwa miaka nyingi najua inafanyika ni kwamba tunapenda sana kufanya kwamba mtu akikosa kwa sababu ni mtu wangu, watu hakubali kwamba huyo mtu amekosa. Kwa hiyo utaona kwamba mtu amekosa, lakini hilo jambo huyo jamaa achukuliwa hatua ile inatakikana achukuliwe kwa sababu ni mtu wetu. Hiyo inazorota, hiyo inafanya haya mambo ya security ambayo tunasema yanazorota kwa sababu ya hizo mapendeleo ambayo tumekuwa nayo. Inatakiwa tuwe na umoja ambapo mtu akichukuliwa hatua, unajua hiyo hatua imechukuliwa haki, lakini kwa sababu tumekosa umoja, ndiyo maana hizi vitu kama hizo zinafanyika, hiyo mambo kama security, kwa sababu miaka 58 bado tuna ile makosa ilikuwa inafanyika wakati huo mpaka leo bado inafanyika. Hiyo ni lazima tugeuze mtindo kabisa. Bwana Kasudi, ndugu Kasudi.
Yes, mzee wangu, nakusikia.
Kuna wakati moja ulisema ulienda Uingereza. Uingereza ni kisiwa kidogo sana. Lakini ukiona wakulima, ukiona vile wako na thousands of hectares ambazo ng'ombe wanaweza tu kutembea kuroam vile wanapenda, ni kwa sababu wanatumia nchi yao vizuri. Hata sisi inatakiwa to think outside the box, turudi kwa mipango ambayo sisi Waafrika tulikuwa nao. Sisi zamani tulikuwa tunakaa kwa kijiji, tunaacha sehemu za ng'ombe, sehemu za kulima. Turudi tuache kutumia ardhi yetu kiholela vile tunaitumia vibaya. Unafikiri inaisha? Tunatakiwa tutumie ardhi yetu vizuri. Ardhi yetu, nchi yetu ni kubwa sana. Inatakiwa turudi kwa misingi yetu ya Kiafrika. Hiyo misingi ya Kiafrika tukimodernize, tuifanye kwa utaalamu wa kisasa, tutaishi vizuri. Tutakuwa na sehemu nyingi ya hizi ng'ombe kulishwa, kwa sababu tunataka ng'ombe wa nyama na tunataka ng'ombe wa maziwa. Kwa hiyo ni lazima tuanze kuangalia tunafanya vitu namna gani, ndio tuache hii mambo ya watu kuwana eti kwa sababu sijui wanataka ng'ombe wapate mahali pa kula au wanataka hiyo. Tukifanya hivyo tutazuia hii vita itakuweko tena. Lazima turudi tuone tulikuwa tunaishi namna gani. Mimi nimeona wazamani walikuwa wanaishi kwa kijiji, hata wazungu au ambao wanakujaga hapa wako na trucks of blood, lakini wanaishi kwa kijiji. hizo vijiji vinawafanya wanapata, kama ni maji, kama ni hospitali, kila kitu iko tayari, chakula, au sikii hawana njaa, kwa sababu land za kulima ni nyingi, mahali pa ng'ombe kufugwa ni nyingi, ni kwa sababu wanatumia land vizuri. Park tu hata ya kutembea, Nairobi hakuna park mahali unaweza kwenda kutembea, lakini ukienda London ni mji mkubwa mno, lakini kuna maparks nyingi unatembea, kwa sababu wamepanga vizuri. Lazima hata sisi tuanze kupanga sehemu zetu, ndio tuache hii mambo ya kuzozana, hii mambo ya security yetu. Watu wanauana tunauana kwa sababu ya ng'ombe kupita. Hiyo ni vizuri tuanze kuambia viongozi to think out of the box, tujipange kwa jinsi tulikuwa. Maanake katika mila zetu tuko na vitu ambavyo tulikuwa tunafanya vizuri, lakini tumetupa kwa kuangalia wazungu. Lakini wazungu hawafanyi hivyo, wazungu wanafanya opposite. Zile wakija kwetu wanachukua sehemu, lakini wao hawaishi hivyo. Tunatakiwa tuishi kama vile tulikuwa tunaishi zamani, lakini tu modify, ndio tutoe hii mzozo. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Jakindu Bey, for your counsel and perspective. Let's keep the conversation going. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Pipa tukielekea hivyo.
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine. The topic of today is quite interesting. First, because it affects us as a country, and therefore we should consider it with utmost caution, without necessarily blaming a leader or a particular leader or one faction of leadership against the other. Kitu cha kwanza ningependa kusema ni kwamba hii insecurity in that area, especially Baringo area, is something that goes a long way back. Times of probably Kenyatta. If you read a lot of history, Kenyatta, it comes to Moi, it has always been the same problem of insecurity, cattle rustling and banditry that goes on without ceasing, regardless of which government comes to power. So personally, I've often asked myself, why do these things happen in a country where we have a government that is working and can offer solution? And sometimes, if you look at it, you'll realize it is failed leadership that has caused this problem in that area. There are people who somehow they weakened the national government so that whatever the national government is trying to do in that area to enforce security is being stopped. I think there was a time when government had had called for this compulsory disarmament in that area. That program was stopped. That must have been some people in the government who stopped it. It's not something that government can start and then you stop it at once. So there are people in government who I think benefit from this thing. They have their small kingdoms there and they use the youths to pursue their own political interests. So it is something that they have that keep them in power and make them influential in those areas. So it is a problem that they would not wish to have gone. If you look at even the way some of these leaders, I won't really want to mention names, but if you look at the way some of these leaders have responded to the recent one, I think the recent killings that happened in, I think, Marakwet area, you see how they respond. It is not to offer solution, but actually to blame or to apportion blame on the part of the government. In a way, it is more of, if you blame a party for failing to do a certain thing or for failing to provide security without you offering a solution, in essence, you're telling your people that we have been failed by this particular person, and therefore we need to look for solutions elsewhere. You're not calling for the people to come together to find solutions, because I believe before the government comes in, solution should come from the local leaders. Security begins at the grassroots level, and it begins since devolution. The person that must be answerable to us, especially in terms of security, should be the governor. Is the one who is responsible for running of the county. In this case, Baringo should be the governor of Baringo County. So before we blame the government, what are they doing in that area as county government to ensure that security is reinforced where it has been threatened? So personally, I do not think this Senator Gideon Moi, whom I think has been blamed here, should come first, because the job of the senator is actually to legislate on matters concerning county government. He can be engaged as a way or through parliament to find solution, but security is not a personalized thing. It is something that people should come together, all leaders should come together, devoid of their political affiliation, to look for solutions. That is not happening in that area. There is a lot of blame game. There is a lot of, I think, incitement going on. As we saw, I would not wish with the MCA. I think that was a really unfortunate statement to make at that time when people have died, because it amounts to incitement in a way. It could come from a point of pain because you've lost someone so close to you, or people have been killed. But as a leader, I think she should have been more sober to look at how that situation can be resolved without actually calling on people, especially the boda, telling people that if you can buy a boda, then you can buy a bunduki. There is some responsibility on the side of the leaders in that area, from the MCA up to the governor, before we elevate it to the national government. And I think that leadership is greatly failing the people of that area. And some of these things, as we know, it's across Kenya. In terms of economic empowerment, those areas are so impoverished, and I think it's easier for politicians, especially the wealthy ones, to take advantage of these people, especially the youth, to use them to perpetrate this banditry in those areas. So leaders themselves, I think, if they come together, look for solutions, they will find those solutions. And I think if youths are empowered, we find the right people to empower the youths so that they engage in meaningful economic activities. I really don't think that would be the best way actually to fight insecurity in that way, because the youths will be engaged in economic activities rather than just going about castle wrestling. So it is a problem which goes way back and is complex. And I believe if we put our mind to it, if the government that can put its mind to it, it will be resolved, and hopefully forever. That is all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, P Power, for that perspective. And probably I would also want to bring in the aspect of the harmonization of the national government security structure with the county government leadership. There is a disconnect between these two very important administrative levels, and it was all brought about by political differences, whereby there was the issue of What if we're having a Jubilee president and then we have opposition governors? How do they participate into the security structure? So the colonial mindset into being adopted into the new constitution has also something to contribute to what we are experiencing, because we have now laid back governors who think security comes from Nairobi, and they're doing nothing as far as ensuring the safety of the people within their counties. And so we should either have a legislation that that warrants that the governor or the governor should appoint part of his executive to participate into the security of the county, not to be sidelined because of political difference. Security affects all of us, regardless of what we believe on our politics. And so we must find a way to harmonize this aspect of secluding the county government because it is not part of the national structure of security is a problem that we must face up to. Naomba sasa tumsikilize except somebody wants to respond to that. Yes, Sarah?
No, I'm fine.
Alex. Bernard, sorry.
Yes.
I wanted to respond to, is it Honorable Bundi?
Yes.
There's a statement that he made.
Okay.
Yes. So I wanted to explain, I wanted to reply to Honorable Bundi what Alex has told him. That that place you are saying ati ng'ombe ni mingi sana mpaka hakuna mahali wanakula wanaenda kupigana. In fact, that place of Baringo South, they are doing irrigation in agriculture. Tomatoes, watermelon, pawpaws, in French beans, and the mangoes, plus the beehives for honey. So that is the work Baringo South are doing. And then they have this large scale of rearing these cows. Si ya kukamuliwa, ni zile za kuenda kuuzwa. So someone can rear about 300 to 1,000. And then all of a sudden, anauza karibu 300. Unlike Tutiati constituency, they don't do farming. So hao wanafuga pandi kwingine. So I was responding to Honorable Bundi because alikuwa anasema hao watu wafanya agriculture. They have already done agriculture. So that one they have already done. So I was responding to that what Honorable Bundi was explaining.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And probably the changing, because introducing agriculture is one thing, and winning these people from cattle rearing is another thing. I think there should be a systematic way, because when we are turning land to be for agriculture, which was meant for grazing the animals, we must have a systematic way of reducing the number of animals, not to begin agriculture in the middle of cattle rearers, because the cattle will come to eat the agricultural product. The systematic, I think the way that Jakindube was talking about, tukubaliane vile tutatumia ardhi yetu, tunatenga ardhi gani ya ng'ombe kulazi, and which earth is used for agriculture, and there should be no conflict. Si ng'ombe zikitoka huku zipite kwa agricultural land going to look for grass on this other side, or from the grazing place they pass through agricultural area going back home. So let there be a systematic way of organizing the area so that everybody lives in harmony. But I understand the problem would be decision makers from Nairobi. Okay, decision makers, we meet in Nairobi, we pass in Nairobi, we go and begin to do things without consulting with the indigenous people, without understanding the terrain of the place. And then now when the agriculture begins to be productive and is now export business, you can't stop it because it's earning you wherever something, and then now you want to finish the farmers who are rearing wherever cattle, you turn them into enemies. So probably we still go back to the county government should be involved in this, in setting up the land that is within their territory in such a way that the people live in harmony. Kusikue tu eti mnajisikia kuweka ng'ombe hivyo naweka vile nataka na napitisha ng'ombe zangu kule nataka, na hata najisikia kupanda tomatoes na napanda vile nataka kwa sababu shamba ni langu. Let there be a systematic way of living, because we will not exterminate everybody and remain alone. We will have to live along with other Kenyans. I would want to bring in Fred and then Njiru Mwaura. Fred come in and then, sorry, not Fred, it's Jared. So it seems my English today is running away from me.
Ushasema bwana. Sasa
Kasuti wewe umeongea ya kwako, subiri kwanza tutakupeleka Laikipia saa hii. Jared then Njiru.
Aya, nashukuru Bernard. Fred, just hold on. Otherwise, how is everybody? I thank you again for having an opportunity to meet again. I don't have much on to say about the security. My personal belief is that when we enacted the 2010 Constitution, not sure if we were not ready for it or we did not understand it fully. If, from my understanding, we were creating 48 governments in the Republic of Kenya, the 47 counties, which should be more distinct governments by itself, and the national government. If we could have followed that without trying to keep everything under one control, I do believe that security should be handled at the county level, just like Banati was saying, should be at the county level, and then in coordination with the national. When there is a major security issue which the county might not be able to handle, then they can call upon the national to come in to reinforce, because each county has got different security issues. They are the people who understand the issues locally. Now you get there's something in Baringo, you're sending people from Kiganjo or somewhere, and you don't understand what is going on locally. That's one aspect. Second aspect is that the security cannot be in exclusion of the politicians. The politicians are the most threat to our security for what they utter, for their personal interests. So if we can involve the politicians and also be firm that those who are ready to succumb on deliberately trying to bring unlawlessness are all accountable, disregarding where they belong. At the county level, that is where these things start at the local level. I believe that will be one way we can handle security. You cannot handle security from Nairobi, just sitting at State House and purporting to know what is happening in Bomet, Bomet or Balingo. Will you let the locals handle their problems? If there is an aggression from another count to another count and they cannot be able to resolve it, that's when the government can come in as additional, but not as the primary, so that they can come to check on what is happening, so that they can have an opportunity to understand what's going on in the local. We're not going to get these people from anywhere. It is our people. If we can learn to hold the people accountable, then we should be able to solve the security. Our national security should be what about intruders from Ethiopia, from Somalia, protecting the country borders. But local security should be handled locally. That's my perspective. Also on, I see you have added another topic which I don't know what we should talk. It's politics between Sakaja and Margaret Wanjiru. This is a stakes high politics. So I don't see a big deal. Everybody is trying to create their own space. So we should not take this. That tells you that when people are fighting for something, it's because it is viable. So we should not take into much time on that. You should create a different topic rather than talking about something small which happens everywhere. It's only that we don't highlight them. But I don't want to leave here without saying one thing, that I watched also a little clip of Baba in Nyandarua, and I applaud him for knowing that he, to some extent, he walks the talk by knowing that for these years he has been working with the daughter of JM Karaoke. That was very touching, and it proves that he's a statesman. And I wish that it could have not been a project. Our problem, big problem, is that Raila becoming a government project, he would not be the Raila of himself, but he would be succumbing to the government to tell him what you want to do.
Jared, the most project and statement don't go in the same statement.
What you mean?
No,
yes.
Come on. Can you wait?
Yes,
Be patient,
it
please.
doesn't go there,
You
my
know,
friend.
I'm executing my point. I was giving actually credit.
No.
Order, Fred. Order. Jared.
Okay, thank you. I was giving actually credit to Raila. So, I was giving credit to Raila what he has done as a statesman. You know, don't be, just take what is good. Don't take what is bad. As I have told you, the truth, Raila saw that he is a statesman. But also, we cannot close our eyes by forgetting that it's actually a state project. And that is our worry, that how would he govern? He would not be himself. He would be just somebody who is there, a puppet, to be told, this is what you're going to do. That is our worry. So, please,
Bernard, who is helping him? Is worry and
Thank
who?
you.
Is worry and who?
Order.
My worry as Jared,
thank you.
as a person first, as a Kenyan.
Now, Jared, are you under the Jubilee government right now?
Come up again?
Jared and me, are you under the Jubilee government right now?
No, we are there just physically, but
right now,
spiritually.
No, I'm asking. I am asking if the Jubilee government is taking care of you right now, and you are not worried about the Jubilee government. How do you get worried about the project that the Jubilee government has in?
Bernard, I'm very sure. I need to check. I'm very sure you are in Kenya. If you are not worried on what Jubilee government is doing right now, then I'm not quite sure. I need to check if you are in Kenya. They can't obey court orders. They are harassing people here and there. If you say so, are you not worried? Come on, you should be worried. You see what the debt is going on, Paruning. You have to be worried.
The last time I
you have
checked,
no money in the pocket.
From the last time I checked, the courts exist for solving disputes, not stopping the functioning of the executive. So let the court do their job. Let the executive be led to do their job. But people running to court to stop the executive from doing what they are supposed to do, that is wrong. And the court granting that is so wrong from where I sit, and that's my personal opinion. All the same, naomba tusonge mbele, twende kwa Njiru Mwaura. Njiru, vipi?
Okay, jema kabisa. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much for today is my second day to join this discussion. I'm happy of how we are going. I can see at least today we have decided to expand a little bit in terms of security and also talking on the status of our affairs. So one thing which I can say is that number one is that whatever is happening in terms of the chaos which are happening in the northern Kenya and part of the Rift Valley, I would say is that our institutions are not serious. So this is not the first problem we are having in Kenya. There was a time when we used to have Mungiki. The government was able to unleash the machinery, and even if Mungiki is there, we don't hear of them. They are totally underground. So to me, I would say that on the part of the government, they have deliberately ignored to solve that problem. I'm not saying that they bring the policemen and they go and kill everyone. That is not what I'm saying. But if our security department and the security machinery was serious, they could be able to solve that problem. I want to give you like what happens in Europe. Occasionally, you hear like somebody has stabbed somebody or somebody because at the end of the day, these things are being done by individuals. So there is something we call manhunt. Like these guys who are like we have seen people dying in Baragoi, people dying in those valleys whereby and it is something which has happened repeatedly. Have we seen any manhunt being done throughout the whole county, trying to do interrogation, trying to know the citizens who are owning guns and using them illegally? Have we, the anti-stock, the theft unit of the Kenyan government, have they done something serious, try to eliminate this issue? What I will say is that our societies, even the people, the Maasais and all the other people who are still keeping large hands of cattle, even some of us who are also not keeping large hands of cattle, it is something historically we also used to do those cattle rustling. If you follow in the Kikuyu history, if you follow in the history of now the people who are staying in the highlands, even the Kalenjins, the Tugans and the Kipsigis and the rest, these are the things which we used to do over time. So I would say that Baringo people in Turkana, and the few people who are fighting in Kenya, they have deliberately refused to embrace modernity. Because frankly speaking, is that that concept of rustling, where you go, you kill people, you take their cattle, then these other people come to retaliate. It is something which is trying to show that these people are living in the other century. These people are living in the 20th century. And it is just like the way you can see we are winning the war on FGM. You can see like for almost 20 years, the issue of FGM have been becoming very complicated. When the government decided to become serious, then we got very many NGOs and people, some people, celebrities and other people from those areas, they became committed. You can now hear the reports whereby the FGM has fallen by over 50% of what it used to be. And I can tell you in the next 20 years, FGM will be historic in Kenya. So I would say that the Kenyan government has deliberately refused to solve this issue. The mechanism is there. We have a lot of knowledge because we even have people who are doing scoring. We have people who are doing PhDs and masters, and they are trying to explore this problem. And some of their recommendations are just rotting in our Kenyan universities. So the other thing which I would also start, maybe want to comment about the history, is that every country has its own history. And that is one of the naive historical point which is dragging part of the people in our history. in our country. And the politicians are actually just using this thing as an advantage. They are using it as a vantage point so that they can be able to build a momentum in politics. So you realize because we have refused to end a problem, now politicians use the same problem to propel their narrative, saying now if you elect me, I'll do this. These are the people. So now politicians take advantage. Politicians will never come to solve any problem. So politicians in Baringo, in Turkana, they are just now using this problem as an advantage. So my discussion on this issue is that the security apparatus of the Kenyan government, starting all the way from the people who are involved in this issue, they are not serious. I rest my case there. Let me now go to the second issue about Sakanja and Wanjiru. One thing which I would say is that personally, I do not believe in the politics of the podium. When I talk of the politics of the podium, is whereby somebody comes and he wants to play good, he wants to portray the other person as not being good. Sakaja and Margaret Wanjiru, even without fighting, as I told some of our people who we were having with yesterday, is that let us look at the history of these people. So to me, whether they fight or they don't fight, I have to look at the history of Margaret Wanjiru. What is the record which Margaret Wanjiru has? Okay, I look at Sakanja. Sakanja, the only thing I know about Sakanja, he used to be in Jubilee. He created Jubilee. Then from there, he became the Nairobi senator. To me, I have nothing I can say. Sakanja has nothing. That one is my own opinion. Somebody can differ with me. To me, Sakanja has no record. Margaret Wanjiru, I have nothing which I can attach to Margaret Wanjiru, apart from being in UDA. And the fact that Margaret Wanjiru is in UDA, she is just relying on that momentum of the deputy president, that simply because deputy president is famous. But on her own, Margaret Wanjiru has nothing. I have not seen the people who Margaret Wanjiru has helped. Yes, maybe somebody might say that she does philanthropy work through her church. To me, meaningless. Margaret Wanjiru, if I look at her life, she has been very scandalous. She has been involved in stealing of votes. She has been put in cells, police cells, because of doing very bad things. To me, her character does not reflect what she says she is going to be. People who are supporting UDA might want to rebut that, but I can tell you, Margaret Wanjiru is not a woman of character. I'm not saying that the majority of our politicians are people of character, but some of these people, it is open, it is in the public domain that Margaret Wanjiru has done a lot of messes. So Sakaja, not a good person. To me, he doesn't have the strength and the mental capacity to handle Nairobi. Nairobi is a capital center. We need somebody serious. You saw we brought in Sonko. He couldn't be able to do anything. We had Kidero. Yes, he never lived to the aspiration of what we wanted him to do. So for me, I want somebody different. I want somebody who is free of scandals, somebody who is not very political. I want somebody who is apolitical for Nairobi. But those two, they are failed. I'm yet to see Azimio candidate. I want to see the person who Azimio is going to bring. So if Azimio, they are going to bring a manager, somebody with skills, somebody who has track record, somebody who has managed an institution, I will think for it. Margaret Wanjiru has only managed a church. I don't think managing a church and managing a county is the same thing. Sakanja, I don't know what Sakanja has managed. Being a senator is not is too low to become a governor, and that is where most of us in Kenya we are failing. We are rubbishing the qualification of a governor. And governor is somebody who is supposed to have very high morals. There are people who are not supposed to be having cases in the court, even like the way even Sakanja is behaving in the podium. That is not the quality of a governor. So I expect somebody who can be able to carry himself. He will be dealing with like 60 MCAs. Will he be handling them the way he is handling people there? So to me, I believe a governor is somebody who should have qualities. Like right now, I have a number of people who I can say like they can become governors in different areas, whether they are in the UDA or they are in the Azimio area. There are people who, when you look at them, you can say that this person has qualities of a governor. Anu Waiguru she has no qualities. You know it. Yes, people elect her because of her opportunistic nature, but to me, she doesn't have quality. In Embu, we used to have somebody who used to be called Gedenji Kirago. He never managed to get votes. He is very apolitical. He is a serious manager. He has not managed to get an opportunity. So if we go in Mombasa, to me, even somebody like Joho, he might have supported Raila. To me, Joho doesn't have qualities of a governor. Somebody might want to disagree with me. To me, he doesn't have the qualities. Okay, if we go in Kisumu, okay, yes, Nani is a professor.
My friend, unaweza kufafanua ukisema somebody doesn't have the quality to become so and so, please tuelezee tujue ni nini hicho umeona kiko contrary na vila yako. Wacha tuko tuambia ati doesn't have qualities.
It's okay. That's what I'm explaining. You know, we have to be realistic. When we talk of a governor, what are the functions of a governor? What is the governor supposed to do? What is his track record? Kama sahi, Azimio, hiyo sita kudanganya, lakini some of these people we are fronting, wengine wako na makesi, some of them even the academic record is not right, they have not proved it. So I want somebody with a good track record in terms of kule ametoka. Let me know huyu mtu amemanage nini. Has he managed an industry? Has he managed an institution? What did he manage? Then we now say that now if this person manages this institution, now this person we can now give him account to manage. Remember, these people do not have water. These people, they need employment. These people want medical facilities. You'll be managing doctors. So what
you have lost it.
Sorry? So what I'm saying is
you ran away with the microphone.
Sorry, what I'm trying to say is that even as we campaign for whoever we are campaigning, let's look at the history of these people. Some of these people, they do not have history of managing anything. And we have to be honest with ourselves. We will end up in the same problem which people had to gang up to get Sonko out of power. People saw that what wanaona 5 years is too much to have this person there. Now what walijua, it doesn't matter the amount of votes you'll get. Somebody like Sonko, to me, he had no qualities of being a governor. Why? Because he is a mobilizer. To me, a mobilizer is not a governor. I've said a governor needs to be somebody who has managed something. Sonko had not managed anything. Waitito, what had Waitito managed? Being an MP is not a qualification of being a governor. Those people, let them become MPs, let them become MCAs, let them become
So tell us the qualification. You are saying not qualification, but you are not saying qualification.
I told you the qualification. That person
Njiru,
must have
you are
managed
mentioning
something.
so many names. Let's do this, Mr. Njiru.
Yes.
You're mentioning the whole. Those people will not come to defend themselves here.
Okay,
let's do this. You gave 1, 2, 3. The Bible says we are 2 or 3 witnesses, not the whole world. So you have told us who cannot be governed. 3 qualities. Let's go to the next person. Thank you.
I wanted to.
If we may respond, Bernard, please.
Order, everybody. I've not given any other person permission to talk except Njiru. Thank you.
Let me finish in 1 minute.
Every other person mute your mic.
The issue of let me now talk about the issue of Raila. The other thing which I was saying is that now we know in Kenya it is Raila.
Njiru. Hold on, Mr. Njiru. Order. You are getting out of order.
Okay.
You have told us who cannot be governor. The question has been posed. Give us qualities.
Okay.
For a qualified governor.
Okay.
Especially for Nairobi. That's where I live. I want a quality governor for this city. Give me 3 qualities.
Number 1,
that I should look for.
Academic record, at least academic record, minimum degree holder. Number 2 is professional experience. Have you managed an institution with more than 1,000 employees? To me, that is according to me. At least we need to see where your management skills are. Then, number 3, you have to be free of scandals. Like, if people are called upon, no one can attach you on stealing public property. Hakuna shamba ya mtu uko nayo. And that one is integrity. Number 4, which is very important, is that you should be somebody who can assemble good speech. That is, wewe ukisimama pale kwa podium, you are somebody who can assemble coherent speech. You can be able to articulate the policy. You can be able to connect both the learned and the unlearned people, and you can be able to arrange your policy, and you can be able to prioritize properly. Those are the qualities I'm looking for. And out of the people who have come out, I've not yet seen that. The qualities of a governor, they are much deeper than we are just talking here. So those are the qualities I've said. Those are just a few, but at least if somebody can have those, at least if you have managed something, I can reason with you. Because if you have managed like an institution or a company, then from there now, I can now assess, did you steal money there? At least now I can judge you. But some of the guys, they are just coming from the bruise. They have not managed anything. We are now putting them there for trial.
One moment. Take a question from Alex, another question from Fred.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Alex.
Njiru, habari yako bana?
Endelea kabisa.
Sasa tunatumia lungs, hatutumii roho. So, let me take you just a case study. Anyang' Nyong'o. In all the qualities you said, Anyang' Nyong'o qualifies. Do you have a personal vendetta with him?
Sorry?
In all your prerequisites of being a governor, Anyang' Nyong'o qualifies, and you named him.
I did not say that Anyang' Nyong'o is a bad person. What I said is that there are some small specks in him which I don't like. I just said there are some small specks.
I heard you clearly. You said he does not qualify to be.
I did not say that he does not qualify. Kuna wale watu specifically nisema they don't qualify. I said Waiguru. I said Sakaja.
Okay,
I said Margaret Wanjiru. For Nyong'o, I just said yes, he is a manager, but
thank you. Hold on, Wanjiru. Mr. Wanjiru, I want to follow up something you said now. You said there are some qualities in him that you don't like. Referring to Anyang'.
Okay. So, one quality which I've not personally, I was expecting, we have 3 cities in Kenya, and I think 4 cities in Kenya now. So,
no. What do you mean you don't like?
When I don't like is that there are some small elements in his leadership which have
Like
not
what?
seen them
Like
coming out
what?
clearly. And that's what I'm saying. There are some small elements in his leadership, like bringing the county together. He is too much. Let me tell you, people are just trying to support the people they want to support. But again, you also need
Njiru, you seem to be moving around. Are you settled?
No, I'm not moving around. I'm just trying to.
You is late for a meeting. We will handle that topic later on, Ben.
Relax.
Let us just go to security. He wrote here he's going for a meeting.
Okay, thank you. Hold on,
Alex.
Njiru, I want to say this. Njiru, I wanted to say this. There are so many things that we don't like, okay? And it's personal, we don't like. But that doesn't become our liking become a constitution. So our judging of our governors and other people in leadership should be based on the provision of the Kenyan Constitution and not individual preferences. That is where I'm saying. So if you disqualify somebody, let it be he does not pass, and his performance has been this and that. But disliking somebody, anybody can dislike somebody just because they don't flow. That doesn't make them not fit for the public office.
Okay.
Wananjiru, did you? Yeah. Yes.
You can go. You know, we are talking about quality, and when I talk about quality, I have said 80% of our governors, they are not fit for office. Whether people want to criticize me or they don't want to take that and accept it, is each and every time we are going to the ballot and choosing the wrong people, simply because those people, they are aligning themselves with the people who are popular in the day and with the popular party. So we are missing an opportunity to get the right people. And that is what I was saying here, is that there are some qualities we have to assess. And I said here, show me what this person has managed. And then from there, we will talk. I said, I just mentioned all those people, and you singled out to me about the issue of Anyang' Nyong'o. I said, the only problem I have with him is that he has refused to get out of the shadow of Raila Odinga. To me, I'm not saying that that one is a problem, but I want to see him being outside that shadow. Because some of the people, if you remove the presidential candidate or the people they support for the presidency, they have nothing they will offer to the community. And that is the problem we are having. Our people are not in their own shadow. They have to rely on UDA, they have to rely on ODM, they have to rely on Raila Odinga, they have to rely on Ruto for them to make a wedge anywhere. And that is the problem I'm having. So I want to see people who can stand on their own, people who can build a platform on their own. Mtu ambaye sasa akikuja hapa aseme I'm not supporting Raila Odinga, I'm independent. I want to see those people. But history ya kusema kila saa we have to move in the way. Yes, people have to identify with the party.
Wananjiru, your audio is poor. We are losing you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's do this. Relax first. Are you using earphone?
No, I'm not using
headphone.
earphones.
Sorry,
I'm just using
headphone or earphone?
No, I'm not
He's
using it.
definitely walking. You can hear that.
He's either fighting his able. Sorry about that. Let the net come back for him. Wherever. I'm confusing him with Jared. What did you want to say quickly, please? We want to move on.
Yeah, let me say quickly, I was going to respond to him, but it's not there. So let me quickly say one thing, Panad, if I can humbly request you. If we're going to move this forward by people not interrupting, we want also you to be cognizant that if we can develop a culture when we raise up our hands, then that's when we will be given an opportunity. Then everybody will know that if they want to speak, they don't have to interrupt. They will raise their hands. And by raising our hands, we know that the moderator will be able to see us and give us a chance. If we can do that, I think we can become more organized rather than everybody having to interrupt. That's the one thing I can humbly request you. While if you allow me, while Njiru has come back, I think Njiru Mwaura has some points, except that his point is based on not the ground or the reality. It's based on something which is in a movie or somewhere. Because one, we have a constitution which clearly states the qualification of a governor. That's one. Two, the people which we have been crying, let the people decide. People have more than enough time given Apple candidates, but they have chosen where they want to go with the people who they think they listen to. So you are not going to choose a person who is not on the ballot. If we had Kidero who had a degree, and I believe Sonko had a degree, that's how he qualified, because that's our qualification. The people chose who they want to be read by. So in an ideal situation, we can have all the qualities you want. But I'm asking Muhaura this: where do you put our young people to be able to get opportunities? And this has been ongoing for the young people. Everywhere you go, they want experience. Where are you going to get the experience? This is, as a governor, it is a very simple job. A governor is having to give, you are given money to allocate to the people. So I don't see what is there. You have to have a bunch of let a company. No, why you need a company? That's why you have a group. You are not going to work as a single person. Okay, so we have to have those candidates presenting themselves. Moreover, we have to have you going to present yourself so that people can have that option. But they can only pick those people who present themselves. If we don't have, we're going to pick from the same people. If they are thieves, if they are whatever they would be, that's where we're going to pick from. That's what I could say. So, Maura, your case, it might not materialize in Kenya because everybody who stands for governor must have meet the qualification as set by the law. So unless you want to change the law, then we can add those other qualifications, like when we want the IAPC chairman, we want this experience. They specify there, we want an experience to have been maybe qualified. We don't have that. So, and I really don't think that a fresh graduate from school cannot be a good governor. He can, depending on what people he would put around him to advise. So that's what I can say. Anybody can be able to be a good governor, but the problem is that we have surrounded ourselves with people who have their personal interests. Even the good governors you think will go there, but having people and the interests may make them not perform as you might want. That's what I can tell my friend Maura.
Sawa Jared, but I have some reservation on that. Experience is necessary. Wananjiru, conclude to songe kwa mtu mwingine tafadhali.
Okay, Lisa, thank you for that. I appreciate the contribution and what my brother said. I will say that if you look at advanced democracies, there are some, most of them, they don't just elect the governor or the president. Usually, a president or a governor usually comes as a reward after working as a good member of Congress, or as a good senator, or you worked somewhere and the people can see. Go and Google and just tell me, like in the United States of America, tell me which state has a governor who is like 27 years age, somebody who is just a fresh graduate from school. This person, we do not have reference about them. So when we start saying that anyone can become a governor, to me, I disagree with it. To me, I want a place whereby I can be able to judge somebody. Huyu mtu amekuwa wapi? Pengine some of these graduates tunasema tunataka tukuwapea kazi ya governor, amekuwa kazi yake ni kuongoza migomo shule na kufanya vitu zingine mbaya sana shule, and doing other bad things, and then these are the people ambaye sasa tunataka kumupea kazi pale na afanye kitu mbaya. On my conclusion, nitasema hizi, each one of us, we have our own principles of how we elect leaders. And I don't want people here to change the principles of how you elect a leader. But what I was concentrating on is that we need to be conscious in our mind, even as you are going to vote for somebody, tuache kujidanganya ati tuseme ati the constitution is clear, it says that you need somebody of this and this and this. Let me tell you, the constitution will never give you a leader. A leader will come from consciousness and evaluation. It is you to evaluate somebody. The constitution just gives you the bare minimum. The constitution will never give you the best. Constitution tu itasema you need to be a graduate, you need to be this, but ile qualification constitution inapeana, they are very lame. They are not things you can say that they will give you a leader. It is you now to use your consciousness na useme. That's why you see the people who can be able to use their brains properly, wanachagua viongozi vizuri, and their counties zinaendelea. Kama sahi when we started devolution, kuna counties zilikuwa marginalized sana na wakuwa na kitu. Sahi kuna counties wamepata mangavana, unasikia wamewanzisha viwanda huko, unasikia they are even having a lot of collaboration with the outside world, unasikia vitu zinaendelea. Whereas pia nao kuna mangavana wengine ile tu kitu unasikia ya story ni 10 billion since he got into office. So the difference is clear as day and midnight. On the presidential issue, on the issue of the presidential, again nitaichukulia tu kama vile tunaongea tu story ya governor. Again, Kenya tumekuwa na shida moja. Tukienda kuchagua kiongozi pale, we are not looking at the history of these people, we are not looking on where they are coming from, we are not looking on ile kazi ndogo walipewa, what did they do? Sasa sisi kazi yetu, we are now choosing people so that we can be able to punish the other. Like for example, frankly speaking, I'm not trying to say that whatever people did it was wrong. Lakini kama sasa unaona in 2013 tulichagua watu wengine, 1 minute, tulichagua watu, like for example, I'm not saying that yes there was a case, we had an ICC case. Sasa sisi we rubbished all that, the issue of ICC, tukasema watu ni wetu, these people they have not done anything. We never even gave these people an opportunity to clean their name, and we gave them power so that because we believed by giving these guys the power, they will be able to get out of ICC. And I can say as a country, we cannot move this way, whereby mtu akipata scandal, tunampea power. Kama saa hii majority ya majamaa wako na corruption scandal saa hii wamesimama wote. So and they want to use power in office to clean their names. When in Kenya are we going to learn that office is a service to people, not for people to come and clean their shoddy deals zile wamekuwa wakifanya ile wakati wako power? So hivyo tu mimi ndio nitamalizia, and I'm very frustrated. I don't feel good because all these corrupt people ndio wanakuja kupewa viti, and it is wrong. We have to elect the right people into the power. Mimi niko kwa Azimio, and I believe in Raila Odinga. I know Raila Odinga is going to change this country. He is somebody with a track record. Thank you.
Bernard.
Alex.
You know,
Yes,
sometimes we are so quick to say advanced countries without going into history. Hata kama Raila anasemanga history is very important. It is very, very important. Bob Marley said, if you know your history, you know your destiny. In the abundance of water, a fool is thirsty. What I'm saying is this: when you say in advanced countries that people have degrees in order to get jobs, I can count for you the most prominent Prime Minister of England, Churchill, did not finish college. John Major did not attend college at all. And now if you go to the US, about 8 presidents did not set foot to college. Recently, Walker, who was my neighbor here in the state of Wisconsin, a governor, was running to be a president. My friend, we cannot keep on saying that advanced countries. If you go to Sweden, if you go to other countries, the Scandinavian countries, you will find prime ministers who did not go to college. France here had Chirac, who stayed there for a very long time. He did not go to college. So, and you ended up saying voting is about consciousness. And that is what these people have done. as a president, you have a presidency that takes care of things. A president is just a puppet thing. There is something that surrounds you. And that is what we need to fix. Institutions. For example, Trump went to Ivy League school here in Pennsylvania, but he wanted to overturn the Constitution. What made him go is the institutions. And those are the ones we are talking about today. Security. The security of America made the guy go by force. And today, the guy, we are talking about him. So let's go back to the security and see how security as an institution has failed Kenyans. And maybe we can mingle with politics kidogo, but let us not go far again, because this topic, we really wanted it. Some of us, we haven't made submission yet. We are just chipping in to make comments. It's already 2 hours, 30 minutes. We have not made submissions. Bernard.
Thank you. Life thrives in a balance. Let us be balanced. I believe experience is necessary for proper management of public resources, as well as academic exposure. There is what going to school makes out of a person, but not going to school will not make that person function. Not passing exams.
And that's why we have to differentiate between education and academics.
Institution of learning. So we should not rubbish academic qualification nor rubbish experience. A balance between the two is what makes sense fit. Ukisimama kwa miguu yako miwili unasimama proper. Ukisimama na mkono kuanguka ni rahisi. So in public management and public oversight of public resources, you need both experience to some degree and then proper exposure academically for you to be able to articulate whatever it is that you want to provide leadership for. All the same. So let's not fight over that matter. Security, be power. What were you saying? Na umejificha nyuma ya curtain. Operation
I think my camera has a problem. It is on. I don't know why it's not showing. Can you hear me? Bernard?
Yeah, we can hear you, but
yes,
you're echoing.
We can hear you. Go ahead and make your brief whatever you wanted to make a comment or something. I think P-Power is not well configured. Will help you, kick you out of the studio. You come back. Make sure you allow stream to have full control over your camera as well as your audio. That's the only way you'll be able to be added to the studio, and then you'll be able to communicate rightly. Shiko, how are you?
Hi, Bernard. Niko poa.
Hi. Tuko salama. I heard you are not feeling well. I believe you are better.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good now. Naona Fred Kasuti na Alex na Mama Serena na Jackie Dube.
Thank you, Shiko. No kawega kuoka tondu rira andu aya ni manyarire muno.
Acha kuongea lugha ya mama. Sasa Bernard, before I make my submission, ningetaka
sasa Shiko, mimi huku niona au UDA hauwezi ukawataja.
Acha siasa. Mesalimia kila mtu. Sasa Bernard, before I make I contribute, ningetaka kupea nisaidiwe na challenge. It's only 10 minutes to my birthday na ningetaka nisaidiwe na challenge na kina Alex na Fred Kasuti tuchangamkie hiyo story ya Marsabit. Ndio nataka kunini ya 10K. itoe 2K na naye Alex na Fred Kasuti kina Jared wanisaidie ifike 10. Kishafika mimi ndio nilale.
Good challenge. Kama jina lako imetajwa tafadhali.
Mimi siko kwako.
Na Jackie Dube.
Uliniacha nje. Watu wa YouTube ulituacha nje.
Jared, wewe ndio ulijiitisha ukataka masalimio. Sasa wewe toa ndio usalimiwe.
Ningetaka wanisaidie sasa. Natoa 2K sasa. Alex wachangamkie na kina Fred, Mama Serena, Jared, Hondbudi na inawezekana. Santi.
Kasuti unasema pesa bwana. Wewe unaweza toa ng'ombe. Hatutaki ng'ombe. Kasuti tunataka pesa. Ama hatutaki kuku Kasuti. Tunasema pesa ngapi?
We, my friend, wacha nikwambie.
Alex unaongea sana. Alex unaongea sana. Alex
maneno mengi.
Alex tuma pesa
unaongea
sana.
Hapana, kwanza wewe ndio mtu iko na MCA, unakutana na Wainaina, unakutana na nani, kila wakati unakutana na waheshimiwa. Toa pesa Honorable Bundi, kwanza uko na jina Honorable.
Mimi sina shida ya kutoa, lakini tuma hiyo dola kwanza.
Utatoa. Toa yako. Hatutaki ndizi, tunataka pesa.
Okay, Shiko nitakuwekea 1K
Okay. Pia Bernard.
Siko achana na watu wa Azimio hata wa chini wanafanya. Kucha UDA bali atuogopi. Mimi nitakupatia 2000. Tuendelee.
Asante sana
na watu wa Azimio wanalala.
Na hiyo kuongea yote,
Kimareli tunawapatia baki.
Tunachukua yetu,
utaweka Central Bank mzima.
Haya, tumefika.
Nafikiria utaweka Central Bank mzima.
Inawezekana wewe ndio uko na jina ya Azimio, inawezekana.
Yes, Alex, how are you? Haujanisalimia unaniambia.
Inawezekana wewe ndio uko na jina ya Azimio.
Leo nakwambia haujanisalimia unanianzia tu hivyo, si usalimie kwanza kabla uanze.
Nakusalimia vile Wanjala alisema, Ruto tawe. Ruto tawe.
Yes, I will nitalipa, lakini unajua bado niko na deni nyingine, so nitalipa sawa. Niko na deni ya jana, I will pay. Unajua
Mzee from London. Wapi Jakindu from London?
So, yes.
Mzee tusaidie hapa. Sasa wewe tunakuitisha pole pole.
Mimi nishampatia huyo mchana. Mimi ndio wa kwanza.
Tutataka kujua deni imebaki ngapi ndio tumalize. Umeweka ngapi?
Mimi ndio nilikuwa wa kwanza kumpatia 2.
So tuko na Shiko 2000, Jakindu 2000, Jared 2000, 6000. Inawezekana amesema ataweka Kasuti 1000, 7000. Bernard wewe ni mwoga pastor. Toa ya mbegu.
Maliza mchezo Alex wacha panganga, maliza mchezo. Maliza mchezo, funga hiyo dice. Hapana, wachana na Bernard, wewe funga hiyo game. Short and clear.
Bernard toa hiyo, umetoa 2000. Okay, Bernard ametoa 2000. Unatoa ngapi wewe?
Alex. Njoo kwa mfuko.
Tunamaliza. Alisema dakika 10 tumemaliza.
Sawa.
Aliomba airtime Ben, waacha kutupeleka haraka. Inawezekana weka hiyo 1000 juu. Haya, inawezekana amesema hiyo 1000, Shiko na mimi na kuongezea 5000 na Bernard atoa 1000, tumefika 15000. Sawa.
Wacha itafika 20 tukiendelea, ndio itafika 20 kama tushafikisha 15.
Sasa pembeleza wanaume sasa.
Wewe Alex nyamaza. So Bernard,
nawe
asante.
mware wa maito tikagwire utikahenanie na andu aya wimenyerera muno
Ndigetekera. Aya, sasa ningetaka kuchangia kwa hii nini ya security. I've been following hii nini ya kule kunaitwa Ormoran huko Laikipia, and kama mnaonanga news, mmeona hao watu venye wamepigwa, wana mali zinachomwa, vitu zinaibiwa, wamama the women get raped and so on. For me, venye nimesikia from watu and me having relatives there venye wamekuwa affected na hiyo nini za hiyo story ya Olmoran Bernard, they say it's a political agenda, and also it's there are those people who want to kufukuzwa ndio wengine wanataka sasa mashamba. For me, I think as they have been saying, and me having relatives there, and according to my thinking, it's a political agenda, because tena right now venye tuko Kenya, hata kama mtu anajulikana ni yeye anapea watu pesa, and maybe anapea au watu pesa waende wapige watu, if that person is either in Azimio or in UDA, sisi wenyewe ndio tutaanza kusema ni politics. So we don't want watu wakiletwa, tukisema leo fulani ametajwa ikuwe ni wa Azimio ama ni wa UDA, sisi wote tutaanza kupigana na politics. Sasa watu wenye wako na shida, wenye wameadhiriwa hawatasaidika, because as for us we don't believe venye tumefika everything kitu inafanyikia mtu kama ni ya leader, sisi wote tunasema ni politics. So I think it's the high time and I'm hoping Raila akikuja we stop taking sides. Mtu akipatikana na makosa ama akiambiwa yeye maybe he or she is a suspect, apelekwe kotini, na sisi wenyewe watu waachie koti zikuwe independent pia, na sisi wenyewe tuache kusema ati ni fulani anapigwa mawe ama ni juu yako Azimio ama ni juu yako UDA. Ndio wale wenye wanaadhiriwa na hizo vita na hizo kupigwa, kunyanyaswa, at least they wasaidike, because that's the only way they will get justice, because if these people are not brought to book, then how will these people get justice? Kama wao bado they are still outside there, they are doing they are sponsoring those young men, giving them guns to kill people, kuiba mali ya watu. If those readers are not brought to books, ama wao watu wanafanya hivyo, then we will never have hatutaikuwa na what do you call it, hatutawahi kuwa na ile tunasema ati hao watu wamesaidika, because at the end of the day sisi wote tukisema sisi ni UDA, nikisikia mbunge wa UDA ameshikwa, mtu wa UDA atasema hiyo ni siasa, ukisikia wa Azimio ni siasa, and those people wanajifichanga kwa I don't know whether you people know, kuna hiyo inaitangwa Orpajeta Conservancy, wanasemanga wanajificha huko, it's owned by a mzungu, but yeye mwenyewe wakati aliojiwa na TV inaitwa Inoro, yeye alisema yeye kuna venye he also depends on the government to give him a security. So hakuna, sasa alisema hiyo ni ya serikali, na sasa serikali nayo sasa wakianza kuleta to bring when those people are brought to books, then we will say it's politics. Then how are we going to have a solution about this? So for me hizo mavita, hizo vitu za security, they are sponsored, and hizo ni vitu za politics. Politicians and leaders are the ones who should they are the ones who are sponsoring those people to go and kill people, to rape women. Watoto niliona kuna wakati hiyo huko Olmoran, watoto hata wako wanaenda shule, they were just staying at home because there is no security. People are just leaving their matrimonial homes and they go for rentals because you can't stay in your matrimonial home. Wao watu wakikuja wanabeba mifugo, and on top of that wanaacha wameua watu na wanachoma. So it's not just that they want wanataka kuchukua hiyo mifugo, they have another agenda, hiyo ya rand na hizo vitu za politics, ndio maybe jamii fulani itoke huko, but we can't say na tena sisi hatujafundishwa kama hatujafika that stage ya kusema sisi Wakenya bado tuko na we are very tribal, bado huko kuna ukabila sana. Sasa na sisi pia wenyewe hatujakubali kukaa pamoja, jamii tofauti tofauti, so unaona hizo nini za tribal na politicians, maybe anaona maybe I have a certain percentage of a certain community who are living here, so I will join hands and sponsor some people and give them money, ndio they try to evict those the other community whom they feel they don't belong there. So it's more of leaders, they are involved in such, but then my question is, when they are brought to books, then we will say ni politics, then tunasema wanaonewa. So that's all I can say for now, Bernard. I'll contribute more later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shiko. Thank you, and I can see there is happy birthday to you. Is it your birthday or what am I reading?
Yes, it's my birthday, imefika. Sasa si mnaweza niambia hapo happy birthday kina Alex. Alex anapiga makofi.
By the way,
inawezekana ongoza kwaya.
Nilikwambia wachana na wao. I'm the one who remembered you. Wow. I wish ningejua kuimba happy birthday kwa Kikuyu.
Okay.
Ningekuimbia vizuri.
Let me let that one drop. Huh? But her birthday, Shiko, yeah. Thank you so much. We thank God for you, and have a great new year. A great new year full of God's blessings, favor, as you shine on.
Thank you.
Now, let's do this. Inawezekana ndio amekuja saa hii. Naomba Alex afanye submission yake, hajafanya submission tangu akuje hapa. Akishamaliza submission, kwanza nitamwachia uchairman mpaka Themba akuje. Bundi, why is your mic on?
Sorry, Bernard. Sorry, I've seen someone who is saying that alituma 5K on my behalf. I think you have that on record. Anajiita not
yes,
nice
now
show.
I am being asked whether I told you. I didn't. Me, I assumed I received the money in your name, and my assumption was you had sent the person or asked the person to do so. But now he's asking me whether I told you that he sent 5,000 on your behalf.
Hata sikujua yani, unaona niko na marafiki wazuri. I don't know. Siku anajua kama ilitolewa, na wewe uwezi niambia Bernard, and you have my number.
I'm telling you, my assumption was you are in communication with the person, because he said I'm sending 5,000 to Kiko, but that day you are not there. I think you are still feeling so it was just my oversight assumption that niwe umemtuma atume hizo hela, but saya ananiuliza kama nimekuambia, so ndio nimekutana na wewe leo ndio nakuambia.
Nimeshukuru sana, not nice show.
Hiyo jina nzuri sana, not nice.
Not nice show. Now, Alex, you come in and then ensure these people who have not spoken will speak first. But you must revisit.
Wacha niongee ya mwisho.
Yes.
PK has come. PK Stone can take charge.
Wacha niongee ya mwisho.
Subirini tafadhali, hata sijaondoka mshaanza kukoroga. Relax. Thank you.
Wacha niongee ya mwisho.
Bernard
amesema ametuma 6K, ataongeza 6K kwa challenge yangu, so imekuwa 21 sahi. Not nice show. amesema Arex aone kama Arex atambeat.
Huyo nitambeat huyo, mimi sio Kang'ata, natoa 40,000. Mimi ni hustler mwenyewe.
So ameongeza kwa
kuwa governor, kama unataka kuwa governor hautoi 40,000.
Sasa ameongeza 6k imekuwa 21 Bernard. So acha ifike 30.
Tuongee, hiyo challenge yako inaendelea, si uko bado?
Niko.
Yeah, hiyo challenge yako ndio iko tu, it's still the motion on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as unatukumbusha.
Okay.
So my submission will be very short. I think the security is a remote issue, and especially I've been a victim of security, so I feel I'm inadequate to comment about it. But nevertheless, because that's the topic, I will do two submissions. The first one is, when Uhuru came into the presidency, he admitted later on, when Ole Lenku was either fired or he resigned, whichever that it was, that he appointed a person that did not qualify for a job. And it took him so long to acknowledge it. All of you live in Kenya, and somehow, even though some of us don't live in Kenya, we saw the blunders the cabinet then security minister Ole Lenku made over and over, until even when Westgate was being bombarded, the guy had no clue totally. We didn't even know who had been sent to rescue people. And you could realize that in our country, we live by the grace of God. We have no security, because whatever communications that were coming from internal security were totally conflicting for the reality that the TV people were giving us. That is a disconnect and discourse that we can never come into terms with. That the minister or Lelenku later on an interview said, the president gave him a job without even his own knowledge. He went to apply for a job for a PS, and he was told he's a minister for what? Security. The guy was a professional hotelier. The guy, the only thing he ever knew was Utalii College, and he was very professional in it. In fact, had he been given the Ministry of Tourism, at least there was a line of engagement there. So why am I giving that illustration? Is that we have politicized the Ministry of Interior Security, thinking that if we get people who are close to us, that will be the right way to carry or to govern the country. It doesn't work that way. In this country where I live, when Obama came in, the person that was the Homeland Security was a strong conservative. In fact, the cream of conservatives that do not like Democrats completely, but his qualifications were beyond the bar. And Obama kept him. Why? Because security is not a political thing. And we haven't reached a point whereby we realize that there are people who have risen in ranks and in merit within the security sector. Kutoka sijui ni AP, akakuja, akapanda. The way Natembea told us in that show that how he rose ranks, to a point that now the people of Trans Nzoia look at him as somebody who is formidable, indomitable. Why? Because he rose through the ranks in the security. He was never taken from somewhere to inside. And you get to be trusted because you know exactly what you are dealing with. And I think that is the missing spice within the security. So when you look that disconnect, you realize that political appointments in the security sector is something that needs to be talked over. When we take over, when people are elected as MPs, one thing we forget is that the first thing we do is to elect the speaker. Immediately we elect the speaker, you are non-party. Now you start looking for where you can serve in a committee. And last time you see people like Otienda Amolo who are qualified to be in the judicial committee were put away. The people who were put in were people who did not qualify. So I think the country should be put first. If Murkomen qualifies in the judicial committee, I think it would be unfair for us to think that since he's on the other aisle, we cannot engage him in the matters of security. The moment we stop doing that, that is when we will truly get the security of Kenya. The next thing is when we talk about security, and hopefully I don't say it in a wrong way, we should not look it from only the local point of view. If we look it as Kenyans, then I think it's easier to tackle, because security is a collective issue and it needs collective solution. It cannot be in collective, so that you think that you can resolve a problem here and over here you cannot resolve it. Case study is what happened when Saitoti was the Minister for Security. You know, he massaged, he tried to keep it, he tried to do the best he could. When it became unattainable that he's failing, he went to Eastlands and he flushed the terrorists. Whether they were inside the mosque, whether they were inside the house, whether they were politicians, whatever caliber they were, and all Kenyans supported him. And I remember there was an incident in Mombasa, if you remember. He went to the mosque and people started complaining, oh, the mosque is an untouchable thing. Joho was the first person to say, no, if they go to the mosque, we will go in and we will flush them. And you remember there were people who were taken out of the mosque. Why was that? Because at that point, we realized that security was collective. So if security is not taken as a collective issue for all of us, I mean, we can never be able. And Koigi Wamwera once wrote, when I was younger and I used to read him, he said, if you cannot give the people who are lower security, you cannot feed the person who is up. In other words, if you cannot feed the person who is down, you cannot protect the people who are up. So where security is not just the physical security. What brings insecurity of physical body and other things is because people do not have jobs, people are not busy, the economy is not growing, and all mannerism of what? Idleness creep in, and you find that when our young people with the greatest energies are left like that, they have nothing to do. And by the age of 40 years, somebody cannot be able to marry or have a family because they don't have a job. Where are you going to take your children or your family? And I think that is the common thing in all societies, that insecurity creeps out of idleness. If you engage the young people, give them your jobs, create the economy, be committed to giving them what they need in order to have something they can hold on to, because you can't want to destroy your society when you know in that society you have a job, you have your own house. You will try to keep the society safe. Why? You have rental houses, you have a business, or you have a family. So when you don't have a family, you don't have a house, you don't have a business, you don't have a job, there is nothing you can fight for. So insecurity cannot just be fought by mere putting the police there. You have to fight it by giving people the means of living. So without giving people means of living, we are still going to have insecurity. So insecurity creeps out of desperation. So the government must know that it has made us desperate, and that's why they are insecure. If they have and we don't have, we will try to get it by force from them. Those are my submissions.
Nani inawezekana Asimio uongee upishe Stone PK alafu atachukulia hapo until Bernard come back. Okay?
No, I'm still listening. Bado sija, I was not prepared. Maybe someone else can take the stage, please.
Okay, Stone
Oh,
PK
Duke, wacha
just
Duke aongee. Duke alikuwa mbele ya Stone PK.
Okay, so I'm happy today that we have a topic which is neutral. You know, sometimes politics can make individuals fight. So first of all, I want to start my submission by saying insecurity is artificial. It's caused by human beings. And human beings can contribute to insecurity in two ways. First of all, we have individuals who actually do the crime, the criminals. Another way is that we have individuals who have the mandate, who have been given the responsibility to take care of the nation or to take care of the citizens, and then they fail. But these people are humans. Like us, I hope all of us are good people. Like us, they have brains. And like us, they are able to think. They are able to make decisions. The question is, what makes these people to make wrong decisions? What can make a person to decide to go and kill another person? That's the question. And the answer to my question was answered by Jimmy Carter, who was the Supreme Commander of the Pacific War, when the United States occupied Japan, trying to convert that tyranny into a democracy. He said that these people, like us, are humans. And like us, they have brains and they are able to think. What makes them to make wrong decisions is the ideas they have, what they are exposed to, the circumstances they are in. So the key is the ideas which we have, individuals have. And one critical aspect which makes individuals to have specific ideas is education. So I want to use the term education here in a broad way. In that way, I incorporate both formal and informal education. So if we have information which makes individuals have particular ideas in their mind, those ideas can compel those individuals to be crimes, to commit a crime, or to be criminals. So those ideas may arise from religion, they may arise from cultural factors. And in this case, if you talk about the internal security issues in Kenya, largely they are as a result of cultural practices. Today, if you go to somewhere in Pokot, you can find individuals who have never gone to school, who knows that the function of a gun, you have to take a gun and take care of your cattle. And when you reach a particular age, you go to a neighboring tribe. You bring cattle so that you can pay as dowry. So you can see those individuals, they have wrong ideas. And the only way that those ideas can be, the only way we can do away with insecurity is trying to change the ideas of those individuals. And it has been demonstrated that you cannot win insecurity by the use of force. That's why the US moved out of Afghanistan, because it was unable to use force to eliminate the insecurity there. You have to change the mind. So for me, I am proposing in education way we can try to ensure that, for instance, in the affected areas, we have proper education institutions. We have like all boarding schools where all kids are taken to school and are educated. So if a person goes to school, you are able to get proper information. You are able to get civilized. You are actually, if you go to Pokot, individuals, they don't know even it is illegal to have a gun. They walk across the police station, even they know, they don't know that it's illegal for you to have a gun. Therefore, when you give people information, you educate them, first of all, they are able to know the rules so that they can abide by. So education is essential for them to do that. Another factor I want to talk about is about, we talk about other factors, preferring circumstances on the ground. For instance, we talk about poverty and inclusivity. If, for example, you go to Northeastern, you can see people are very poor. Drought is everywhere, cattle dying, no food, nothing. So if somebody comes from Somalia with money and tells you, you want to recruit you to join our organization, we have enough food, we'll give you money, we will give you everything. That can make, because of those circumstances those individuals are undergoing through, it makes them to be very easy to be recruited into criminal gangs. So we need to include we want to have inclusivity. So those communities which feel marginalized, the government should distribute resources to them so that we have enough balls, we have enough resources, so that each person, a person can behave in a human way under the right circumstances. There is several scenarios where humans have stopped to be humans because of the prevailing circumstances. For instance, in North Korea, during the Great Famine of 1994 to 1998, some individuals turned into cannibals because there was nothing to eat. So humans are humane if we have proper circumstances. So another fact I want to talk about is about politics in critical issues. So we find that we have insecurity because there is maybe cattle rustling, but you find that political leaders of a particular tribe are supporting their individuals, and those from another tribe, they are supporting their individuals. They don't want to know whether they are right or wrong, just they want to appear supporting them so that they can be elected to retain power. So one way of dealing with insecurity is about eliminating politics from security. So that's very critical. Another key issue I want to talk about, which is the cause, is about corruption. Most of the cattle which is stored in those areas, most of them ends here in Nairobi. You may be surprised we have the beef in big restaurants comes from those areas. So you find that those animals are able to transport it to Nairobi through security checks. Individuals are bribed so that people are able to steal cattle and then they bring them to Nairobi, so where they can find markets. Because individuals are bribed. If, for example, I know there is like a form of marking of those animals. Some animals are marked. So if we have tight security and proper inspection, you find that those animals which have stolen cannot go into the market. So that one can discourage those individuals who commit those crimes to get profits. And another scenario is the corruption is in the police station. The police officers are the most corrupt. For instance, I remember giving an example where there was an individual who was an AP in Mandera, and then there were individuals who were coming from Somalia. Those individuals did not know any Swahili, they were in a truck, and those individuals tried to bribe them 100,000. And those guys saw this can be Al-Shabaab. They refused the bribe, they took them to the commander, the head of the station. But the head of the station took the money and then released the individuals. And those now that the guy started to take any smaller bribe, because if he takes those people to their head or their reader, they get released. So corruption also contributes to that. Actually, those are my submission today. Unless a person has a question.
Thank you very much. Alex, you gave me this job. Now can disappear.
No, I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, Alex, thanks.
I'm
Okay.
here and you should take over.
All right, let me do it. Kama umesema wacha nifanye tu. Mimi ni mtoto mwaminifu.
Unajua na just do it in a good way. Tunakuheshimu. Asante.
Sawa. So I don't know. I was not given any specific order. So maybe I'll first of all say jambo nyinyi wote, and then good to see you again. And then from there, I'll just say, without any particular order, anybody who has not submitted, I think, has a chance to do so. And if you are doing it on the second time, nani huyo? Inawezekana. Okay, great.
Yeah, inawezekana.
Okay, inawezekana is your time. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Stone PK and Alex, the moderators of this shift. Thank you. Okay, I don't have much to say or any knowledge to give on this panel concerning the security thing. But from what I've been hearing throughout the time, najua hii mambo ya insecurity imekuwa for a long time, especially those areas where there are cattle rustlers, where they claim that it's somehow rite of passage, it's just in the tradition. You have to go and steal cows, someone's cows. I mean, that is not right. Someone suggested on this panel that there should be gun control system whereby someone who does not own a gun, hiyo ni hatia. And I think in Kenya it's a law and people are not taking it seriously. The solution to this whole thing is just to tighten the law, people to be strict on the law and follow it. Hii mambo ya watu kuongezea siasa ya kwamba hawa ni watu wangu kwa hivyo nitawaprotect. You the politician who is protecting these people, you are the one who is supposed to be put into custody, kama venye one of the politician alishikwa juzi, you know. It's just about tightening the law and making sure that the law is followed. Ule mtu mwenye anaonekana ako na gun na haambiani reason kwa nini ako na hiyo gun, he should be just taken into custody ama yani just to make sure people don't own those guns in those areas, you know. And somehow I heard that ni jambo la kawaida watu yani it's part of their tradition and the Kenyan constitution, if I'm not wrong, the Kenyan constitution has given them a leeway to do such things. You know, it's not in this 21st century, such things should not be happening. And it is very sad that it is being politicized. Watu wanauliwa, ukiona kwa news, watu wengine wanaogopa hata kurudi manyumbani kwa sababu wanaogopa watakuja kuvamiwa usiku, you know. So we will be talking about this security thing, but sheria ambazo zimewekwa na hazifuatwi, then we will be not going and hatukuwa tunaendelea pale popote, hatutakuwa tuna make any steps forward. Moving far from the security thing, I would like to talk about what happened today during the UDA thing. You know, this is for the first time I saw there was a UDA campaign and the deputy president was not involved. So I think he's trying to somehow rebrand himself in the campaign thing, because watu wamezoea lazima akue hapo ndio the campaign iendelee. And I think it was somehow an advantage for him when he decided to do that today. And maybe I'm expecting aendelee kufanya hivyo in the next campaign. Si lazima akue. Kwa hiyo kama wameenda labda Ongatarongai, sio lazima akue hapo, akue ametuma team ambayo itakuwa inamrepresent kama leo venye akina Mudavadi wamekuwa hapo. And the way Margaret Wanjiru and Sakaja walipogombana hapo inaonyesha how the nominations are going to be tough. And I don't think these people are ready for that. Ingawaji inajulikana ya kwamba DP is a very good mobilizer and a very good organizer in his party. Hata yeye aliorganize the last nominations za Jubilee. But this time I think it's going to be tough, and people are just going to run away, people who are not organized. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And maybe if I get another point, I'll put forward. Thank you.
Bernard, I see you are back.
No, Stone PK, take over. Chana Bernard.
Si Bernard yuko bana. Mkubwa yuko.
He keeps coming in and out. You take over.
I only came to play jam. Wale watu wamejificha nyuma ya curtain. Operation Patrol. The screen is dark. There's a complaint on comment section.
Sisi wengine ni weusi sana.
Asante
Okay.
sana kwa kujionyesha kuka na kuonekana.
Na nani mwingine? Okay.
Endelea, don't pretend you did not see him.
Sawa Bernard. All right, thank you so much. Inawezekana. We are following msururu gani? Namuona Selina pale. Selina Sego, take over.
Okay, asante sana. Oh my God. Hii mambo ya security tumeongea. Kwanza nilifurahi wakati niliona Duke ya kwamba sehemu hizi za West Pokot, East Pokot like Baringo, kwanza poverty, watoto waendi shule, wako na hawana maji, wako na changa la njaa. Alafu Penat, kuna hizi jamii kwanza kama wakitaka kuoa, hii mambo ya kwenda kuipa ng'ombe, walikuwa naipa ng'ombe ndio apate ng'ombe za kuoa. Unajua kuna hizi jamii kama Turkana, kama Pokot, Marakwet, they don't have come we stay. Na kuoa pipi, unaoa na mali, uko na ng'ombe ngapi, uko na mbuzi ngapi. Na wasasi ya hiyo jamii sana sana wapatii watoto mali. So mtu anaenda kuipa ng'ombe akiwa Moran ndio aweze kuoa. Nilisikia mambo ya shule. Hawa watu Penat kwa miaka yote isipokuwa ni devolution ndio wameanza kupata pesa kidogo kwa counties ndio watoto waende shule. So changamoto, kabla hatujaongea mambo ya insecurity, ni serikali waone ni jinsi gani vijana wanasaidiwa, kwa sababu wengi unakuta, nimesikia mtu anasema wanatembea na bunduki hata wajui serikali iko. So ile kitu tunataka ndio security irudi chini. Kwanza hizi pesa za county, hawana mashule, vijana waendi shule, wasichana wanaolewa. So sana sana hii mambo ya kuipa ng'ombe, wakati watajua ya kwamba ni lazima afanye kitu ingine ndio aoe, asiende kuipa ndio aenda apeane kwa in-laws. So nafikiri hiyo jamii pia lazima warudishe nyuma mambo ya kuoa. Unajua watu wengine walikuwa napeana mpaka ng'ombe 10, 20. Siku hizi watu wanapeana moja, saa zingine hata hakuna. Lakini sehemu kama Pokot, sehemu kama Turkana, sehemu kama Marakwet tuko ndani, hiyo uwezi pata pipi bila kutoa mahari. So hiyo ndiyo changamoto moja, na hakuna msasi atakupatia pesa ya kuenda kupeana ndio uoe ama ng'ombe. So mtoto kijana akiwa 10 years anaanza kukua na ng'ombe zake. Akifika 15 years ameanza kujua ako na ng'ombe, anatakikana kuoa. Na hiyo kuoa ni ng'ombe karibu 20, karibu 50, uko na mbuzi. So hiyo ndiye kitu tunataka kabisa kuangalia. Alafu wakati walikuwa naongea 15% imeenda counties, haitasaidia hiyo watu. Kwanza kwa sababu unasikia Turkana walikuwa wakifika Kitale wanasema wamekuja Kenya. Unasikia ule Pokot ako huko ndani, ajui hata kuna nchi ingine watu wanaishi. I wish nyinyi mumeona wamama wanatembea uchi. Uchi wako na nguo kidogo, ukipita anapendua inakuja mbele. Ukienda anaiweka mbele. Ukienda nchi ya Pokot, huwezi jua wanaume wako. Lakini wako kwa miti juu. So ukienda mtu ya dunia ingine hujaiona mumama akitembea uchi, unajaribu kuangalia, hapo ndio utajua kuna wanaume walikuwa huko ndani. So desturi pia kimila yao patu iko very strong ya kwamba wasee, so wangeongelesha hii wasee wakubali kupeleka watoto shule, na si makosa yao. Hata chief, hata mtoto ya chief mwenye ameandikwa na serikali hawezi taka mtoto yake akue tofauti. Wale vijana wametoka university. Ukifika hiyo sehemu ya Pokot hautajua, kwa sababu akifika nyumbani anaweka suti yake Nairobi ama anaweka mahali anaishi. Akipiga nyumbani Pokot anaanza kuweka hiyo shuka. Utajua ule ameenda shule, utajua mwenye ameenda shule, kwa sababu wote wamefanana na wanaenda kuwinda pamoja. So tuombe sana ya kwamba wapate elimu na wapate equal opportunities. Wakuwe na equal opportunities kama watoto wengine ama kama watu wengine wa Kenya. Otherwise kusema hiyo security itaisha, haiwezi juu hao wanaume wanataka kuoa na wanataka kutoa mahari, na uwezi kaa na mtoto ya mtu bila kulipa ng'ombe. Hiyo tu ndiye nilikuwa nasikia watu wameongea, lakini lazima tukiongea tujaribu kujua chanzo. Hiyo county changamoto yao ni nini? Hawana mahindi, hawana chakula. So chakula yao kwanza ni ng'ombe na mbuzi, kwa sababu ni desert. So tujaribu kujua hizo. Tukijua tujue tutawasaidia namna gani. Kama counties wenye wako na mali ama wako sawa wanapata 15%. Those are the counties wangekuwa wanapatiwa pesa ya kutosha, ama ndio wachenge mashule, kwa sababu serikali hiyo counties hawana mashule. So hizi pesa za counties government ingesaidia hawa, ingeinua watu kama Marsabit, watu hii yote wapatiwe, wainuliwe, washikane na watu kama wametoka Nandi, uko Kisii, tuseme uko Nyandarua, tuseme, kwa sababu hawa watu wako chini. They are not even qualified to be Kenyans. Kwa sababu hakuna mtu anaangalia. Saa hii tunajaribu kusaidia watu ya Marsabit, hawana chakula, lakini si tuko na serikali Kenya na si tuko na viongozi Kenya, na hakuna mtu anaongea kuhusu hao. So wakati haki yao ni kuuana ndio waishi. So Pokot wanakuja kuipa kwa Turkana kwa sababu ni wakati wanataka kuoa. Turkana wanaenda kuipa kwa Pokot, wanaenda kuipa kwa Marakwet. So it is like hiyo ni normal. Wanaume hiyo ni kama mnaenda kusoma. So watu wengine wanapishania madigrii, professors na PhDs. Hawa wanashindania kama kijana niko na ng'ombe 10, niko na ng'ombe 20 na ninaweza oa. So nafikiri wacha niwaachie hapo na tuchunguze sana shida ya hawa ili tuone tutawasaidia namna gani. Asanteni Bernard.
Thank you very much, Madam Selina.
Niko na swali ama naweza kuongea?
Haya, swali la kwanza kutoka kwa Alex, afuatwe na swali la inawezekana, alafu Kip utaingia baadaye.
Mama Selina, asante sana kwa kuongea kile ambacho nilikuwa naogopa kuuliza, kwa maana sikuwa nataka mjadala huu uende kwa mrengo ambao tungeonekana kuwa wengine hatuelewi. From your point of view ni kuwa most of this insecurity is coming from cattle rustling, and cattle rustling seems to be a cultural issue whereby for you to reach manhood and to be able to marry, you need so many cattle, and in the end you cannot afford them, therefore the solution is to steal. So, and that thing has been going, it's a cultural thing that has perpetuated the 2-3 communities for so many years. If that is so, what is your proposal in terms of how to end and deal with cultural issues such as that, since it looks like it's not a security issue now, it's a cultural issue?
Yes, kwangu nimesema hivyo kwa sababu hao vijana wakiesa kuonyeshwa kitu ingine ya kufanya ndio wapate pesa. Kama sasa wapelekwe shule, alafu wakiwa pale, kama kuna irrigation waambiwe sasa, okay, unaweza lima kama kunawezekana kulima, lakini kama serikali ama county haitachukua hiyo hatua kuongelesha hawa vijana wanaume wamekuwa morant, kuambia ukitaka kuoa ama wasasi ya wasichana wawache kudai hiyo pesa mingi. Hata kijana akikuja na ng'ombe 2 ama 1 apatiwe pipi na waambiwe muende mutaruti baadaye. Lakini kama still lazima ukuwe na ng'ombe 20, 50 na mbuzi 30, hakuna vile kijana ya Pokot, kijana ya Turkana, kijana ya Marakwet tuko ndani atakubali kuacha hiyo. So kitu changamoto ni serikali, na ni serikali ya county. Watafanyia nini hao vijana? Ya pili, wapelekwe shule, waelewe kumbe si ng'ombe tu, kuna kazi ingine tunaweza fanya ndiye tuweze kuoa. Hiyo tu ndiye shida, na hata ukisikia watu wanaongea, wakimaliza hiyo inji itapatilika. Sijui kama nimekuchipu.
Umejaribu, lakini kwa sababu it's a cultural issue whereby it's a rite of passage, serikali inaweza ingilia kweli, ama ni hao wanatakana wabadilishe njia zao, wajue kuwa tumepita huo wakati wa kuoa ng'ombe nyingi, na wakati huu unaweza lipa mahari kwa njia zingine. Huo si ni mjadala wao, unatakana uwe ni wao. Security inaweza ingia aje kuwapembeleza waache kulipa mahari na ng'ombe, waanze wabadilishe njia. Hiyo ni kitu national security inaweza wasaidia, ama it has to be a context of their own debate and realize that they have been past their time.
Hiyo mambo unasema Alex.
Ninauliza tu.
Wa mitaa, security ni chief, security ni MCA, na watu ya makanisa, kama kuna kuwa kanisa, wakae chini wajue kama vijana wametosha rika ya kuoa. Mimi nikiwa na mtoto msichana na amependana na Alex, na mimi kama mama ya msichana ama baba ya msichana, nianze kujua ni high time niache kupunish Alex ndiye achukue msichana yangu, ndiye amani ipatikane. Kwa sababu vijana yote chioni wanakaa na makukaa hapo nje, wanaongea. Si ati hii vijana wanaenda kuipa peke yao, unasikia wakienda kwa kuiba kuna elders. Hawa elders ni kina nani? Hawa elders wanaambia vijana wasee kama nyinyi, mtu mwenye ako mkubwa ya hiyo vijana, wanaenda wanaume kutangulia, kusurvey, kuchua huko Marakwet. Mkienda leo kuipa, kuna wanaume watu wasima wanatangulia, wanafanya survey, wanarudi wanasema tumeona na tumeenda hivi na mkienda hivi. Na hiyo vijana wakienda hiyo safari mbali, kuna wale kama askari wanaenda wanamwambia leo mnapumzika hapa. So hiyo kitu si ati mtoto anatoka kwa nyumba yake anaenda tu kuipa ng'ombe. Tafadhali, ni kitu inapangwa na watu wasima. Kuna wasee wanatangulia, wanaambia leo mkuje hivi, kesho mtaenda hivi, na tumeenda, wanakuja mpaka boma, wanajua wanaume ya Pokot wamelala wapi, wako wapi. Sasa kwa sababu samani haikukuwa na simu, hiyo wanakaa wanawekwa kwa kila mahali. So kumaliza hiyo ni hawa kwanza viongozi, hawa wenye wanaitwa elders, waambiwe wa stop. Hawa wakiwaja vijana watawacha. So saa hii tunaumisana, tunasema ni MP, tunasema ni senator, hapana, ni jamii kwa village, ile watu nyumba 10. Kwa sababu hiyo vijana, wewe Alex huwezi toka kwenyu uchukue punduki na ujui njia ya kwenda, na ujui wale vijana ya Marakwet wako ache. So ni kitu inafuatwa kama vile wanajeshi. Kuna jamii kama ya Kalenjin, Pokot na Turkana, training yao haipitani kitu na army. So wanajua, na kila mtu anajua, hata wakati wanalia, lakini they know the truth. Lazima wamalize hiyo ndio inji ikae vizuri. Ukifuata saa hii wanaendanga 10 years. Hawa vijana walikuwa wadogo, saa hii ni wakati wametosha kuoa. Group ingine itakuja. So mpaka wenyewe wamalize. It is not like serikali haiwezi. Serikali ni chief, serikali ni mzee wa mitaa, serikali ni wewe baba msasi. Uwezi kupatia kijana yako ng'ombe aoe ndio awache kuipa. Hiyo tu ndio itasaidia.
Mom Selina. Who is that? Keep subiri kidogo. Inawezekana swali lako bado lipo. Then keep it coming.
Yes. Just I need to interject for a little moment.
No, kidogo keep.
All right.
Okay, with all due respect, nimesikiza Mama Selina venye amesema, and it's exactly all I wanted to say, but ningependa kusema ya kwamba, you know, I think watu kwa shule, people have studied this, and to some extent people have come to say that some things are respectively, some things are good traditions and some things appear to be bad traditions. Maybe, if I can use that word, they are bad traditions. Like FGM, you know, FGM imepatiwa a lot of concentration. FGM has been fought because some communities zilikuwa zimeshikilia kabisa the issue of FGM. Concerning this one ambayo tunaongelelea, its root cause ni kwamba watu wanashikilia ng'ombe, wanasema hiyo ndio mali yao yote. That is their own definition of property. That's what they cling on. Wanasema in order to exchange this kwa njia ya mahari, kwa njia ya njia zingine, they classify ng'ombe as part of their wealth. So reports and all sorts of manner have been written in the institutions to bring recommendations on what should be done in these societies, in this community. Wanasema watu wabadilishwe their way of living. The serikali inafaa iingililie, ibadilishe the way of living. You should not entirely tegemea ng'ombe, kwa sababu tukitegemea hizi ng'ombe ndio inaleta hizi shida zingine ambazo tunaona, ambapo watu sasa wana design venye mama amesema, watu wanapangana usiku, design ya kijeshi, hadi wanaenda yani to them now it appears as a normal thing. We should to raid another place is just a normal thing, it's not a bad thing to them. Wewe mwenye uko huko nje wanakuambia hauwezi elewa hii kitu ni sisi ndio tunaelewa, it is our tradition, which in this 21st century, honestly speaking, it is not a normal thing, it is not a good thing, respectively, you know. What else did I want to say? Yeah, the communities, they don't hawatiliangi that kind of tradition. I remember personally kuna mtu tulisoma na yeye, and I think he was it for court, that guy akimaliza kusoma, when he graduated, that guy, he went back home and changed into their attire, as in they hold so much to the tradition, hata na hii elimu inafika wapi. Nimesikiza mama akisuggest watu wanafaa waelimishwe concerning this and that. The issue is wanashikilia sana their tradition, they don't want to leave it. So moving forward, the way forward should be wanafaa waambiwe, wapatiwe other solutions, like they should have another way of living. It should not be entirely on the cattle. If my point has been clear, thank you.
Oh, thank you, inawezekana keep. Yes, Selina.
Okay, nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza, anasema au watu wanatakikana kuchange ama hiyo culture. Ningetaka kuuliza kama wewe, tutasaidia hawa watu namna gani? Kwa sababu hata ule ulisoma na yeye, akimaliza degree yake bila kazi, anarudi pale nyumbani. Wale rika yake, kwa sababu kuna jamii watu wanafuata rika, sijui kama mnajua hiyo rika, your age mates. So akifika pale, yeye kama graduate moja, age mate yake 300 hawajaienda shule, hata wajui shule. Huyu itafiti, hata kama angetaka namna gani kupatilika, atapiti aende aingiane na wale age mate yake, ndiye akuwe na hiyo heshima. So kitu yenye tunataka kuomba ni kwamba watasaidiwa aje kukuwa na resources. Wako na hiyo ng'ombe, hakuna kitu ingine, wako na mbuzi. So ile kitu tunaomba serikali ni hii, kwa sababu inti yao ni desert. Mahindi iwezi kuwa kwa hiyo area, pengine chakula ingine iwezi kuwa kwa hiyo area. So wanaweza chimbiwa power holes, ama kama kabisa hakuna kitu ingine ya kufanya kwa hiyo inchi, lazima wa survive na hiyo mang'ombe na ngamia na mbuzi. Then serikali inaweza sema ng'ombe zako, kama uko na ndume ama uko na ndama ama uko na ng'ombe yako, serikali inakuja inanunua, ibadilishe na pesa. Hili ukiwa na ng'ombe 10, mtu anachunga hiyo 10, anajua ikifika kiasi hii kilo 50 ninaletewa pesa. Sasa kama serikali watafanya hiyo Kenya Meat, badala tuseme wakora wanafaidika, hiyo badala ya kwenda hiyo Kenya Meat irudi kwa hizo communities. Waende wachue Kibrono ako na ng'ombe 50, Saboti Ellis ako na ng'ombe hii, then wanaenda nunua kwa village. Hiyo ile wale wanaitwa nyumba 10, wanachua kwa hii village. Kenya Meat itoke Nairobi iende pale inunue, watu watafaitika. So kijana hataenda ipa na watapatiwa time hata ya kuona. So kila mtu atakuwa na chunga ng'ombe yake na anajua kuna auction yenye wanaenda wanauza mbuzi, wanauza ng'ombe, hapo wananunua chakula yao. Kama hauna mahindi, ukiuza ng'ombe yako 3, unaenda kwa cereal unanunua mahindi unapatilisha. Kama ni maji, wajimbiwe power hole. Hiyo ndiyo kitu watu wanakataa kufanya, kusaidia wenzao. Nafikiri sijui kama nimesema kitu ama
Mom.
Let me have inawezekana, can you mute please? Yeah, thank you. Keep coming.
Okay, Mom. first of all, I need to understand, are you from Baringo? Because Sego.
Okay, mimi nilisaliwa Nandi, nilikaa Baringo kutoka 1981 kwa usichana yangu mpaka 1997 nikihamia Nakuru. So mimi nimekaa Baringo, nimejua hiyo sehemu zote za Baringo kwa sababu nilikuwa youth ya KANU, nilienda Pokot, ninajua hiyo nchi yote kwa sababu wakati hizo NCO. So mimi ni Mnandi, lakini mimi ni kama Mtugen. Huko ndiye mahali nililelewa, huko ndiye mahali nilizaa watoto yangu mpaka nikaenda Nakuru.
Because mom, naona huko chini karibu hapo Elgeyo Marakwet coming down to Baringo, you seem to understand the culture that very well, very, very well. And umesema something very, very interesting about the culture of cattle. Our people are cattle people, and I can see we are very passionate about cattle. It's in our blood. Ng'ombe nyumbani ni kubwa sana. So you've talked about the political, the cultural angle of what's happening right now, and it's generation upon generation. Hata mimi mnaona niko huku diaspora, but I understand the concept about cattle in the mid area for the Kalenjins, the mid rift of Kalenjins. It's a very important thing. But there's two things that also affect that. There's the political aspect, which you've mentioned, and there's also the economical gain that is there. And in Kenya, politics and business come hand in hand. I mentioned this the other day. In the past, the political world and the business world or the accomplishing world were, you have to achieve one before you go to the other. So you become wealthy, you become established, whether you're a professor, teacher, or whatever it is, then you come into the political world once you've done that. So that's what that's why I want to say that the political world has been transferred. Everybody is going into the political world to gain wealth. And the reason why I have to mention that is this is a video that has been shared even before it came into the news within Mtembei TV. We shared that amongst ourselves and we discussed that. What I'm trying to say is the fact that if I have 1,000 cows that have made the youths in Baringo County to steal, I have 1,000 cows, I want them to steal for me. And each cow, I know the cost of cows in Kenya is about 30,000 Kenya shillings. So I've gotten this youth to do that as a businessman, right? Forget about the political angle. 30,000 Kenya shillings per cow. And then I have told them to rustle 1,000 cows for me to sell into the Kenya Meat Commission, right? What amount of money is that? That's about 30 million Kenya shillings. That's not little change. So that is the business aspect. So that is where the business community within I think our former leader of the government said is Sisinu Wafugaji. We understand it's very difficult for us to sell cattle, but if you're being told that if you sell 1,000 cows and you get 30 million, that's a lot of money. So from a business aspect within our community, that's a lot of money. So that is an incentive. Out of the 30 million, you get a few youths and then you give them 2 million each. You're still left with a bit of money to do the cattle rustling. So the problem is because the economic aspect within the areas, has not the infrastructure for us to develop an economic in economic transformation to feed ourselves as a community there has not been established because the government has been sleeping for years, will entice us to do cattle rustling there. So there's the historical factor, which is our culture, which is we want more cattle to look like men, or to look for a wife, or to do all this stuff, or to look wealthy. That is old school. But the modern days is now political and business. So what we need to do is not focus on what we think the problem is right now, which is just a third of it, which is the traditional aspect of it, but also look at these two other things, which is business and political aspects. Because with business, the business people will lobby to the political people to pressurize the government not to look into protecting security against cattle rustling. So it's like, oh, I'm making 30 million. So if I'm making 30 million, I'm going to press my MP and bribe him, or my MC, or my senator, or my governor, not to stop this practice from happening because I'm making money. So that's why I'm trying to join the political aspect with the business aspect of it.
Keep
Sorry.
a little bit, keep as you talk. This cattle rustling, kuna ng'ombe hizi ya crate. They cannot come and steal Persian Asia. Ile ng'ombe wanaipa, ile mambo watu wanapigania ni ile ng'ombe ya kienyeji. Ile ng'ombe, ile so
Zebu,
tukiongea
the Zebu cattle, the Zebu
yes,
hybrid.
so saa ile tunaongea, usifikirie ng'ombe yako ile ya masiwa wanakuja kuipa. Wanataka ile ng'ombe inaweza enda miles and miles bila kuchoka. Ile ng'ombe si lazima upatie maji ama nyasi. So wakati tunaongea tuweke tofauti ndio communities wengine waelewe ni ng'ombe gani hasa wanaipa. Wanakuja kuipa your Persian ama Asia? No, kuna aina ya ng'ombe ile hii watu wanaipa, na hii watu wafukaji wanalisha. So tukiongea Masai, Turkana, Pokot, Rendiles, na hiyo watu ya Northeastern, hizo ng'ombe yao ni ile hata wewe mtu wesi masiwa chupa inaitwa nini? Inatoa nusu chupa.
No, I agree.
Unaweza pata 10 nje ichae kalani moja.
But I agree.
Nilitaka kufafanisha
No,
watu.
but mom, before you go, mom, I agree with you. But before you go, but why is it that this cattle rustling, even before 2013 and at any election period, why is cattle rustling always happening before election period? Why is it now? We didn't hear about that previously. Why is it happening right now, just before elections? Why is this problem happening during the election period?
Okay, kwa sasa kuna kingpin, kuna mtu amekuwa, wakati tulikuwa na Moi angeita wasee ya Tugen, ya Elgeyo Marakwet, ya Turkana na Pokot, akawakalisha chini. Na ilikuwa ni very
Samburu,
ukumbuke na Samburu na KMCs. Ukumbuke Chelangat alikufa. BC alienda akashutiwa down wakati Moi alifuata kabisa. Saa hii kuna political environment inaendelea kwa sababu moja, deputy president kwa sasa tunafikiria ni kiongozi yetu ya Rift Valley. Alafu kuna KANU, kuna Gideon Moi ameshikilia kwa Baringo, na watu ya Baringo deputy president amejaribu sana kumaliza Gideon, lakini imekuwa ngumu. So hii siasa ndio sababu niliuliza kwa nini unauliza Gideon Moi kama senator na uwezi ongea kuhusu Makurumen ni senator, na uwezi ongea kuhusu Pokisho na ni senator, the 3 senators. So hii ni siasa ya kwamba Baringo County wamekuwa UDA kwa councillors, lakini ikifika sikiti kuna Chelugoi mwenye alikuwa anapigana na Gideon. Kuna hiyo heshima Watuken wanasema tunapatia msee heshima. Wakisikia kutupa Gideon wanakumbuka Moi. Alafu huyu Gideon pia amekuwa wa ajabu. Achai tusi mtu. Achai kuwa na kila kitu yenye achipiki kifua. Achai toka akasema yeye ni kijana ya former president. achalazimisha mtu, hako humble kivyake. So watu wakilinganisha mambo ya Gideon na viongozi wengine wanashindwa njia ya kupika Gideon. Huyu Kamket, kulikuwa na speaker ya Baringo walimtoa wakisema ameshikana na Kamket. So hii ni siasa, ndiye tunalaumu serikali, na ndiye nikasema kabla uchalaumu serikali ama uchalaumu Gideon, ulisa ule MCA, ulisa ule mzee wa nyumba 10, ulisa tekafana, kwa sababu huyo ndiye baba ya county. So hii ni siasa, lakini siasa hii ni kuchapa Gideon. Ndio sababu unasikia wamewekwa hiyo akili ya kwamba ni makosa ya senator, achakuja na achaongea. Senator ni rafiki ya rais. It is not the truth, it is politics. Kuna mtu anataka kuwa king ya Kalenjin na ana feel threatened kwa sababu Gideon anakubalika at least kila mahali juu, atusi watu, aendi kwa jamii hii, anasema nyinyi wanaume amuko, aendi hapa. Sasa hapo kuna wanaume wawili, kuna deputy amepata chance kuwa rais, deputy rais, kuna huyo Gideon ni senator lakini ni kiongozi kwa yeye. Walisema ajui Kiswahili, walikuwa nasema anajua Kiingereza. Huyo kijana ameenda mpaka amerudi, amesoma, anaongea Kiswahili. So siasa ya Baringo, siasa ya Wakalenjin ndio inatuhuma sisi wenyewe. Kama kina Kimayo ni security men wale wa maana. So mimi nataka kusema Kibet, ukiendelea keep as tunaongea na Kenyans, as tunaongea mambo ya security, lazima sisi wa Kalenjin turudi pale tujilaumu kwamba kama wewe ni baba ya Wakalenjin, kwa nini usipende manduku zako? Tuko na kijana mkubwa, tuko na kijana mdogo, tuko na lastborn. Kwa nyumba ya mwanamke anaweza kuwa na wanaume 10 kwa nyumba. Sijaiona nyumba inapenda mtoto ya kwanza na inaua hii ingine yote. Watu wanachunga watoto yao yote. Huyu mkubwa akioa akuwe na poma yake, hao wengine watafuata polepole. Hiyo ndiye shida wa Kalenjin tuko naye. Tusiambukishe Kenyans makosa yetu, pila tumesahau kufuata wasee, vile tumesahau kusikia kimila. Hiyo ndiye shida inatuua. Sijui kama nimekujibu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mama Selina. Keep, I think we have dwelt so much on
Yes.
the cattle rustling as if it's the main security threat in the country. It's good you have given us some insight, and I think we should address them broadly. Thank you. So, were you through, Kip?
No, I wasn't. I think I'm still with the fight with Mama Selina. I'm not going to let it go. So if you allow me, if it's all right with the group, Mom, today I'm with you because we're the same community. If that's okay with you, PK.
What do others feel? Anybody else who wants to?
Can I put one point, Mr. PK, please? And keep, if you allow, just one sentence.
Go ahead.
Also, yes, respectively, somehow you ask if what if they can move away from their cattle, because that is the main thing that respectively they rely on. But looking at other tribes that have traditionally relied on cattle, like the Tanzanian Maasai, have any of you realized that some of them, they have taken business as their main thing that they do on day-to-day basis? Like when you go to Gikomba, you will find most Tanzanian Maasai. That's the one thing that they are doing. So it is not difficult to move away from just rearing cattle, if respectively I can put it that way. People, some communities have been able to move away from that. So that one should not be very hard. It's just that they want to hold it very much to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Zakana. I'll keep 2 minutes at least, and then maybe I'll do my submission.
Sure. It's just gonna be 2 minutes. I really like that.
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Yes, Alex, you owe me 3,000 for the. I reclaim my time. I'd like to reclaim my time. Madam, I really like that we are from the same region. This is very exciting for me, and this is what I want to add. It's the fact that you're agreeing with me right now from what you're saying, that the cattle rustling is actually localized politics. Localized politics by politicians during election period that makes us come into violence. These things happen all the time. It's just that right now it's being put into the broader side of the media to show that cattle rustling is happening. Yet this has been happening for generations and generations and it's been emphasized by politicians. You talk about Gideon Moi, yeah, and you're saying they're hitting him hard. This has been generational politics that has been happening. Why hasn't Baringo been the richest county in North Rift? Yeah, why hasn't that been the richest county? It's because they're only coming here for seats. The Moi family is coming here for seats for generations. So that as one point doesn't make me very happy. So I'm left with 1 more minute. Alex, please do not hit me. As for the first point, you talked about the kind of cattle breed. Yes, Guernsey cattle or Jersey cattle, which is a Scottish breed, which is usually used by most of North Rift. There's also the Zebu crossbreeds that come in to the semi-arid areas in North Rift, which includes the Samburu people, the Pokot people, the Turkana people. Doesn't mean they're not prone to disease as much as the Guernsey and the Jersey breed from Scotland. They're also prone to disease. Yes, they can last longer in the desert, but that doesn't mean they don't die of disease. So that makes the argument of the breed that they're looking for cattle and rustling mute, because when a cattle rustler is coming to steal cattle, they're not looking for breed, they're coming to steal. So it doesn't okay, even if it's a Zebu cattle they're coming to steal, they are still coming to steal from our community. They're still coming to steal from our people. So it might be a traditional aspect of it, but I think nowadays it's more emphasized on the political and economical factors rather than the traditional one. The traditional stuff is actually an excuse, coming down to what inaweza kana alisema the FGM, female mutual genital manipulation, is men or people who are in power always look for the things that give them advantage, to take from our traditions and leave the good stuff. So they always look at things that make them look feel more powerful, to oppress the smaller people. So we are looking at the bad traditions from our culture and then trying to put a bad face in it. Because when God willing, when I get married, I will still send cattle, even if it's in Europe. I'll send cattle to my future wife's house. It doesn't matter. That is my culture. That's what I believe in, and we cannot let politicians dirty our traditions, because what my dad told me about that tradition is, I'm thanking my wife's family for taking care of my future wife. So we can't dirty that with political statements that are coming from Murkomen and the likes for that. That really makes me feel have a bad feeling about such statements from politicians, because why is it happening now, 6 months before elections? So, Mom, for the first time, I think I'm a bit not with you there.
Okay, Kip. Thank you so much for your indulgence, and I want to call upon who admitted. Raphael Rotich, you want to come in, and then Shiko? Okay. Jared, do we go ladies first? You are a gentleman, I'm sure.
Okay, ladies first.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Okay, Shiko, take it.
Stone PK, hi. Nilikuwa nimeongea, so Jared anaweza ongea kwanza.
Oh, okay,
Sijamsikia.
sawa. Thanks, Shiko. Okay, Raphael Rotich, endelea. Oh, Jared, you're back.
Yeah. Anybody can
Then
go
it should be
because
Jared, and
we had
then
already talked. We had already contributed. If there is somebody who has not contributed, they can go first.
Okay, thank you. Let's have power so then, Raphael.
Okay, nataka niulize tu swali.
Stone PK.
Yes.
We have a
Yes.
challenge. We are at 21,000. Nimesema leo juu ni birthday yangu, nataka ifike maybe 50. If we can't, then I sleep. So ndio umeingia, nilikuwa nauliza kama kwa challenge yangu ungeniekea kitu mkiwa na Kip na Mama Serena.
Okay. That is queued now.
Nitakutumia 500. Nitatumana 500.
Mama Selina, hapo unaweka wa mama chini. Mama Selina.
Hapana, hapo ni sawa. Hapo.
Hapana.
One moment.
Tingisha. Mama tingisha.
Ongezea mama wewe Alex. Ongezea mama ifike
tingisha.
Na Kip.
Mama tingisha.
Wacha kijana yangu Kip aniongezee. Kip, ongezea mama tafadhali.
Sasa, you know, I have a deal with Alex. Huh? Alex, what's up?
Wesi kosa sukari ya mama. Unajua hata saa ile unatembea unaweka
niaje bro.
Tubebe mama leo, si ndio?
Ukikubali kwanza tuache kuiba ng'ombe, tukaacha cat wrestling, tunaoa, tukipata kazi tutafanya hivi.
Sawa. Basi tufanye hivyo basi Alex, utaangusha ngapi?
We niambie unataka kuangusha ngapi kwanza? Kwanza we uko na Azimio yote mzima. Angalia nyuma ni Azimio. Mini village party.
I'm also a village, mimi niko mashinani.
Hapana, we ni Azimio, mimi ni village party.
So, we nikikufuata na 2, wewe nifuate na 2. Ama ni aje? Alafu tubebe mama. 2.
Mimi nitaweka 1999.
Alafu mimi niweke 2, alafu tushike mama. Alafu iishe.
Ongeza 3 kwa 5.
Okay, umenishika hapo. 3.
Sawa. Tunaendelea.
Yeah.
So hizo ni ngapi, Alex?
Hiyo sio yako, hiyo ni ya mama.
5,500.
Hiyo ni mama Selina, hapana.
Mimi nauliza yenye Kip amenitolea.
3 between me and Alex is 5,000, and then tukiweka mom,
yeah, plus
inakuja
500.
Yeah, 5,500, lakini yote tunaweka mama Selina together. Hiyo mimi na Alex.
Stone wekea mama 500. Stone wekea mama 500. Unajua Stone kwa Kikisi tunamuita Magena.
na yote tutaita mama Selina contribution. Please, this is for
Kwanza my sister ameolewa pale Nyangina. So mimi sijui naitwa nini kwa Kisii.
Hiyo ni kwanza, hiyo ndio mawe ngumu kabisa Nyange, na sasa ndio ile mawe ngumu kabisa.
Hapo Kisii town ukiteremuka kidogo chini ya hospitali.
Jared, si uambie yeye Magena na Nyange na yote ni mawe.
Lewa hapo.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Happy birthday Shiko, siku wako wakati uli. Yes. Happy birthday Shiko.
Unaniwekea ngapi?
Si imeongezwa hapo, imefika 6,000.
Na wewe ndio nauliza.
Alex ameniambia niongeze 500 hapo.
Anashukuru Kip.
Sema.
Iko mtu ameuliza hapa swali kwa comments. Wewe uliiba ng'ombe ngapi ama una enjoy come we stay? Huyo ni Patrick Kizito amejificha kwa comment, anakuuliza huyo ni Kizito.
That is, unajua mtu anakuja behind the curtains anafaa kuchapwa fine. Mwambie atoe 2,000 huyo.
Huyu ako Turkey, hataki kuingia, nimempembeleza leo amekataa.
Behind the curtains is not allowed. There are rules here.
Nani? PK. Huyo nani Kizito anauliza namba, so unaweza mpia hiyo namba ya Bernard atume hapo. Zikiwa na Bernard.
Kizito ambia Kizito atupe challenge.
No, anatoa on my behalf, Alex.
No, ndio. Mwambie atupe challenge. Kizito ako na pesa. Kwanza ako na bibi 4, kama uste 4.
Anauliza namba, mpe hiyo. Unaweza mpia hiyo ya Bernard.
Nitampatia ya Bernard huko kwa comment huko. Ama ako Kenya? No, he's not in Kenya.
Ako Turkey, ako Turkey.
Turkey sasa ni 784.
Mpe namba yake, anajua vile anatuma, iko njia wanatuma.
Sawa.
Transfer wise, huh?
Okay, yeah, I'll post that on the other side.
Upatie Kiprotich tuambie hata yeye.
Yes, Rafael. Uwanja ni wako.
Shukran sana. Nawashukuru panelist, Shiro, Happy New Year. Nimependa vile Alex ameongea, vile Kip ameongea, vile pia Duke ameongea, vile Salina ameongea. So tukianzia hiyo actually wenye waliweka hii program ya leo security and Nairobi issue, at least wameondokea Azimio na mambo ya UDA. So we are discussing something which is tangible, inashika Kenya mzima. So nikianza na hii ya security. Security ya Pokot, I think we need to go back and see Pokot peke yao. Kuna Samburu, kuna Marakwet, kuna Turkana. Na ukiangalia Pokot, kulikuwa na massacre around 1940s. I think around 1940s if I'm not wrong. Na hiyo ndio ilifanya hao wakakuwa hardcore mpaka sasa hivi. And our ndio wawaje, we need, okay, kama serikali maybe they need to have like a long term and short term plans. And probably the short term plan, watu mtu amefikisha 14, 15, 18 years, amejua punduki, always palaka class 1. And the only option maybe, and it's the simplest, ni kuandika kazi. Kama ni kuweka kwa disciplined forces, kwa military, kwa police, kwa prison, I'm very sure discipline na watapata empowerment kurudi nyumbani huko wajisaidia. Biashara vile wameandikwa kazi, I'm very sure watoto wao wataenda shule. Na tamamu na watoto wakienda shule.
Kuna mtu acha nini, please acha mute ndiye kipa ongee, ndiye nani roti please.
Come again? Salina umesema?
Nasema kuna mtu alikuwa amewacha acha mute ndiye ukiongea tulikuwa tunasikia sauti, so unaweza endelea. Nafikiri ni PK
Okay,
ndiye anaongea na wewe uko on.
Okay, thank you very much. So the youth when you wako size, let's say between 18 years, 20 years, 15 years, kama wataenda wanaweza kuwa enrolled kwa discipline forces na wafunzwe such that tomorrow pia wakipata watoto wao wapeleke shule. I'm sure in the next 20 years hiyo story ya cattle rustling itakuwa imeisha. The other thing ni infrastructure, huko ifunguliwe because there is no road, there is nothing. au wakitoka asubuhi hakuna mahali pa kwenda, ni kupangaisa tu mtaani. Na vile Kip alikuwa amegusia story ya economical actually I cannot say economical empowerment, lakini kuna vile wakiiba hiyo pesa, wakiiba hiyo ng'ombe wanapata pesa. But I do suspect the leadership, starting from the MCA, name it, come it up all the way to the whoever atakuwa, hata kama ni senator ama nani. So I still think kuna ka weakness mahali, kuna loophole hapo. So the best ni chief na government wachukua wa vijana, lakini wasisema watu wawachie wasee. Vile Selina umesema mambo ya cultural, I think cultural saisi huko hiyo kitu ilisha. I also come from Kerio Valley na tulikuanga naye like long time, hiyo story ilisha. Ingine umesema it's between a fight between Ruto and Gideon. Okay, for me I don't see. Reason is this: we had Moi for almost 54 years. Nayo cattle rustling ilikuwa inaendelea along that region between Marakwet, Kerio Valley all the way to Laikipia. So it's something wamejifunza tu. It's only that maybe their leaders wamekataa kuingilia na kuwaelimisha. So let us not put the fight between Gideon and Ruto kwa cattle rustling. I don't see. Sioni mali hata inashikaniana. The other one, yeah, Wanjiru na Sakaja. On my personal opinion, ingeulizwa. Okay, one, Nairobi is like another country. It's cosmopolitan, kila mtu wako. Ingekuwa possible, we elect a leader ya Nairobi, either through parliament, vile mtu alikuwa amegusia story ya speaker, whereby he is always neutral. Ama mtu apply through, ama iwekwe kama metropolitan city. Kwa sahizi tukisema Wanjiru, okay, because mimi ni pro UDA, ndavote Wanjiru, but qualifications yake, can she qualify? Alifanya nini wakati alikuwa MP? Ama tuseme tuende kwa Sakaja because of numbers. Alifanya nini wakati alikuwa Senate? So we need to be sincere. We need to have a manager in Nairobi, not a politician. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Jared. Very, very objective discussion there. And yeah, it is true. Anybody else before I do my submission? I had not done it. I don't want to domineer. Kuna mtu ana swali kwa Oribat kwa nani? Kwa Raphael? Hakuna. I have an announcement I want to make.
Niko na moja.
Selina, aya, uliza Selina.
Okay, umesema unatoka Elgeyo na Elgeyo Marakwet, kuna hii watu wanapigana Elgeyo Marakwet, upande ya juu iko sawa, mahali wakulima wako wana mambo. Baringo pia Kabarnet ikuje this side hawana shida. Hii mambo ya cattle rationing ni huko Barwesa na huko chini ya Elgeyo. So alafu ukikuja hii app, nyinyi watu ya Mosop, kuna Mosop na kuna sijui mnaita aje, kuna Mosop ile watu wako huko chini na hii watu wako juu. Ukienda Parwesa huko chini, wale watu wanaongea karibu kama Pokot. You don't imagine they are like brothers from Kabarnet. Ukienda wale watu ya Elgeyo huko chini, wale wanakaa chini pale, huwezi imagine ni brothers ya Elgeyo wenye wako upper side. So kwa ukweli ni kwamba nyinyi wenye mko juu mumewacha hiyo traditional, na wale wako huko chini hata hiyo ya kutairisha wasichana bado inaendelea. So wewe umesema wewe umetoka Elgeyo, umetoka Keyo. Keyo kuna mara mingi kuna wale wandani huko wako na shida. Ni ukweli ama hapana?
Sawa, I think let's bring this to a conclusion. Ama ulikuwa unataka kujibu hiyo Raphael? Wewe unatoka Keyo Valley.
Mimi natoka Kerio Valley. That's along the border.
Yeah. Yes.
And actually mahali amesema ni ukweli, but kuna mahali amesahau, ingepitisha mpaka Mochongoi all the way to Laikipia. That's along that valley. And ile kitu inakosekana huko ni infrastructure.
Yes.
Pande ya juu ndio imewachwa kwa
Chemalingot
kuna
iende
mashule.
Chemalingot kwa East Baringo, Chemalingot mahali wanaesalima na wapande ishikane na Mochongoi hawana shida, lakini wale wako Kapedo huko chini, ile Pokoti ya huko chini mpaka Kapedo ishikane na Turkana, hawa ndio wako na hiyo shida mingi.
Actually even like 8 hours ago walikuwa wamepamia mahali Mochongoi. So hautatoa useme ni wapande ile ama wapande, as long as along that reach they have to do something.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen and lady. We've dealt in depth with the insecurity, cattle rustling. But when I check in my record, Kenya is suffering from all sorts of insecurity, beginning with number one, corruption. I'm happy, those of you who mentioned about corruption as insecurity number one. There is also the issue of terrorism. There is the issue of drugs. There is the issue of small arms, which have been infiltrated in the country. And there is the biggest one, which you guys are talking about. It's the repugnant cultural practices. You know, cultural practices that are outdated, which are now stroked by political henchmen. You know, ukiguza hiyo culture, watu wanaleta siasa. So this country, those issues, for me, I believe the cattle rustling and all those ones can be killed within a year. It can end. Hii maneno ya kuiba ng'ombe, sijui ati mnafanya nini, that can be killed within a year. Ask yourself, we have Uganda. We don't have cattle rustling in Uganda. We have the Karamojong. And a ministry was created for Karamoja to be able to deal with them, including empowerment and all that. Museveni has killed that. Look at Tanzania. They have more cows than Kenya, but there's nobody. We have tribes there also who have their cultures, like the Maasais and the Kurias and the rest, but they don't do this practice of going to raid and steal cattle. They don't have as good infrastructure. The infrastructure is affecting the entire East Africa. So for me, I think ni uzembe wa leadership. If today, for example, we got a leader ule atakaribia nusu ya Kagame, hakuna mtu ataguza ng'ombe ya mwingine, because mnataka mtu akiiba ng'ombe, it's criminal. It should be treated as that. Mtu afungwe. If it's an MP or a leader who is protecting his people, akisema ni wake, hata yeye anastakiwa. Sheria itambe. Tuache kutolerate that nonsense of going to kill people, unachukua ng'ombe. It is wrong, and that has to be hit so hard so that it ends. Otherwise, we've been doing like this for the last 60 years after independence. We can give excuse of before independence, kwamba ilikuwa ni siku ya mkoloni and all that. But after independence, 60 years, we should not entertain that. Okay, the government has tried so much when we adopted the new constitution, ambayo ilileta devolved government. So every county has its resources. It's a matter of now prioritizing hiyo pesa. You know, if each county, for example, hizo za Baringo and all that, they would prioritize in empowering those people so that they don't go raiding cattle, why itafanyika hivyo? Because that is the structure that they can get support, government support from. Devolution. Kila county ijiendeleze na hiyo pesa, because we are getting good money. Each county is getting good money, but corruption is the one that is killing that. Then when it comes to countries like Rwanda, Rwanda also had some very bad cultural thing. Ilimalizwa. Hakuna. If you look at in terms of security, you don't handle it while sleeping. Security is a matter of mtu akiwa na bunduki, unaenda kuvamia yeye na bunduki. Mtu akiwa amebeba mishale, unaenda na something stronger than mishale. Because security, for example, when we talk of this Al-Shabaab, You don't go there dressed with your gear and you are just walking there and you expect to be able to solve that. It should be compact. Anybody, any of us, any of you who may want to go to, for example, you arrive in Kigali, that's when you see what security is all about. Hakuna mtu anaweza hata, you can't even find a pickpocket. Because security, number one rule is deterrent. The fact that unaona huyu ni askari, amebeba bunduki na ako hapo kukuchunga, una feel safe. Okay? But in Kenya, we become too soft, embracing maneno at human right. We don't want a police state. That's why we have the worst security system in East Africa. People are more unsafe in Kenya than in those other countries that have gone through war. Ask yourself why. Go to Uganda. Unaona Uganda, you see people, police and even army having drills in the city. That is deterrent. You see even askari, watchmen in Uganda and Tanzania, they are armed with bunduki. You cannot dare break anybody's house. So security has to begin with the deterrent. Usingoje kato ziwe zimeibiwa ndio mnasema mutasend sijui helicopter sijui I mean, that is wrong. Lastly, when it comes to hiyo mambo ya rustling, it is a business and it's good. Most of you have alluded to that. Kibaki, if I recall, he came and he said hataki kusikia upuzi ya cattle rustling. I remember he said that in a public baraza and he was blaming his ministers and his leaders. He said hiyo ni upuzi na ni wizi, ni biashara. And he warned them. He doesn't want to entertain that because it is true. People have been doing business. And that's why we have that example of 1,000 cattle, heads of cattle, plus 30 times 30,000, you have your 30 million. Why should it be encouraged? That's why we need a benevolent dictator of leader to come and address some of those very, very demeaning practices by a few. Because ukienda huko Baringo, it is not everybody who is doing that. It's a cartel. And a cartel has to be called so and killed completely. So for me, in my own submission, I would think, I hope Baba has enough strength because we need one president that will come and call some of these things nonsense. I don't think Ruto can solve that. If Moi never managed to solve it, and because he's associated with that culture, I don't see how he can really come hard on it. So we need a neutral person. And this will only be killed by a president. Hakuna mtu mwingine, ni rais ule tutachagua, sijui itakuwa lini ama nani, huyo ndiye atakuja kumaliza mambo hayo ya kipuzi, ya makabila fulani, ama watu fulani. Unaenda mahali kama Kusu, unakuta wengine wananyanyasa wengine, cartel za kuiba mashamba. They need a very tough president that will come and say, you put aside these human rights zinaambiwa and deal with it. And deal with the insecurity as it is supposed to be dealt with. Insecurity, you don't go on what we call round table discussions. You don't go discussing things with Al-Shabaab. No, hit them hard. Yeah? Uganda is so free. It's very hard. It's only once in a while that you find them being hit. But in Kenya, tunaishi kwa uoga. That is my submission as far as that is concerned. But now when I come to Wanjiro, Wanjiro and Sakaja, I think we will get to see more drama. We get to see more drama because they have embraced something they were not ready for. For me, Nairobi, we don't need Wanjiro, neither do we need Sakaja. Nairobi, we have learned, we have seen the blunders we have done. We should not go on emotions about party. We should look for a CEO in Nairobi, somebody who will come and salvage. This Nairobi job is so huge, it's even bigger than being a president. Nairobi requires a technocrat, somebody who is, again, no nonsense. To resuscitate Nairobi, it's a huge job. It's a job that I don't think it's for anybody. Indeed, we should not even, it should be an appointment. If I was asked, I would call for a constitutional change so that in Nairobi, you get people interviewed for that job, yeah, and then you get a proper CEO, technical. I don't believe in election because our election doesn't work. It only gives us garbage. Yeah, we had Sonko, we had all these guys. It should be a job, a CEO that is interviewed high level, and then I can see, Alex, you are shaking your hands, but elections will never give you a leader that will salvage Nairobi. Nairobi will never be New York anymore. That's the sad news. Thank you. Anybody with a question or a rebuttal is most welcome. Yes, Alex.
Never say never. I think it's a matter of time before we get to realization that we have the highest human capacity development in the world. When you look at some of the Kenyans who have gone to the corporate world, accomplished, even going to the ranks of Coca-Cola because they were given the opportunity. So we have Kenyans who are capable of managing Nairobi. It is our
How do you
election
get
that
them
is
there?
flawed. So
That's what I said.
I believe even through elections, we must learn our own mistakes. If people continue making the mistakes, elections are constitutional. We cannot take a region like Washington, D.C. and put it to be semi-autonomous. Even that, we are going to create some problems that we will not realize. And it will get to a point whereby a certain section of people will rule Nairobi forever. And that is where oligarchs and monarchy creep in. So in as much as we have flawed election, I still believe the constitutional duty of our mistake is vital for us to both learn collectively. Otherwise, you give that duty to a few people, or my friend, Nairobi will turn around to be somebody's company.
Thank you, Alex. We are 60 years old into independence, and Nairobi has never been any better. It's deteriorating. So we will continue learning the mistakes, and the mistakes will continue biting. And the next round of, in my own opinion, the next round we are going to have is that Nairobi will be inhabitable because it will now come back. Thugs will come in. Garbage is all over. Yeah. So as much as we would want to be very democratic, I'm afraid Nairobi is becoming an kidonda that will be very hard to cure. Yes, Jared.
Thank you, Stone BK. I don't want to use the word disappointed, but I don't know which good word I can say. We have had those words you're saying. In one side, you say our people fought many years to get us the new constitution, to remove us from dictatorship. When you call again for dictatorship, I'm very worried that Kenya needs a dictator. We already have a dictator. You saw a few years ago when my brother Dini Nyoro said we need a dictator. He got the dictator himself, and you see what has happened. We don't want to go there, my brother. People who have lived through there, they don't want to go back there. I know that politics can solve itself if we can try to be hygienic from the party. The party themselves, because that is where we have a control. If the party can bring candidates of integrity, if we could have a route to actualize chapter 6 of the constitution and try to get people of integrity, if our parties, if Azimio will not be cajoled to pick, to be given who they're gonna sponsor, but I'm saying before you bring yourself for nomination, we have to do our due diligence and say we are not going to put people who are not going to do what is right. If today we could go back and look and say ODM has had a good number of counties. Jubilee has got a good number of counties. If we can hold these leaders accountable that you want to run the country, but look at what your governors were able to do. These are the kind of people you are bringing up. If we bring this down to our parties so that they can give us good candidates where we're going to compete that look at the Jubilee governors who they brought. They are following what is expected, what the ODM is doing. But because we only looking at power, that's why, even though we had very good candidates in 2013, 2017, I think 2017, we were given, Jubilee gave us Mike Sonko. Because of what? They were looking at the popularity. Not that they didn't know who was Sonko. Sonko did not come from a sky. Sonko had already shown us what he did when he was, I think he's a senator, when he was a senator. So we knew exactly who we were going to deal with. But a national party gave us that, where the Peter Kennedys were there, name those people who were running for that. That's where I think the party can help us, saying, out of these people who want this, we don't want to associate ourselves with people who are not going to represent our aspirations as a governor representing the county. If we go along that way, that's how we're going to be moving. I've said in another forum that as we are growing, I'm expecting that how this thing is going to evolve itself. I'm expecting if not 2027, 2032, it will be governors who will be competing to run the country, because we will be able to charge them what they have been able to do in that small government. If we get to that point, that we can look and say, this is what I have done for my county. If I'm given an opportunity, I will do this through the rest of the country. That then we could have met a more step towards actualizing what you are asking for dictatorship to do. Look at what Nairobi has been able to do with the body, general body. I hope that people will make that difference in both in Asmio and the UDA, and say, why don't we get the right person to move this count forward? But problem we have, when we're going to be voting for the party is pushing somebody. We know that this person, he has no record, but because we want to vote for Raila or Ruto, we're going to be going by that folly. That is where I think we are having an issue. So my brother, Stone BK, please don't take us back to Moi time. Please, let's start expunge that from the record.
Let me add to you.
Thank you.
Right.
No,
Yes.
wait, guys. One at a time. Jared.
Okay.
Thank you, Jared. I'm not taking you to Moi's time. You've just told us what Bandi has done.
York Avenue South.
Just Alex, mute a little bit. Jared, I appreciate, but I was not saying we go back to Bandi. I mean to Moi, but you've just given an example of what Bandi is doing in Nairobi. Bandi is doing in Nairobi is not going for consensus meeting, is doing what is needed in Nairobi. Okay? Does not belong to any party. Huyo ni mwanajeshi, ana deliver services. That's what I was saying. Nairobi requires something like that. I'm not saying dictatorship, but it is upon us to decide on how we want to figure it. Before we reach to the level of performance of governors all over, that will take another cycle of like 30 years before we start looking at, counties as centers of excellence. We have to go for another round ya miaka ingine kama 30 so that we appreciate such governance. Anyway, thank you very much. Before I bring in Alex, I want to make an announcement. Dr. Patriot, Monda, he wants to do a challenge. Are we done with the Shiko's challenge?
That one Shiko should answer.
Not yet.
Shiko,
We
can
are
you,
50. We are at
you want to reach
20,000.
you want to reach 50?
Yeah.
Wow.
Her
Okay,
birthday
so
is not over.
I'll tell Dr. Monda to wait then. Okay.
Also, I
So,
think
guy,
Seiko had a question or a comment.
Shiko has a question and Alex. So I begin with Shiko. Shiko,
Not
what's your
a
question?
question. I wanted to kuambia Jared tuliletewa pia Waitito and the party knew. Uhuru Kenyatta knew the kind of Waitito who he is, but still tuliletewa na tukamchagua. So it's not right now, hatufai kuangalia kama mtu ni wa UDA ama ni wa Azimio. Nimefunguka macho because I was one of those who voted for Waitito to punish Kafogo, but I ended up punishing myself and other people. We punished ourselves when we voted for Waitito to punish Kafogo.
Thank you, Shiko. Actually, Jared has a very good point. Only that journey will take us too long. It's the journey we are supposed to go. It's the journey whereby it's not the party bringing us garbage. It is us looking for the people, for the leaders. Unfortunately, parties are controlled by corrupt leaders. Mtu analeta pesa mingi, kwa hiyo chama anapewa hiyo certificate. Then anaenda kwa wananchi. That is our undoing. But if we were to go the way Jared is saying, the party takes serious due diligence, to get the integrity leaders, we would get super leaders. I was there. I was a candidate 2013. 2013, Kenya had the best of the candidates. Uhuru had sent people, emissaries all over the world. All of us who are working as expatriates, we were lured to come to Kenya to help him build a country. I was working with the UN. I was approached. I was based in Tanzania, Kigoma. JB Muturi was sent in Tanzania and we came 8 of us. Yeah. So Jared, you are right. 2013, you would have had the best leaders, technocrats, people who have worked with communities, legal people in the international world. But what happened? None of them got the jobs. Okay. It's only thugs who came in under the name of TNA. TNA, which again also came and translated into Jubilee 2013. That's why we are crying, as Shiko is putting it. We were given garbage. Now you imetuua 10 years of devolution. Most of the counties are crying. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, Son PK, I'm a little bit more optimistic. It's not going to take us 30 years. It has already started that journey. And I'm glad Jared has brought it up. A captain has always been here and he has told us, if they make a mistake to give Kostani a ticket, it's a done deal. Buzeki becomes the governor. If they make a mistake in Kisi to give us Mzee Ongeri, I'm telling you, whichever party Arati is contesting from, he is the governor. And I will go many other places. You saw in Migori, you couldn't compare John Pesa and Obado. And later on, you saw, was it Ochilayako or who? Those are the kinds of revolutions that we are seeing. In the seat of governorship, I'm optimistic and I'm 100% sure people are not going to vote parties this time around. Senators, MP, we will play politics to the end. But the seat of a governor, you are going to see the revolution. That is why you hear my sister Shiko say she can't believe she voted for who? Waitito. Why is she saying so? Because now she understands you cannot blame Uhuru for the corruption of Kiambu. In fact, you are lucky that Uhuru was a president to even help in the process of impeachment. And I'm glad to some ways Kirinyaga, they did not impeach Waiguru so that they can learn a lesson. You elect a Nina camp, you stay with an Nina camp for 5 years and you will cry by yourself. And I think we are seeing this trend. People saw what Sonko did, how he was conniving and how he was mistreating, firing, no CS in Nairobi. In fact, it was even run like not even in somebody's house. It was not even a toilet can be run without a toilet paper. You know, without water. It was stinking. So I think people are seeing, unless some counties whereby the literacy ratio and rate is too low for them not to understand. But any county that is opened is, and you'll be surprised in Siaya. In fact, the earthquake is going to be Siaya. If they give Orengo by force, Orengo will lose. Orengo is a good politician. He's not a good manager. And I'm sorry to say that. And the people over there, they are going to revolt. A senator, watapea anybody. So politics is going to be played in all seats. But governorship, people have woken up. And people are serious this time around. So it's not going to take us 30 years. It's this election. And that's why even in Nairobi, we are watching. If ODM gives us somebody who is not, or Azimio, we will look. If Sakaja behaves better than them, why not we go for Sakaja? Because we don't want that circus. And another thing people are going to see, there are some people who are ill health. And I'm not saying it's wrong to be ill health. But in countries whereby you have to take your health and know, being a governor for 5 years, like some governors have never been in the office. There was a governor in Kisii, Nyamira, who missed being in office for sometimes for 2 years straight. There was a governor who put her wife to run a county, and the guy was not there for 2 years. So we need to close on those gaps because they end up hurting everybody. And I believe it's not going to be 30 years. And the people we are talking here, we all have come into consensus from UDA side. I've heard people like Wycliffe, people like Captain, people like Jared, who say that on the governor seat, we are not going to vote on Euphoria. We will look at your credentials. Thank you.
Point of correction, Tony, please. I need to correct Alex.
Okay, Jared, say something.
Yeah, we don't want to put the Alex, you have said very well, but I want to put the record straight that Kirinyaga, Liri, and the Liri cried to impeach Waiguru, but after he went to Capitol Hill, you know what happened. So don't say that the Kirinyaga did not want to impeach. They actually impeached Waiguru, and now with the Capitol Hill, you see what is happening. So let's put that record straight. Also,
Waiguru was impeached by both sides. You need to know that. and
but you know where the greening came from.
Being sanitized.
Where the wrangling came from. Okay.
But again, being sanitized by both sides.
Okay, but don't say that the Kirinyaga did not do that. At least Kirinyaga wanted to impeach him. Okay?
But
then
they took somebody who was not qualified. What I meant, they took somebody they knew very, very well was in NYS scandal. They took somebody who they knew was not qualified, my friend. Chapter 6 you were talking about.
Okay. Let me come to the point which you have said about the Kisii. It will help people, okay, just to say what is the difference between, for example, Senator Ongeri and Simba. Don't just go with the euphoria that we want Simba, we don't want Ongeri. Ongeri is a very experienced, for avoidance of doubt, I'm a Simba guy. For Simba, I'm for him. But I don't want us just to cluster that, hey, if they make a mistake giving us Ongeri, we're going to go to Simba. Can you tell us what Simba has done, which you think Ongeri cannot be able to do? We want to start looking at these people, what they're going to do, rather than
we have a topic. I will send you a link. We have a topic 2 days from now in regards to that. It's a Kisii forum, and I will welcome you. Send me your number, because this is not the right forum for us to extensively discuss about the two. Send me your number in the private. I will link you in that forum, and you and me will be head on that. And I welcome that challenge.
Thank you Abakoyone. Hiyo wacha iende nyumbani hiyo. Jared, tuma hiyo number so that you get the link.
Stone PK, kuna huyu governor wa Nyeri mwenye alikufa, alikuwa anaitwa Wahome Gakuru. And kama ningeulizwa Central of all the governors wenye wameshaikuwa Central, I wish that man didn't die, because that was huyo he was more than a governor. Sasa huyo ni mwenye hata angekuja Nairobi asimame huyo, ama akuja ni wenye tungesema tubadilishiwe, tupeane Waititu na tupeane pia deputy wake tupewe Wahome Gakuru. He was the CEO of Vision 2030. That man had I don't know how I can put it, but then mwenye tulipewa hata 1 year haikuisha, not even a year, because alikufa I think mwezi wa 8. I come from Nyeri, but within that time Mutahi Kahiga kuingia alinunua Christmas tree ya almost over 100,000. You can imagine the nonsense.
Yeah, sure. Dr. Gakuru was the top cream in this country, and he's known. And it's unfortunate such good people disappear too soon. He was going to be a governor anywhere in this country, and he would have been highly accepted. He's known. He's super guy. May his soul rest in peace. But as Alex says, I want to agree also with Jared. Yes, we will move through the motions. And I think if we divert from, kind of getting obsessed with the parties, when you get obsessed with the party is when you lose focus on good characters and good people. Yeah. So actually tuangalie mtu kwanza, then the parties can come. Party ni t-shirt too, yeah, which can be put on a hyena, on a leopard, on a mongoose. Yeah. So let's look at the person first. If our country needs to get saved. Good. Sasa niite nani? Now it is anybody who has a point can come in. Who?
Stone PK, wacha
given
niseme
opportunity I can contribute.
Okay.
Jared, one moment, Jared. Yes, Shiko.
He can talk, then maybe I wanted to comment something on what Mama Serena said, but wacha Jared aongee basi.
Jared
No, it's okay. Ready is fast. Just go. It's okay. Yeah.
Okay. Kuna kitu Mama Serena alisema about hiyo cattle rustling, because watu wengine au vijana wanaiba hizo ng'ombe ndio wengine waweze kupata mabibi ama wengine waweze kuwa. What baffles me in most of our communities, like if you have to marry already, then you have to go to their home, then kuna hizo ng'ombe. So right now if Stone PK someone's meet me and they know I'm a Kikuyu from a certain place, unajua kitu ya kwanza ananiuliza sasa nitaweza kukununua, sasa kwenu nitaitishwa ng'ombe ngapi? So it's a way of sisemi tuache nini mambo za tradition sana, but kuna watu wengine hata you find someone but they feel because they don't have that hawana hiyo nguvu ya kukuja kwenu aitishwe mbuzi, aambiwe alipe mahari, aambiwe afanye nini. Sasa kama hana nani wa huko kwenye Mama Serena alikuwa anasema huyo mtu ataenda aibe ndio aweze kupeleka hizo mifugo anaitishwa. So if you find maybe I find someone who wants to marry me and maybe the guy doesn't have that hana hiyo pesa na nini, na unajua tu Stone PK kwa Wakikuyu kuna mbuzi sasa anani mtu mzuri, but sasa juana huyo uwezo, si unaona mimi sijaangukia bwana, ninaenda nikiendanga. So we should check on that, because I believe that's why unaona kuna hizo stories za domestic violence, because if mtu alienda kwenu akatoa mbuzi na akapeana pesa, they feel like they are entitled, like anajua wewe he owns you. It's like you bought that woman, you bought your wife. So unaona sasa wakati mnakosea huyo mtu ama when it's come to divorce, that person cannot take it. It's either akuue because they feel now okay nilikununua lakini unataka tuachane, na juu sasa hawezi endea mahari, anaona tu maybe akuue, then the guy might even kill you because they feel like they own you. alitoa buzi, unaona. So it's also something like what she said, I agree with her, I agree with whatever she said. Hizo mambo za mifugo tunapeleka kwa kina msichana na mali pia zinafanya watu wengi they can't get married or they can't marry because if you don't have those. Sasa ukienda kwetu huwezi enda mkono tupu, lazima uende uitishwe buzi, either it's money. Kama pia upeleki buzi, unajua it's money. If he doesn't have the money, then he won't go. So I think we should also empower such people like the government, venye tu Mama Selina amesema. It's not that ati kuwe ni mifugo tu wanapeleka, wakuwe hao watu wako empowered na kitu ingine. The people who are empowering those people from maybe those communities, like I know most of the communities bado wako na hizo vitu za tradition, sijui nini, peleka buzi, sijui fanya nini. They need to be empowered. Pia watu waongeleshwe. You don't buy a person, you cannot own anyone. It's just dowry should be just appreciation. It's not business. But people have made it like some people communities, it's like business. If you can't give me goats and money and cows, then you can't marry our daughter. Because yeah, I'm done.
Thank you, Shiko. Thank you very much. Yeah, that borders into intensive civic education. Alex anacheka, ana ng'ombe nyingi anaonekana. Alex,
Sasa
sema.
Alex, ni ukweli.
No, Shiko, come we stay. I'm happy. Come we stay.
I would want to get someone mwenye aendi kwetu anapewa conditions, anaitishwa mbuzi. Sasa si unaona, at the end of the day maybe he's a good guy, but maybe my parents wanaangalia kitu yenye analeta. So I think in case watu waelevuke, vitu kama dowry zikuwe ni appreciation. It's not a must. We can have a wedding na wazazi wakuje watubariki ama baadaye. Si lazima ati we have to put conditions, lazima ulete buzi, lazima ufanye hizi vitu zingine. I mean, I don't believe in such. I don't even believe in such. I don't want my man to be given conditions, and if wazazi wajue, that should be better. Ndio tuache kupea watu pressure na watu tunaitwa Alex, unapatanga unawekwa kwa groups, makomiti za kuenda ndio muende mpeleke mtu hizo marorasho. Wengine wanachukua marons za Shyrock ndio wapeleke mahari kwa kina msichana. But it's because majority of our communities wako na hiyo kitu, lazima upeleke mahari. So people are going to steal, and then ataleta, but and then at the end of the day, Alex, huyo mtu anasikia ako entitled to, anaweza kuwa wakati kunakuja divorce, because you may not know, because anasikia alikununua, ni kama imekuwa biashara.
No,
Shiko,
we
we
agree.
hear you, lakini
It's a threat to marriage, and I think you have you have a valid point. But when you look from the cultural point of view and how things were done and the process of all that being done, there were things that were done to protect the marriage and also to protect the woman, protect children, because people did not live in isolation. They lived in a society. You could not just come and kill a woman like that. But we live in a society whereby, to be honest, people wanataka walipe mahari ama walipiwe mahari, but other cultural ways of being accountable to the community. So I think it has become commercial. But if we were to follow the whole process and the cultural process, I think there was a way a woman was protected. But nowadays, I mean, it's beyond, because the only culture is followed ni kulipa tu mahari. Lakini other cultural, backdrops that used to protect women are not being followed. So you have a valid point.
Yeah, thank you. So we will begin na kujaribu ku negotiate huko Pokot, and where they are still having that heavy excuse. But as I heard from Selina and the others, I think that has died. Only that now people are misusing that or using it as a cover while they are actually into banditry. They are thieves in the name of going to look for cows to give us dowry. So So yeah, when Baba comes in, I'm sure we will handle that very well. We will make sure that itakwisha kabisa hiyo. Thank you very much. Nani mwingine?
Ilikuwa mimi. If you allow me.
Jared, come in, Jared.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know whether I start from Selena. I think it goes to what I said before, that security is best placed from the locality because of these cultural differences and what happens most, which you might think you can be able to handle, but you might not be. We have not forgotten that Raila Amolo Odinga was once a prime minister, actually not a regular prime minister, but a co-president at one time. And I know that he tried to save Mau Forest for the good of Kenya. But how was it taken locally? What happened with that? So there are some of the things you might want to do from a nationalistic point of view, but you need the locals, the cultures, those people who are locally, they understand why these things are happening. So if security, if it is done from the local first, then the national comes in to enforce so that they are guided from the local. Everybody is quite different in the way they do their things. Some of the things they might sit down, wase, na wase wengine, then they are told what is the problem. Then they can handle that one. But coming from expecting Matiangi to get in a job and go to Palingo and tell them this has to stop, he might not be even aware on where these things are starting from. So I think we should encourage the locals to take care of themselves first, because they will know what the other people want and what the other people are expecting. Along the same way, coming to my sister Siko, I do believe that yes, there is that cultural thing, but still the power is in your hands. More especially, I believe you as a lady. I don't know. I don't want to say much on the culture, but I believe if you go to your parents and they insist that, hey, this is where I'm going, okay? You take it, you don't take it, I'm gone. At the end of the day, the life will be of the two. What usually we seek from the parents is the pressing. If you go to our grandparents, from our grandparents, it was not just they will go and, at least in our culture, they will go and grab somebody along the way and then they will come negotiation later. So, and people will come to adapt to it. I'm very sure, Ziko, you go today, stay with somebody, you go to your parents and tell them this is what it is. They might, some of them might come so hard, but they will come to terms that you are gone. If you tell them that this is where my interest is being taken care of, this is a good guy, I'm very sure before those dowry and everything, if they are very genuine, they wish you a good life. They want to see you in a good life. But what is the essence if you go get the whatever you guys now call the sponsors? If you get a sponsor to pay, but will not take care of you, then it means that they are only thinking about themselves. They are not thinking about you. They should put you in the first line. Are you going to have a good life? Is this a good man? Then the rest will come. But you have to help in that process. You are the one who will say, hey, he can afford this, he might not afford this. So you have to play a major part in it. I think that can, now coming where we are not going back. Things are changing. Some of us, we have spent much of our life away from those cultures which we struggle sometimes to adapt. I was in one of a place which we were negotiating dowry, and these were two tribes. So the other ones are saying this is how we do things, and the other one is saying this is how we do things. Okay. Now we went back and forth and back and forth, and then we said finally, somebody came and said, why are we discussing this so much, not giving them a chance to tell us what they want, you know? And the couple, the young, the boy and the girl, they came and said, hey, for us, all we want is you guys to agree, we move on. For us, we are moving on. And that softened everybody, and we came to an agreement, you know? So you play a big role, I believe, but I might be wrong. I don't know much about the culture, but I respect the culture. But hey, you can't give what you don't have. And on the one of Nairobi, somebody was saying about Nairobi, what is happening between the two, and one of the guys here said about this guy from Sakaja. I believe that Sakaja has done his part. I might not know how he can manage Nairobi, but let the truth be told, from when he was nominated to the House, to the Parliament, he brought some of the bills, like the 30% contract or contract to be given to the youth. So he has done his part, and I think that, to be very fair, he has been one of the level-headed lawmaker in both houses where he has been. Other than apart from that, I don't know how good of a manager he is. I think that managerial also needs somebody who will have a stand, which I think that sometimes he tries to please everybody, which might be an issue. But let us put that. Let us not say he has not done anything. So let's give credit where credit is due. Thank you.
Let me add on
Thank
top
you,
of what
Gerard.
you
Thank you,
said there.
Gerard. Alex, you want to say something?
Yeah, let me add on what he is saying there. You see, Nairobi is not just a county. We may try to call Nairobi a county, but the uniqueness of Nairobi is that 60% of our GDP lies in it. And the function of the national and the county has always been in loggerhead. I remember one time when the president said they were going to hold their last rally in a certain place. Kumbe, the decision to allocate that were bestowed on the county government, which ended up giving Kidero the overall authority on where and what he needs to do. The functions of Nairobi County governor sometimes supersedes even the president and the national government. If we cannot believe it, we have seen in that even when Kidero became a governor, 60% of all national ceremonies, Kidero had to be there. And the harmony between the working between the county government of Nairobi and the national government is so vital, to a point that I think Jubilee was so desperate to win Nairobi in the force so that it can harmonize, because the 2013 to 2017, they realized without it, it's going to be difficult. So what I'm saying is, what Stone PK is saying might be true, and is it true? But to keep our democracy also, we can't go to benevolent over and over saying the military, let the military manage. You see, when you ukipea military power kidogo wanaienjoy, power is sweet. I mean, they are going to crop in like a joke, and very soon you will find ourselves in a state whereby there are even no rights, the basic rights that we enjoyed. So we have to come up with a system that fits our own country, whereby some functions in Nairobi, if we see the cartels have entrenched completely, the way we said, let the governor be elected, but there are some key functions that if we'll give you 3-4 months, if you're not putting your house in order, if there's, and the problem with Nairobi, and that's what I was saying yesterday, there are 5 counties that you become a governor and you don't even know what to do. You take the seat, then you realize that you have just an empty seat. One of them is Nairobi, the other one is Kiambu. You can become a governor of Kiambu, but you have nothing because they have rogue MCAs. I'm telling you, you can't even sit in there. You've seen Kiambu fight over and over until they don't broadcast anymore. So the uniqueness of Nairobi is that it's staggering. I mean, even somebody to be an MCA in Nairobi, I mean, the first prerequisite is that they must have what ya mkono, soldiers, the Mungikis and ABCD, they must be thugs in one way or the other. So making it Nairobi very difficult even for a technocrat, a qualified technocrat like Igade, to even sit and manage Nairobi. So a governor that will truly suit, that will be elected, needs to be a mixture of duality, of both experience on politics and also experience in a corporate world, which is also very difficult to find a person who truly successful in corporate world, who was never in loggerheads with his people, who ran a company in a peaceful way, trying to be a governor in Nairobi. It's going to be very difficult. A person who was a top-notch CEO, who knows revenues and doing everything and accounting and management, and coming now in a place whereby he has to fight with MCAs who don't reason, in a quite difficult. Now, what is the solution for Nairobi? That is what now we should be talking now. Since we have a unique city, what do we need to come up so that we know how to help our people? Because you leave them in the hands of politicians, they are gone. You leave them in the hands of, like right now, MNS, that is not a lasting solution. Now, what is the solution? Now, we should start having a debate. We hear from this side, we hear from this side, we harmonize it. From the beginning, it will not be perfect, but as we go along, I think we will find a solution together. But finding a solution right away for Nairobi and saying, nani anaenda kuwa governor mzuri next time, it's not going to be easy. That is my take. But we pray that we find a solution for Nairobi. Otherwise, Nairobi is going to be a thorn on our flesh for a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. I can offer you a solution for Nairobi, but hawawezi kunichagua niwe governor. I have a very simple solution. Very simple. Very simple. Nairobi needs to be divided into 4 boroughs. Okay, but that has, we have to go through constitutional. Nairobi is divided into 4 huge boroughs. Kama zamani kulikuwa Eastland, Westland, North and South. Okay, and each of those, if you go back, you will see that zote zilikuwa na their headquarters. Okay, if you go to Eastland, there was a headquarter where all maneno ya Eastland cleansing department zote saba, the 7 important departments in the city, they were devolved, you know, so that if it's an estate officer, he was based huko mashinani. If it was head of cleansing section, it was in those 4 areas. So we only need to hybrid that and then have an overall CEO who will have these 4 guys reporting to. Okay, then that way you give it 3-4 years, utaona, because it will be manageable. I don't know what we shall call those heads of those boroughs. Sijui tutawaita nini, but it's not easy and it's not hard to look for a name. Okay, so we need to restructure Nairobi that way and then move on. If Mombasa becomes too huge, we follow that formula again. Okay, why I'm saying this is because historically, Nairobi has never been managed. The last person who tried to manage Nairobi was Rubia, Charles Rubia. Okay, immediately after that, all those other guys that came, councillors, mayors, had challenges, even to the extent that you had them being dissolved. For those of you who can go back to history, you will see Nairobi City Council dissolved. The dissolutions were coming in as a result of too much corruption and inability to run the city because of the cartels. So it's huge. Alex, you have said it. Nairobi is not a joke. Nairobi, you talk of democracy, it will not solve that problem. We are 60 years into it, and it's getting worse. Okay? So it is a serious challenge. Yes, Jared.
Yeah, I agree what you are saying, but those things are already in place. Actually, if you go through the constitution for the cities like Nairobi, Kisumu, and all this, in their act, they are actually supposed to. If you are in a categorized as a city, you're supposed to be managed by have what we call city managers. Actually, that is what Anyang' Nyong'o has done in Kisumu. You divide it and have a city manager in charge of a certain area and in charge of that. Those are because they expect a city to be run in a different way other than the normal count. That one is already in our constitution. It's only that I don't know. We had people who wanted power so much they didn't want to develop those powers that way. But there is another thing you said that in 2013 somebody came to look for you to come and run for a position or what. In fact, that is the work of the parties. If we were very genuine that we are competing, okay, on substance, the parties are supposed to go and look for these technocrats. I tell you today, PK, if you are how you call your alliance, whichever alliance you are, let's say Papa Alliance, I don't know the other name, Azimio. If Azimio today
Jared,
put you
wacha
forward,
wewe, unajua Azimio.
okay, anyway, if Azimio today are serious and they know that this is a technocrat we're going to put forward, you're going to go through. You know, it's not a secret. I've said that. If Papa says you are clean, you will be clean. If Papa says Tosa, you will be Tosa. So, but now we have interest. Okay, either they give money and they do something, then we get wrong people. The parties, I still go back to the parties. Now, let me come to another point. In a PPI, the first person of PPI actually had suggested the Nairobi to be hived off, to be managed a different way. I wish we could have actualized that, but people did not want that. I know you guys are gonna come back and say Ruto was against it. I want to put it very clear.
Are you the one speaking
Ruto,
that?
no.
Amen.
Listen, I knew that because I know what you're going to say, so I will tell you. Ruto has never been against BPI. Okay? What he was against is a few people coming up and just trying to run away the way they want. Ruto in Bomas, he asked, let us come together. Let us reason together. If they could have incorporated William Samoei Ruto, okay, and agree on what is good and what is bad, okay, then things like Nairobi, they could have agreed that, hey, let us treat Nairobi in a different way. But instead, guess what? When they moved the route away, if they didn't want to listen to anybody, is their way or highway, they realized they don't have numbers, then they started now listening to smaller parties. When the Nairobi MPs come and say we want to continue to be account, they had to listen to those people. That is why the PPI was diluted, I can say. But otherwise, it had some proposals. There are things which were contentious, like trying to manage the courts, which is actually maybe the reason why PPI was struck out. Those are the things which we could have talked as Kenyans, everybody coming together, we talk and we will move the country forward. So I want it to be on record. Ruto was not against PPI. Or he asked, don't hijack this thing and run by yourself. Let us come together. Let us talk. What can work? What cannot work? Let us know what criteria gave you to give somebody a constituency and you didn't give another person a constituency. That's all. That was a negotiation to be the table. I hope we will get one chance to do that, and then we can move the country forward. But today, if you ask me, I wish they can have an act so that Nairobi, whatever services can continue, because they are doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Jared. Yeah, it is true. Nairobi is a serious security threat. No wonder we are taking time to really discuss it. It's a huge security threat. Mismanagement of Nairobi is tantamount to mismanagement of the beautiful country that we have. Yes, Selina?
Yeah, thank you so much. Asante kwa kunipatia nafasi. Naona mwenzangu Charat anasema wakati walikuwa PPI, Deputy President akupinga. Unajua hapa tukiwa hapa tuambiane ukweli. Ya kwamba wakati kwanza watu wanakuwa na mambo mawili. Wanasema watu wawili waliposalamiana. But hiyo watu wawili waliposalamiana kwa sababu walisalamiana, ile kitu ilipatikana kubwa Kenya ni amani na watu kufanya kazi pamoja na Wakenya kutembea mahali popote. Hata hiyo UDA kama siyo kusalamiana ya Uhuru na Raila, hata UDA hawangeenda mahali. Kwanza tukubali ilisaidia Wakenya. Ya pili, ilifanya watu kukuwa na biashara. Unakuta kama Kibera, unakuta sehemu zingine kama ulikuwa Mkikuyu ama kabila ingine uwezi pita hii barabara. Watu walikuwa naangaliana. Wenye wako barabara upande hii wawezi kucross kwenda pande hii. Tukubali mahali Kenya imefika. Na tunaomba hiyo iendelee even after this election. Na kama alikuwa kama hakukataa PPI, yeye alisimama. Wakati Uhuru na Raila walisema tuko na vitu 9, tunaona tulifanya nini Kenya tukafika mahali alikuwa. Na watu wa PPI walisunguka Kenya mzima. Si mara moja, si mara mbili. Hata watu ya UDA ama Deputy President alikuwa na nafasi kupeleka ile kitu alikuwa naona inataka kutolewa. Lakini kwake ukweli ni kwamba wakati Raila kuna watu walitaka Kenya ikawanyane ndio wapate excuse ya kuwin kura. Sasa wakati Uhuru na Raila walikuja pamoja, Kenya nisikakuwa kitu moja. Nairobi hakuna vita, hakuna Mkikuyu, hakuna Mjaluo, hakuna Muluya. Wale watu wa huko chini wamekaa wakakuwa kitu moja. So watu wenye wanaona sasa, hata ndio sababu walisimama wakaenda makanisa. Kama kuna kitu unasema tribute ya kupenda, kwa nini akisimama anasema shetani alishindwa? Kwa nini anasema Mungu ametusikia kuangusha PPI? Kama alikuwa napenda, kwa nini hiyo maneno yote inatoka kwa mdomo yao? Lakini sasa wakati PPI imeanguka na amejua hiyo ni kitu kwanza, especially Central.
Temba, ingisha watu wengine. Watu wako huko nyuma wanataka kuingia.
Okay, kama mumechoka na sisi kuongea ni sawa, tunaweza toka.
Nani Temba, ingisha, iko watu wako huko nyuma wanataka kuingia. Hapana mama, sinataka tukue wengi tusikize. Iko hakukuwa na mtu anaingisha watu.
In addition to Selina, you know, people are hanging outside there, so Temba has come.
Watu wako huko nje.
Hapana. Nimekuwa hapa sana, naweza kutoka tupatie watu wengine nafasi.
Hapana. Hatukusema hivyo.
Endelea mama Selina, endelea.
So, ukweli
utoke uende wapi?
Ukweli ni kwamba tukikuja kwa hapa tujaribu, hata kama tunatetea watu yetu, tutetee ile kitu tunajua ni ukweli. Nilikuwa nasema ile kitu watu ya UDA wameona one man one vote constituencies, kuna watu wako na 35,000 na wali argue wakasema wakileta pesa ya pasari, watu wenye wako wengi, unakuta mtoto ya constituency yako uko na watu 200,000, kuna constituency iko na watu 35,000. Ule watu ya watoto 35,000 wanaenda shule wanapata pesa mingi. Kuna mtoto ya constituency yake member of parliament, hiyo mtoto anapatiwa 3,000. So wakasema ukweli ni kwamba 3,000 inasaidia nini? Wakasema ile constituencies iko na watu wengi, wajaribu kukawanya, si eneo kama vile Northeastern watu ni wachache, lakini eneo ni kubwa, na hiyo inakubalika kwa sababu watu wanaamaama. So wakati sasa imefix UDA, wameona ile mambo yote walikataa kwa PPI, watu wanaongea 35% walisema hawataki na wakasema hakuna. Hiyo ni kitu moja ima-affect, kila mtu anapenda devolution kwa Kenya. Ya pili, one man one vote ima-affect Central, na wanaulizwa sasa mwenye alipinga hiyo yote ni nani? Hiyo ni Deputy President na UDA. Sasa sisi nyinyi msikuje kutuambia ati alipenda yeye. Kwanza alipinga katiba, alirudi akatetea kitu kama mwanamke amekuja nyumba yako na mtoto na unahakika hiyo mtoto huku hiyo mtoto akaenda akabarikiwa akapata kazi, akasema mimi baba yangu ni penat, mimi sikujui wewe Alex ama Acho ama nani, unaenda kunalia na wewe. Hiyo wakati hiyo mtoto alikuwa mdogo, ni mama, ulikuwa unafukuza mama analala nje, ulikuwa unafanya mambo mingi. So mambo ya kusema ati tribute ya kupinga PPI, vile alikataa katiba ilipita, saa ndiye anatetea, na ni watu wengine walilea hiyo mtoto. Vile sasa ameona BBI imemupiga, sasa ndiye mnajaribu kusema unajua tulisema, kwa nini hukupitisha kwanza alafu ukuje uongee baadaye? Kama kitu kama 80% mzuri na umesema 20% naona tunataka kurekebisha, pitisha kwanza alafu hiyo 20% kuja ongea. Alafu ya pili, Deputy President, rais mwenyewe aliambia Deputy President, wakati niliingia mambo ya PPI, ile wasee walikuwa wanakaa chini, akakuwa challenge, akaambiwa na Uhuru, hii wasee fulani na fulani walikuwa yako. Hata Raila alikuwa amecheswa kwa sababu Deputy President na rais walikuwa kitu moja. Alafu sasa ni vile Deputy aliepa akaenda laini yake. Uhuru akasema hiyo wasee ya PPI 9, kama Raila alikuwa na 4 ama alikuwa na 3, Deputy President alikuwa na yake, na Ruto alikuwa na yake, na Raila alikuwa na yake. So Raila ndiye akuambia watu yake kama Kalonzo na Mudavadi, lakini hawa hatuhesabu kwa sababu walikataa kwenda kuapishana na baba. So ukikuja hapa kutuambia ati tulipenda PPI kwa sababu sasa mnaona hiyo inawaangusha, my brother, hiyo tuambie wa Kenya ukweli. Inasemekana mwanamke bwana akisikia anamwambia, lakini naona kama watu wanamwambia bwana yake, ukienda kasi nje bibi yako anakuanga na mtu. Akiuliza bibi anakana, lakini inafika siku bwana atasema nimeenda kasi, mama anakimbia anaita rafiki yake anamwambia kuja leo, hiyo mchinga ameenda, alafu alikuja akakutwa. Sasa hiyo ni nyinyi na PPI, mulikataa PPI, saa hii mnataka kusema tulikuwa ndani, lakini hole wenu. Wakenya wako na akili. Ile kitu ningesema kama mama, ninaomba tu Wakenya wakuwe na amani. Already tumejua nani atakuwa rais. Kama Raila alikuwa na 4.5, leo tunaambiwa Central anaweza pata 40% ama hata apate 20%. Kura ya Wakalenjin sisi ni 1,600,000. tuko na kura ya Wakikuyu karibu 600 katika Rift Valley, tuko na kura ya Wakisii, tuko na kura ya Wajaluo, tuko na kura ya makabila Kenya, na hiyo kura haiko Turkana wanapigia Raila. Nilikuwa naona Mkalenjin akifanya hesabu, Wamasai wanapigia Raila kwa Rift Valley, Bokot wanapigia Raila. Mheshimiwa yangu, my brother, my elder, ako na kura ya Kericho, ako na kura ya Nandi 90%, ako na kura ya Uasin Gishu, tena Uasin Gishu ni yake ya Wakalenjin. So kati ya 9 baba ako na 5 ama 6 na ndugu yangu, so 1.8 1.6 ama 2 million, na ukaruka ukaenda ukakuwa king ya Central, ndio uinherit kura za Central 6 million bila kuuliza. Ulienda kuinherit pipi bila kupatiwa na Wachomba, uliinherit pipi ya Central bila kuuliza mabrada ya bwana, ukasema mimi nimeoa pipi ya Central. Sasa wenyewe wamesema bwana, atukuchui au chakucha atukukupatia hiyo pipi. Alafu wale wachache walikuwa wanadanganya. Hata kwetu Rift Valley, wale members of parliament, makurumen, suti, wale watu wanatembea na deputy president, hawa ndio wamemwangusha, kwa sababu tulikuwa na viongozi kama Sally Koskei, tulikuwa kama Koskei, tulikuwa kama watu kama Franklin, tulikuwa watu kama Sakayo Cheruiyot, watu wenye walikaa walijua, lakini walimdanganya wakasema tuko .com. Hiyo ndio .com wamekimbia, kwa sababu mwenye hawezi sikia maneno ya wasasi ama maneno ya wasee, hapo ndio mahali watu wameangukia. Saa hii Central wanakaa chini, wanaita wamama, wanaita vijana, wanaita watu ya kanisa, opinion leaders, na watu yao masias wenye wako kwa serikali wanakaa chini, wanasema tukikupatia msichana yetu, hiyo ni negotiation, hiyo dowry tulisema, wanasema sisi Nyandarua, sisi hivi na hivi tunataka. Hapo ndiye mahali wa Kenya wako kwa sasa. So my brother, kama ni watu wamekula pesa, nina hakika mimi nakaa Nakuru. Kukaa Nakuru najua mabrother zangu kutoka Central, hoteli karibu inafungwa. Na hoteli ikifungwa, bas mambo imeisha. Watu walikuwa wameenda kukula hoteli. Na saa hivi karibuni hoteli itafungwa. Kuna watu walikuwa naongea sana, members of parliament. Saa hii wameingia maji kwa sababu wamejua warudi. Kama wakukula hoteli vizuri, mambo itakuwa mbaya kwao for 5 years. Kuna msee Mkalenjin anasema, mkamue, masiwa inachoma mtoto yetu. Kamueni kabisa, kwa sababu msipokamua masiwa itaua. So tunashukuru watu wamekamua, wamekuwa na masiwa. Sasa tutaanza kulisha tena, kupatia mbolea, kupatia masiwa, tukulea tu, ndiye at least after 2027 tutafika hapo. Asanteni. Nilikuwa na mchibu mwenye alikuwa naongea juu, alitutanganya kusema hawa walikuwa kwa UDA. So nimekuwa out of point, lakini nilitaka kumchibu asiendelee kututanganya.
Haya, thank you Mama Selina. Hiyo nimekubali ipite kwa sababu ilikuwa inatengeneza mambo ya security. If we don't get a proper president, of course itachangia challenges za security in Kenya zaidi sana. Kwa hivyo tusidanganyane sana. Jared, wacha kalale hivyo bana. Jared, 1 minute and then I hand it over to...
Utaacha tu hivyo nisambuliwe hivyo all this time na I don't even report.
Jared, heshimu mama. Heshimu mama
Jared.
Jared. Mama. Yes.
Jared, 2 minutes please.
Yes, I respect the 2 minutes. Mama na heshimu mama vile amesema, lakini ukweli lazima usemwe. Okay? Mimi, I was not talking after the fact. I was going chronologically. what happened. Ruto was in the committee as they appointed the committee for PPI. I agree with you. But what happened at Bomas of Kenya? Ruto said, please, let's come together. Let's talk about these things. Let's talk about these things. There are things which we think are not good. He said that. And he gave some examples that what you want to cure might not be cured by this PPI unless you have some other intentions. Okay? He pointed out about the judiciary. He says, why you want to control the judiciary? What did they do after that? They said, we are not changing a comma, we are not changing a full stop. After time, they said, okay, if you don't want, then let us do what? Walk our way. Then they realized that there is a...
Wakati walitoka Bomas
No,
of
no, no,
Kenya.
no. Selena, no.
Sorry.
Give him time. Yes,
So,
Gerard.
when they get out of Bomas, then these other guys were not ready. They were saying it is our way or highway. Then they realized that, hey, people have started complaining. Then they started entertaining some small changes. And we are asking, okay, what criteria are you using that you can accommodate this, you cannot accommodate this other one? And we agree, there is no secret that the handshake brought peace. Okay? That one is a fact. But just because it brought peace does not mean that it isolated other people. So it brought peace because the kingpin who controls peace was accommodated. Otherwise, we cannot leave this country that we have to continue begging one person for peace. We want peace with or without anybody's concern. And that's what we wanted. Include everybody, okay? Today, if Papa walks out of that handshake, we will see the fight. We will see the demonstrations. So, come on, you know that. So,
okay, Jared,
we
your
want
point
to know,
is
we
made.
know who are the people. But, okay, I'm finishing. What I was saying, Mama Selena, I was just presenting the facts, and I believe, even today, we have said PPI, we did not say no to PPI, but we wanted that let us come and negotiate on the table with all Kenyans, not a representation of handshake only, while it is missing others. That's what we were asking, and we thanked God when it came back, so that maybe it will have another opportunity for us to sit and negotiate. That's what we're saying.
Gerard.
Otherwise, majority
Point
of those
is
things
made.
we could have done it in Parliament. Thank
Point
you.
is made. Let's not dwell so much on BBI because it's hiyo itarudi tena maybe 20 after election. So let's go back on track and address our issues, the insecurity, the Wanjiro issue. I think we should go back there. We have people who have come in. I can see Daktari, Patriot there, Kizito, Captain, yeah, Prince. No. Yeah, those are the guys that have joined us. So I'll hand you over to Bwana Themba. Themba, karibu
Mimi
sana.
bado sijaongea, mimi sija make submissions yangu.
Nani
Alex,
sijauliza swali,
okay.
nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Salina swali kabla you hand over.
Hapana. You know what I don't want? I don't want us to dwell on the BBI issue, you know, because it will derail us from
yangu sio
the
BBI hata. Haihusiani na BBI.
Captain, haya uliza. One second.
Okay, Salina, habari zenu kwanza. Habari Salina?
Nzuri.
Okay, swali langu niliona ulipatiana list ya the politicians who are known in the Rift Valley like Franklin Bet, Sally Kosgei, Henry Kosgei, and I don't know a few. If Biwott could have been alive, you could have mentioned. That is it.
And Biwott wakati alikuwa kwa mazishi ya Makto
Hapo sasa ndio nilikuwa nakuja hapo.
akamwambia
Yeah.
Piwot alimwambia deputy president kwa mashishi ya Makto,
Yes.
tunakuheshimu, tumechagua kama kiongozi yetu, hapana ruti chini kupiga hawa kina Kition, kupiga hawa manduku zako. Akamwambia kaa kama Moi. That was the words of Piwot. Hiyo advice Piwot alipatia Ruto, alifuata.
Let me answer you.
But she has
Ameuliza
answered you.
swali. Ameuliza swali.
It is over, Captain. Unajua watu ya military wanaheshimu time.
Ameuliza swali nani Stone PK. Ama hujasikia?
Jibu basi, jibu haraka haraka.
Na akiuliza swali si ameuliza Celine, sio wewe.
Celine si ameniuliza swali kuhusu mazishi. Haya. Ama namna gani?
Sungoje Celine ajibu, sio wewe. Anauliza mtu mwingine, wewe unajibu. Sasa wewe umeuliza swali.
Kizito, ngoja kidogo. Selina ameuliza captain. Captain, jibu.
Yes, mimi ndio nimeulizwa na Selina ya kwamba wakati Biwott aliongea kwa mazishi ya Makto kuhusu uongozi wa Rift Valley na vile William Ruto anaingilia, is William Ruto doing what Biwott said? William Ruto aliambiwa hivi na Biwott ya kwamba wachana na viti kama ya governor, MCA hizo, MP, senator, we uko juu, we ng'ang'ana huko juu, hizi viti za chini hizi wachana naye. Hiyo swali ilikuja kwa sababu William Ruto alikuwa anang'ang'ana na Jackson Mandago. Gideon Moi wakati alipatiwa nafasi kuongea katika hiyo mazishi akamwambia Mandago, wewe unaongea nini? Wamekusimamishia mtu tayari ya kukutoa kwa chama ya Jubilee. Are you seeing? So Biwott akampatia advice Ruto ya kwamba wachana na hizi viketi ndogo ndogo, we ng'ang'ana na huko juu. So wakati Biwott alipea advice Ruto,
swali umeulizwa, anafuata hiyo advice, yes or no? Alafu tuendelee.
Ndio nakuja hapo. So wakati aliambiwa wachana na hizi viketi ndogo ndogo, aende hii aka ya juu, bado afuate hivyo, lakini aliendosiwa kama yeye ndio msemaji wa Kalenjin. So kwa ile mambo ya kukamua ng'ombe na nini, maybe anakamuliwa ni sawa, but we still have that audacity to follow William Ruto, kwa sababu hata kama alikuwa anapinga BBI kwa njia nyingine ama hakuwa anapinga, tutamfuata tu hivyo juu hata Biwott mwenyewe alimwendorse. That is what
Asante Captain. I think sasa hapo ndio akufuata wazee, ndio ako na kasi na ndio inamsumbua sasa. That's why atazimwa na Azimio. Ako na kasi. Thank you very much. Themba, do you want to come in and take over so that you can have people like Kizito, Captain, Alex, au ndio hawaja submit? Themba?
Yeah, good evening. I know it's morning Kenyan time, and good afternoon from wherever you are. Kizito, I don't know Turkey wanasema nini, but nice to see all of you. Yeah, I'll take over. I'll be here for like an hour, and then I'll step out. So I don't know if in that 1 hour tutakuwa tumemaliza ama we will allow. I will have to rush out in about an hour. So, but I can take us up to that time before I leave. Yeah. Let me give my views before I bring people, because it's fair that I kind of maybe give my two piece on the topic for today, and then probably I won't speak much because I think they have the speakers before me have tried to go in depth to some of the issues that I probably would have wanted to highlight. Steve Mutumba nataka link iko hapo tumeweka, you can You can check it out. Nimeweka hapo link, so you can click in, tutakuruhusu kuingia. Yeah. Issue of security, I've had people really dive into it. I was listening from the background, and I think there are those who have pretty much given it a lot of emphasis. But I wish to agree with one person who says that our election cycle comes with security challenges. So there's a link, and there are quite a number of reports that have been released from the 80s to the 90s. It is not a unique thing that is coming out right now. So there's a clear link between power and elections and the use of violence in acquisition of power. In one report, they said that it was linked to the idea of displacement of voters from one point to another so that they don't vote in certain areas. So it's a whole lot of issues that surround it. Some of the political leaders are probably using that. They use the excuses of the culture of the Pokot and all those and others to mask the real intention of the use of the violence, because there's a systematic eruption of violence every time we are nearing an election. So that is something that has been noted, and I think that's why they're trying to a broad-based approach where they are looking at all the political leaders and also the community leaders so that they can find a long-lasting solution to it. So I am hoping that whatever statements will be coming from leaders is not going to be to fan more of the violence that we are seeing. Like what the video that we saw, that was very unfortunate, and I want to to kind of take a little tangent from what Stone PK said, that you have to to move on decisively, like stamp authority. That has when they went to deal with the Sabot Land Defense Forces, it was now as they would call it in strategic terms, is that when it becomes a security issue or a militarization of an issue, it means that the military takes over. Now, when the military takes over, it's about defending the borders and all that, and that is a different ball game altogether. But the issues that are taking place, especially where we are right now, it's an internal security issue where the ministry, the person who is directly in charge of that is Matiang'i. And those people who are government representatives in that are the RCs, regional commanders, the security arm. Because according to the constitution, issues of security and stuff are directed by the national government. They are not devolved. They're not devolved. If you would devolve some of them to counties that are not capacitated, then you would easily have development of even issues of the another security challenge would arise, where you would have development of already we have over I think 100 or 400, no 100 over 100 these militia groups. So if you start like allowing them to use that, then you not control the other risk that will come out of that. Militia groups arising. How do you control that? Illegal firearms which find themselves into the country. And then of course these militia groups are rising, and who knows, you'd see other challenges coming up. So having it controlled from up for now, I think is a good thing. So I don't want to dwell so much because I see we have really exhausted on it. The other thing is about Nairobi issue of Wanjiru and Sakaja. I mean, that's a political competition. It's likely to go on in many coalitions, and coalition building takes a lot of time. And I am hoping. Unfortunately, that is not something that is only going to affect probably the UDA. I mean, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. It is also going to be seen in the other coalitions. Even in Azimio and even the other coalitions. Coalition building, especially where you are bringing parties together. In situations where you haven't necessarily agreed in a method of arriving at a candidate, every candidate believes that they have a strength. So their mobilization effort is what you're seeing. Those are as unfortunate as it was. It is the expected competitive area. Like you are likely to see that. If you noticed when Baba went to Meru, and there was Kiraitu and there was Munya, and he had to stand in between them and say, you could see their body language was still indicating, there was still that kind of one person needs to take over, and the one person is a threat to the other. Now you are likely to see that in many functions. We haven't seen it coming out so clearly, especially in Baba meetings, because for some reason, I think Azimio is working, trying to balance that as they move on. But when when the rubber meets the road, you're going to see many of those coming up. It's a political competition, and in politics, it's not about, nobody will stand up and give you, nobody will give you that you have to show that you deserve that particular position. And how do they show it? They show it by politicians. Mostly they do that by bringing in their supporters to probably either shout down or make the other person look like they cannot speak. In Homa Bay, it is taking a twist, like, for example, Kidero and Wanga, especially in the Homa Bay County gubernatorial seat. It is very stiff, and you can see what goes on, especially when they meet down there, and the different groups that kind of come and shout at each other and stuff like that. So we are likely to see that. The two of them, definitely, as some people have suggested, I think I haven't seen much that Wanjiru did when she was an MP. I don't see. I mean, for Sakaja, I also see someone who Nairobi as a very important and significant county needs a much more seasoned person to shake the businessmen in in Nairobi, and the stability of Nairobi as a central county and the central business county in Kenya requires some more of a more firm person than the people I'm seeing. So I'm hoping that as we go along, we'll be able to see how they manage that, and of course internal and external competition, because all the coalition have to manage the internal competition, and then of course look at also external competition. How will the internal competition affect the external competition? But for that, for them, for political pundits, I think that can be used to hit at, especially perception wise, that UDA is struggling in terms. I mean, Kenya Kwanza Alliance is struggling because, number one, they haven't arrived. They are communicating. There's double speak. One time they have not yet arrived at who is the president. But when they go to rallies, you realize that they speak more about the deputy president, and they are bringing that, like, they are even his posters. They are trying to put him in the middle so that it comes out like he's already the automatic candidate. But the chairman comes and says, we haven't had an arrangement yet. We don't know what. So that communication that is not so clear to their members, could be causing what you're seeing right now. Because when Bishop Wanjiru took the microphone, she was like, I'm here because of my boss. And my boss has sent me here. So my boss is William Samoei Arap Ruto. And then when Mudama stood to speak, he was like, when Sakaja tried to get the mic from him, he said that these people are here because of me, because I lead the major political party in Kenya. You see, there was kind of internal competition that is beginning to play out. So I think we are going to see a lot of shifting, internal and possibly external playing out. However, it's good for the political system in Kenya. So let's wait and see. I agree with what someone said, that they have not, probably the Kenya Kwanza alliance, as much as they deny they don't have an alliance yet, is on a panic mode. And the reason why they had today to dispatch this team to come to Nairobi, people who have probably not campaigned in Nairobi and they don't know what it takes to campaign in Nairobi. So that is what I can say for now. And probably we'll listen to other maybe observations. Jared say, I don't know if he's already gone. Well, yeah, he's gone. So I won't respond to him because I think it will not be beneficial. Is already gone. So I want to give it to, who was it? Alex? Who was it? Stone Picker?
Alex and then Kizito.
Okay, Alex, if you may give
Followed by
your
Patriot.
views. Okay, Alex, Kizito, followed by Patriot. Alex, are you there? Okay, Kizito.
Thank you very much. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I know Alex is not there because he's always afraid of me. No, it's my brother. There's a way we fight. But for my submission today, I just wanted to say that according to the topic of today of this security issue, I think the way we are taking it, to me, on my side, I feel it's not right. I've been listening to the people who have been contributing from the beginning. I was behind the curtains, behind the camera, behind the studio, but they tend to blame the leaders. But my question or my opinion is, how can somebody, where there is a war, there's this militia, these military people, or how do we call it, bandit people, tend to drive their cattle all the way and to come to the other side and go to the other side, while the people who are staying there, who are being killed, they don't know them. Me, I come next to Masai. I come next to where Alex is coming from. Before anybody moves any cow from their village to another village, there's no day they will pass without you people noticing. So even if it's at night or even if it is in daytime. So I was just asking, let us, we people who are advising or we are discussing here, stop blaming senator, blaming MCA, blaming governor. These people, they are just in the government. But we as civilians, we people who are staying there, we are the people who knows, and we are the people who hide them inside our places. So security just the same way our beloved president said, the security starts by you. You know, so many people never took it for granted. They just say that is just a say. But security in real sense starts by you. When you see any movement, even in your area where you come from, let's forget about people's, even in Nairobi, even anywhere you stay, when you see any movement that is not normal, you have to report it, because these people, they cannot just come one day and do the same thing, because they have not known the area the way it is. There must be connection. In my area where I come from, the Maasai, sorry to mention the tribe, but they come to steal our cows. But I don't blame them, because before they come, they don't know how I lock my cows. They don't know how I lock my doors. They don't know anything. There must be somebody they have to connect with for them to come and take these cattle. But here, when we were discussing, everybody's blaming the governor. It's blaming the senator. Blaming. It is we as individuals, we as citizens, we can stop that. Fighting or having guns will never help us. You've come to realize that these people, they have more guns, better. How do they get them? Because me, I have money, I can buy that gun. I know even where to buy them, but I'm not allowed to carry it. How does these guns, this, like Tempe said last time, they have guns that are not even for police. It's not AK-47. It's not G3 rifle. They are special guns. How did this gun pass from where it came from up to in Marsabit, in Baringo, in this low? Because people were fighting like that, we can assume they are not illiterate, the way people are saying it. There are people who are not illiterate, they can only buy motorbike, which means he can buy a gun. How did he know? Which connection did he get to know where to buy this gun? There must be somebody who knows the connection and bring these guns to them. That one is first. Second, about security, I think on my side, that was only thing I can say. Second, what I said, just like the Temper said, he just talked what I wanted to say, but I can just add on top. We people, we the politicians, our leaders, we have to know what is their intentions, because even where we are here, before you go to vote for somebody, he has to explain to you as an individual, tell you this is why I want you to vote me in. I'm going to do this, because here it's different. I don't know why. Me, I don't stay in Turkey, but people here are always confused that I stay in Turkey. But where I stay, they come to you. They can even come to my house. They will explain to me what they are going to do, what he has done, and why he's feeling that it's fit to be in that position. But in our beloved country, we have only one problem. The people who are vying, like sometimes I sit down, I wonder, somebody who is a comedian, somebody who is even he was a news presenter, is saying that I want to be a politician because he gathered small money. Now he can go and talk. He can go and lure people. What we fail to understand, that when somebody gives you even €1, one shillings, it's not fair. It's better you teach somebody out of faith than to give somebody faith. But we depend on these politicians. We say, wacha lete hiyo pesa tukule, akisaenda tutamuona. But you forget that when you've eaten this money, he will give you 100 shillings, he will give you 1,000, 10,000, you will eat it. Because I'm 100% sure, even these people I'm seeing the panel now, if anybody give you even 1 million today, you will use this 1 million. When it reaches 10,000, it's when this sense of saving coming to you. You start saying that, okay, now I want to save. But you remain only with the 10,000 shillings. You've already used all the money. I just beg that with this panel, let us try to enlighten our brothers and sisters who are not being here. And let us use this channel to make them know that bribery is the cause of corruption. Here we can sit here, we say, Ruto was corrupt, anybody was corrupt, Raila was corrupt, everybody was corrupt. What was how did this corruption start? Corruption start by you. I think there was a time, PK, you can remember, there was a time I differ with somebody here from Oma Bay. He was talking sense. The way the police stopped them, it was talking sense. But why I differ with him is the way he put it was not the right way. Because he was saying that he was there, he photographed them, he saw them doing this. It was just hallucination. He was not. He was just seeing and thinking that maybe they want money. If that's why I told him that if you don't want to give money, go there. Look if this person really have the right things in the car. Where I stay here, I just give an example. Not that I brag, but where we stay, even if police stop me today, what he will ask me is only my ID plus my driving license. My driving license is there attached with my documents for the car. He will look at it. Even most of the time, they will not stop me. They will just make a camera. I just get a letter. There's nothing they discuss with me. This letter will show me the picture. If I pass traffic light, it will show me the traffic light. If I overspeed, it will show me how many kilometers I was supposed to drive and how many kilometers I pass the recommended speed, which means that is the way but in our Kenya, if the police stop you, is telling you are overspeeding, they just tell you are overspeeding. Then you come out, you give them €50, 50 shillings, 100 shillings, but you fail to forget that is you is making him. Let him take you to court. You will find even if you go to court, you will not pay that money. But because you don't want to waste time, you want to finish with him, then you start saying that they are corrupt. It's the same way, like the security you are saying. These bandit people, these people who are saying they're in Baringo, don't blame the government. If government want to fish them out, forget about these politicians. They talk because they know what they know something. There's something hidden that nobody from this panel will come out and tell us this is something that is hidden in them. If they want to tell me how many army, our army go to fight in Somalia. Do you think the bandits can fight them? They cannot. They have the special forces. They have the everything. They can go there and fight them. They are just, let's say, like Baringo alone or Elgeyo Marakwet or wherever they are. It's just a enclosed area. They can go with their bomb and bomb that place and they finish all of them. But you will find an MP, and a senator, somebody from politician coming and say that you are killing our people, which means he knows exactly what they are doing. That's why.
Summarize Kizito.
Yeah, I'm just summarizing. I was just talking because he took, I was waiting too much outside. I never wanted to join, but because people were, I feel like talking this, what I'm saying now. Okay, PK, when I'm summarizing, when we are talking about security issue, let these people, our politicians, let us not blame them. In short, let us not blame them. Let government go and do their duty, and let these politicians not enter, because these are militia. They are bandits. Thank you. That was only my submission for today.
Okay, thank you so much.
And tell Alex that let him not always disappear. I'm looking for him. I wanted the challenge. I wanted the challenge. Challenge, he was saying.
Kizito, you cannot talk for 15 minutes and then you say only.
I was looking for that challenge. For Siko, we have finished your challenge. I'm waiting.
Okay. Thank you Kizito.
Yeah, I want to sleep. Nilikuwa na challenge. Sijui Kizito alitumia Bernard ngapi. So tujue tumefika. Tulikuwa na 26k. Nilikuwa nafikiria tunaweza fikisha 50, but I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Maybe Kizito can tell us ametumwa ngapi ndio tuone. And also you can add something.
Because you never sent us your number direct. Ask Bernard. That one is for you to ask Bernard and know how much we have sent. Me, I'm ready for the challenge. Anybody who want to challenge, come, we challenge one another. I don't have any problem. Ask Bernard.
Nani Temba, you can add something.
Kizito, I have a challenge for you, Kizito.
Yes, Daktari, give him the challenge.
Kizito, you are ready?
I want somebody who is challenging me. I have to see his face.
Kizito.
Yeah.
I want to challenge you. You are ready?
Challenge me.
If I give money, how much do you give? What
what kind of?
Hold on.
Listen,
The two of
you. Listen first, Kizito.
Let's
I am the one asking you.
Patriot, okay.
Kizito, can I speak, please?
Patriot,
speak.
Kizito, I am asking you.
Patriot, mute. Kizito, mute. Now you have to agree, when one person is talking, the other one is muted, because when both of you are unmuted, there's an echo coming, so we are not able to understand. We are not able to understand. So when one person is talking kindly, the other mutes. So let me mute so that Patriot, you can go on.
Thank you, Bernard, for that. Thank you, Themba, for that correction. Thank you for that point of order. Kizito, how are you?
I'm fine. I have to mute, but I'm fine.
Okay, my question is this. This is a place for challenges. And we appreciate if you lose and if you don't win, it's all right. It's part of the game. So my question is this. Whatever I put on the table, what is the percentage of what you will put? That's what I was asking, because I don't want to say $1 million and you don't put that. So I want to know so that I'm fair with you, What are you ready to do in terms of challenge? We are setting goals here, and I don't want to hijack you. So if I put 100%, you want to put 50%, or you'll put the same figure that I put there. Will you double? Will you make it triple? I'm just being fair, Kizito. So let me know, because I want to put a challenge before you, Kizito. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patriot. But the only problem, I don't want to brag and I don't want to compete of money, because I work for my money. I work very hard to get my money, and I don't know which kind of challenge we want to fight for. If it was birthday for Siku, we had a challenge. Alex wanted us to have a challenge. I have to produce what I can for the challenge. So I look what Alex gave, then I say no, I have to give more than him. That was the challenge. I don't want to brag where we compete with money, because if it's money is not a problem. How to use it is my problem. So maybe you can try to challenge me and I can make it more, but I don't want to give it for nothing. Me, I work for my money and I do business, I win business. So I don't want to compete of something I don't know, just to brag.
And
Thank
I heard
you.
you talk about euros.
Yeah, I talk of euros. I don't talk of something that I play. I give what I have. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Brother Kizito. I will take your last statement to mean the description of yourself. You will give what you have. You will give without being reprimanded. You give without being pushed. I respect that, Kizito. This was on a light note. We were talking about Jazz Lori. I think that's what is happening, if I'm not wrong. Our sister Shiko, because she's celebrating a birthday today, she decided to, to use the opportunity, for us to actually gravitate around that birthday and actually post the Lori Jazwa. If I got it right, if I did, then I stand to be corrected. I think for the last 2 days, I'm a bit sleepy. I'm sorry for my panelists, for my behavior. So it's possible maybe I didn't get it. But if I am right, I stand to be supported. If I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. So I was saying to Zito, if you guys have gone through the challenge, then I'll not be able to put my challenge today. Then that would be unfair. Yesterday, we had a challenge from Alex. We did our part. So if you have already done the challenge, then I'll not challenge myself. I must have a team to challenge. So that means probably we push it to tomorrow. Thank you.
No, you can still do it as a birthday present.
No problem. You continue. Just give whatever little you have, because it's going to one kitty. There's no problem, my brother. It's only that what I was trying to say, let us not brag or to play with money. Because if to play with money, we can play until somebody run mad. That one is not a problem for me. But the only problem I wanted, not to brag.
I've decided not to brag. I've decided not to play with money. So when you'll be ready for the challenge, we'll do it again. Thank you.
Temba, tulikuwa na 26k na tujui Kizito ametuma ngapi, so at least you can add something with the captain, then ndio nilale.
What I've sent, if Themba, you have a number for Bernard, call him, he will tell you. I don't mention my money that I've sent. I've sent, even if I send 20 euro, that is what I sent. If I sent 1 shilling, that is what I sent. But what I sent is with Bernard. I've already received my message that money is already there. That one is confirmed. I don't just talk what I don't know.
Okay, Themba, can I make the contribution for today,
Thank
Themba?
you, Kizito. Thank you.
Yes, Daktari.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alex, the last time I checked, you're not the one moderating. What's up?
Yes, Daktari. I said Daktari, yes.
But
Daktari, I don't fear your challenge. Bring it on. Kizito is trying to complicate here. Wacha tucheze na pesa. Cheza kama wewe.
Okay, Alex, no problem, no problem. Let money move then.
Cheza kama wewe.
Let money move then. Let money move.
Let's start. Let's start then. No, Alex.
Yes.
Can we start the game then? Okay, fine. I want. Listen, Alex. Just a second.
Sure.
Let's do this, sir. Whatever Alex, Captain, Stone, everybody, whatever you give, I'll give a half. Whatever you give, I'll give a half to whatever you start giving. So start, Alex. Whatever you give as a group, I'll give a half.
Patriot, nimesema yangu ifike 30, mimi nilale tarehe yangu ishe so that you can
don't worry, tunakuletea yako. Wewe acha tukupange. Kwa mpole ndio utakuwa na mimba.
Basi
just a minute. Alex, just a second. Just a second, Alex. Shiko. The last time I listened to you, you didn't involve me. You've just told Themba to contribute and somebody else. You avoided my name. So since you did so, I am coming back because Alex has put me to a challenge. I wanted you to mention
No, but
even me, just because of Alex, that's why I'm contributing.
Kizito, just a second. So Alex has called me back. Shiko, you didn't call me to do your challenge. So I want to respect your opinion. You asked that from Themba and somebody else. So I want to have a challenge because of Alex. That's what I choose to go to. So Alex, what we are going to do is this.
Yes.
Yes. I wanted to do this, Alex. You know, this is nice, yeah. I want you, Alex, and your team, right?
Yes.
Whatever you put on the table, I'll put a half.
That challenge is you put twice. That is the best challenge.
Now I'm one person. I'm saying, Alex, get it this way. If four of you, let's say you have given 20,000, all right? I give 10,000. That means I've given more than you guys. So do four of you contribute a figure. I'll do a half of that.
Captain.
No, Alex, let's be realistic. Okay. The money the money is putting is too much that nobody can pay that for nothing. Let's do something let's put a challenge with the small money that somebody can pay immediately now. Because when you put 20,000.
Okay. Alex, let's start. Let's be fair to Kizito. Let's be fair to Kizito. I've started with 2,000. Is that okay? 2,000. Okay.
Kizito, go ahead.
Can you listen?
Okay.
Because I see you guys, you are talking. And some of us, even we don't know where the Safaricom SIM cards are.
I have said 2,000 shillings. 2,000 bob. Alex, make your contribution on Kizito.
Okay, I'm sending now 30 euro.
Okay.
Which number I sent to Bernard?
No, you send now or you did?
I'm sending now. I'm sending which number? You know where I am. You have to give me the number I'm sending to.
Themba will give you the number.
And I'm using my phone, which means I have to go back. I come out of the line, then I send. But I've said I'm sending 30 euro now.
Thank you so much. I'm sending 2,000 shillings, Kenyan money. So Alex, how much are you sending, Alex? It's okay, Kizito. It's Alex now. Alex.
No, me, I'm waiting for Captain, my friend, to give money. Then I give. You know, Captain is my best friend here.
All right, that's okay. Captain, give money. Give money, Captain.
Can you listen? You have to listen, my friend. learn how to listen first before you start asking for money. What I want to say is this: for
No,
me,
but we
I've been
listen.
around for
You
long.
guys have said we give money, my friend. We
Yeah, of
listen.
course. What is the problem? You yourself, you have a problem with money. Money is
No, don't take it.
Captain, stop. Captain, stop
Don't
talking
do
too
that.
much.
Don't do.
We
We
are.
said give money.
This bus
Simple.
must
What a
go.
story mingi.
Yeah.
I have given 2,000. He has given 30 euros. You give money. That's all. We move to something else. Alex, give money. How much? We move on. Why are you saying we don't listen? You asked for money and you are giving money. That's all.
Okay. I think now, if at all I cannot talk, then you can continue, but no problem.
Alex, how much are you giving? My brother Alex, finish the story. We move because other people are getting mad here. So 30 euro, 2,000. Alex, you add something. We finish that topic, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I'm sending my money now, so I'm going to computer, but I switch off my phone because I have to send with my phone.
Do you have the number, Kizito?
I'm sent to Bernard Ngozi, or which number?
That's okay. That's okay.
That's okay, Kizito. That's okay.
Yeah.
We are talking to Alex, not you. We trust you. The problem with your money is how to spend, bwana. I know you have money. That's not an issue. Tuko naongea na Alex, bwana. Ni nini Omera?
Pesa hakuna shida. Pesa kama ni pesa.
Yes,
Iko
mami hebu toa hata tutafurahi sana.
Bernard will prove to us how much we have sent. I know we don't doubt each other here. You can't make a promise, Kizito, that you can't. I know you'll do that. I am sending 2,000 shillings. I have Bernard's number, and he will confirm that. Alex can send money. I know, Alex, you can send now, even tomorrow. You're a big brother, but it's good to say how much so that you encourage others to give.
Captain, nisaidie hapa bwana. Sasa Captain, nini mbaya na wewe bwana? Rafiki yangu.
Unajua Alex, shida moja, sijakubaliwa kuongea na naitishwa tu pesa.
Uongee, mimi ndio nimekupea time ya kuongea. Wewe ongea, time ni yako.
Okay, sawa. Unajua sasa
Haya, wacha nisaidie hapa. Temba.
Stony, wacha Captain aongee.
Sijui mbona ikifika wakati yangu wa kuongea kila mtu anataka kunikata.
Wewe ongea Captain, wewe usijali. Mti ambaye iko na matunda lazima ipigwe mawe.
Pesa iko bana, lakini sasa ukijaribu kujieleza kuhusu hii pesa inakuwa ni makazi.
Mute Alex.
Hii pesa unataka kujieleza ndio.
Captain, endelea.
Pole Captain.
Unajua najieleza kwa sababu hata
Captain, endelea bwana, uwanja ni wako.
Anaweza confirm ya kwamba sijakuwa kwa forum for a very long time. I only came to see the running nini whatever down there that kuna mpaka lori inajazwa and what marsabit people are dying because of drought. So I was even to be alerted, but no problem. Contributing is no problem. Alex, I'll give 2,000, not right now, but maybe tomorrow, because in this country where I am, you know very well, there's no M-Pesa. Hata SIM card ya Safaricom itabidi nitafute venye niliweka. If I make tomorrow to get that SIM card and then I load it somewhere or M-Pesa, and then I don't know ni namba ya Ngozi. Hello, tunaweka namba ya Bernard ama ni ya nani?
Yes, ya Bernard.
Kama till number, kama unaweza tumia till number, unaweza weka kwa till number, na kama sio kuna namba ya Bernard hapo. Kuna namba ya
tunatumia Bernard.
Ama waja
You're sending $2,000 or Kenyan or euro. How much is that? Which currency are you talking about?
Well, you don't worry. When you see 2,000, you will see the denomination. or the currency, which one is it? Those people will tell you the currency that I will have sent on 2000. That is the name. Sawa sawa.
Asante sana Captain, asante
Tumalizane na hii
sana.
maneno ya hii pesa haraka haraka, tuende hii mambo ya insecurity.
Maneno ya security Captain, tutaenda huko sasa. Temba sasa, we maliza, alafu nitoe yangu. Temba, tunakusikiza wewe.
Hiyo star challenge mimi siko bana.
Hapana, hatukuache. Leo ndio birthday.
Hiyo challenge mimi siko bana.
Wewe ndio uliweka poster ya
Wewe
birthday ya Chiko.
Alex Demba ako kwa challenge yangu. Demba ako kwa challenge yangu. Nimengoja muongee sasa. Demba ako kwa challenge yangu. Nataka nione anatoa ngapi ndio nilale.
Alex, don't mix things. There are two challenges, Alex. Don't mix that. Thank you for that, and I know Alex is very observative. So don't mix the two. Can we finish this one, and then Themba's challenge can begin? If they want to begin later, then we respect that. You must respect the voice of a lady. Alex, thank you.
Okay, in the meantime tukiendelea kufikiria hiyo challenge, kuna watu pale wanauliza, good people of Kenya ask why we do have many slaughterhouses in villages, who regulates them? Temba uko kimya, mbona? Niko kimya, unajua sometimes niliambiwa ya kwamba uko na masikio mbili, macho mbili, mdomo mmoja, so that you can hear more, see more, speak less. So ndio maana ninafuata kimya. Lakini tuko sawa, tunaendelea kutoa. Asanteni sana for Alex, Captain, Shiko for the challenge of your birthday. I think that's a very good initiative that you brought across. Challenge ya Shiko ipewe, not nice. Not nice.
Are you avoiding my name deliberately, or it was the slide of the tongue, Themba? I'd like to know that, please. Can you clarify? Are you saying? No. I asked a question. Themba. Is it the slide of the tongue, or you deliberately avoided? Which I'll still respect if I got the answer, please.
Alex, toa pesa wakati Temba anajibu hiyo nini, wewe toa pesa Alex.
I know I also didn't mention Ziana, so I don't know why you are taking it personally. There's also Selena that I didn't mention. So there are two other people. It's not like don't self-stigmatize. It was just, let me mention all of you so that...
but still answer my question. But still answer my question. You have to answer my question. Mine, I'm concerned about myself. So
okay, let me.
It's okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back to it. Nice to see Alex, Petrot, Captain, Selena, Ziana, Stone. I really like the initiative, especially from Shiko and the rest. I mean, for her birthday to raise 26,000, that's quite a deal, at least for the cause, a good cause that we have done. Themba, Alex or Themba, add me to WhatsApp group. We don't do that. We will try see. We have stopped adding people, especially after some incidences that happened last week. So we have stopped that just for a while before we resume that. So we are trying to do some little cleanup, and then we'll be adding people to the WhatsApp group. So just be patient. As soon as we are done with that process, which will take, I think, about 2 weeks, we will start adding people again to the WhatsApp group. There were some incidences in the WhatsApp group that were not very nice, so we decided to just hold it a little bit. Alex analea watoto wadau. Okay, yeah, wanasema Alex asisumbuliwe sana. Not nice show, Itash. So marafiki zangu wale wako pale kwa comment, kama mnanipenda sana, Shiko amenipa challenge hapa, kuna 4,000 imebaki. Mnaweza nisaidia kujaza hapo ndio ifike 30k. Msichana mrembo aende akalale jamani. Si vizuri kuweka msichana mrembo anakaa hapa anatulia, nisaidieni kujaza hiyo 4000. So kama mko hapo kwa na mnanipenda kama vile mnasemanga, 4,000 tutoeni hapo, mjaze hiyo, msichana aende kalale. Yeah, so as I keep talking, kindly do that. In the meantime, Alex captain anakuambia umalizie hiyo challenge yake, so that hiyo story tumalizie hapo. Someone is coming in. Kizito amekuja.
Yeah, Temba.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tell Patriot I've already sent 3,681 now.
That is 30 euros. So
Yeah.
So Patriot, tafadhali andika hiyo.
I told him I'm sending now.
I hear there's watu wa UDA, kuna Sugoi TV. So ukienda kwa YouTube utapata kuna Sugoi TV endo ujaribu itafute huko. But hii si ya watu wa UDA. Hii ni mchanganyiko, captain. Naambia hao watu wako bana. Hapa tuko sisi wote. Hii ni ya Wakenya. So
Achana na hawa watu Temba, achana na hawa watu. Hawa watu wana kiburi sana, hawa watu wa UDA.
Kuna watu wako na kiburi sana huko chini. Sisi hapa tuko sisi wote
sana hawa. Sijui nini
nafaa kuonana na Alex, I buy him whiskey. Lama Alex, kuna mtu anataka kununulia whiskey huko chini, anaitwa Lama. So kutaneni na yeye akununulia whiskey. So mmemaliza hiyo story ya captain, mmemaliza na Alex?
Tukutane hapo bis.
Sasa Alex, unajua hajatoa pesa bado.
Alex, kuna challenge mlikuwa mnamalizana na captain.
Sasa si hapo tumemaliza, tena unataka ngapi?
Teba, si ulikuwa unataka 4K na 4K si nimetuma 3,000, imebaki tu 400. Alex, toa hiyo 400.
Kizito hiyo yako ilikuwa ya Shiko. Kama ni ya Shiko ni sawa.
Ya Shiko ni sawa, toa. Ya Shiko ilikuwa kando. Hii ni yetu, hii challenge. Si Patriot ametupatia challenge.
Point of order, sir. Temba. Point of order, Temba. Kizito, our brother Kizito is mixing the ideas, and the person who is doing this thing is Alex. Alex knows very well what he's doing. Alex, what we need to do is this. Themba is appealing for 4,000 shillings. I'm sure something will happen on that. I brought in a challenge that involved you, Alex, myself, and our brother Kizito. So you threw the thing back to Themba. Themba is on a different trajectory. So Alex, I was asking if you can make your contribution so that my challenge is complete, and then Themba can finish his, then we move to the next step. I'll really appreciate it. So can you make your remarks in as far as that is concerned?
Sorry, Kizito. Si uniambie umetoa ngapi tu ndio nilale nione kama zimefika 30. Because hata hizo zingine umesema. Tafadhali. Maybe.
Umejua yako ilikuwa private juu huku niomba, lakini nimetoa 2,000 and over. Hiyo ya juu siwezi sema, hiyo Bernard pia lazima apate ya kutoa, but nimetoa 2,000, yeah. But hii challenge ingine hii nimetuma saini ya Patriot. Yako nimetuma kando na hii ni ya Patriot. Lakini nimetuma zote kwa Bernard Ngozi.
Alex, you are holding us back, my brother. Really?
Okay,
Patriot. More than 2K, then it means I can sleep. Maybe the 2,000 zenye ziko za juu naweza ongeza. Sawa.
Ni Themba ndiye anakutolea, mbona unataka kumwachia Shiko? Si Themba anataka kutoa hiyo 2,000. Hiyo sio pesa mingi.
Patriot, I think when you were talking, I was not talking kindly. So I'm talking to them. So Tembo unaweza toa hiyo 2K mimi nilale.
Silikuwa 4000 na marafiki zangu watakuja hapo watoe hiyo 4000. Wewe lala tu.
Sasa ndio nasema na kuachia.
Watu marafiki hapo watatoa 4000. Wewe lala tu.
Hapana, hii
Hujatoa pesa
hatukubali.
bana.
Hapana, toa pesa ndio shika lale. Ulisema mrembo halali bila pesa.
Lexi mdogo wangu. Toe tuendelee na maneno jamani, mdogo wangu. Mbona?
Dada yangu nisaidie tutoe hiyo maneno tumalize, tuachane na watu ambao matapeli wetu hapa.
Princess.
Yes, me.
Unatoa ngapi nimalizie? Niambie nimalizie ya juu.
Princess.
Nakusikiza.
Mimi nataka uwe na birthday nianze kutoa pesa sasa kwako. I think that's what we want to do. Na mimi ndio nitatoa peke yangu sasa. Nataka ukuwe na birthday party.
Huyu hata niulize hili swali kwanza. Ni kama sijaelewa.
Captain.
Captain, ngoja niulize swali kwanza.
Wewe shemeji.
Ngoja niulize swali.
Kaibe ng'ombe zile uliiba 12. Hazijatosha nyumbani jamani, nenda uongeze zingine. Iba zingine jamani.
Ngoja niulize swali ndio niridhike kwanza. Mimi kulingana na vile nimesikia mkiongea hapa, Patriot, hiyo swali ndio utajibu. Kulingana na vile mnaongea, naona ni kama kuna group mbili. Kuna pesa za Shiko na kuna pesa ya Jasa Lori. Ama kulingana na vile nimefanya analysis, naona ni kama kuna kitu kama hiyo. Na ni kama nimeangukia kitu kingine ambapo sio hiyo.
Zote zinajaza lori. Captain. Zote zinajaza lori, lakini Shiko alikuwa na birthday yake ndio kaweka hiyo challenge yake.
Princess.
Sasa
mimi ndio nimeuliza swali Princess. Mimi ndio captain ameuliza swali. Mbona unanisaidia Princess?
Juu nimesikia wakisema sijui pesa ya Shiko, pesa ya Jasa Lori.
Jibu, acha ninyamaze.
Ebu Patriot, eleza hii pesa inaenda aje? Unajua naona ni kama nimejanga pesa na sijui itaenda wapi.
Nyamutio, wewe umeingishwa kwa mtaro. Sasa wacha nikwambie ukweli hapa. Wewe umeingia kwa mtaro. Iko hivi hapa. Iko hivi. Kuna pesa ilikuwa inachangwa. Hiyo ingine sitaki kujua. Mimi najua ya challenge yangu. Hiyo ingine sitaki kujua. Si umesikia wamesema nisiongee. Sasa ulize hao watakuambia ilikuwa inaenda wapi. Sasa mimi najua yangu. Alex ameruka. Tunaona Alex tumeanza challenge. Alex ameruka, hajachanga. Tumefanya mimi na Kizito. Mimi namuongelesha ananyamaza. Alafu anarudi kwa Temba. Temba anarudi huko. Sasa and you know it's like tumeambiwa tusiongee. Sasa mimi Alex siku nyingine asiniweke kwa challenge kwa sababu challenge yake sijui ilikuwa inaenda wapi.
Mimi hata naona nimechanga kitu ambapo sielewi. Sasa tutarevisit kwanza. Unaona Temba yeye amejiweka tint kwanza, haonekani kitu ile iko hiyo maneno. Tutarevisit mmemaliza challenge yenu, tuende kwa siasa ya insecurity. Hapo ziko nimejitoa.
Haya tuingie kwa debate sasa, tutarudi kwa hiyo challenge baadaye. Haya Captain, wakati wako sasa. Na jamani, niko na dakika 7 peke yake ambao nitachomoka kidogo. Patriot, will you be here?
Yeah, but it's me who is supposed to speak, sio Captain.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, Captain wewe nyamaza kwanza. It's Patriot. Tafadhali pole. Unajua
no problem.
Captain, Patriot.
Lakini hatujasikia Patriot ametoa pesa ngapi kwa hiyo challenge. Sasa tunatoa mimi Alex atoe pesa.
Alex amekataa kutoa.
Okay. Patriot.
Yes, Bernard.
Wacha tuongee kidogo, tutasimama tena alafu tuone nini. So wewe endelea Patriot.
Tutatoa, I promise you.
Temba.
Naam Ziana, sema.
Si mbaya lakini sawa tu. mimi nikaingia kwanza, wakina Patriot walikuja nyuma, hata akina Kizito.
Haya basi, okay, sawa. Haya, sawa basi. Haya, Patriot, haya ngoja basi. Patriot ngoja, Captain ngoja, Ziana, haya wewe ongea. Yaani hivi leo, yani sijui mmekula nini. Haya basi, ongea basi. Haya, usitete sana jamani.
Nimempa nafasi Patriot, zungumza.
Sasa hivi kama ulikuwa na hivi kama ulikuwa umpe nafasi, si ungesubiri aongee alafu baadaye basi utete. Jamani.
Nilikuwa nateta kwa sababu hunioni.
Nimekuona Ziana, nimekuona. Haya, Patriot jamani. Alafu Patriot tafadhali you will take over and then I'll be off for about an hour, then I'll come back.
That's okay. That's okay. But it should be an hour the American. Don't make it an hour African, please. An hour American, I'll appreciate. That should be about 5.
No. Hold on. About 5 years time. Okay, fine. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let me tell you when I'm leaving, so that you don't start counting immediately. When I'm leaving is when I'll tell you, so that you I know you, man.
No, thank you. That's okay, man. That's okay, then. That's all right.
Okay, bro.
That's all right. Okay. Yeah. I'll start by saying this, Captain. Thank you so much, my brother, and it's been always a pleasure to have you here, Alex, Themba, Stone PK, our sister Princess Ziana, Kizito, Geoffrey, karibu sana, my SG, karibu Geoffrey. You guys, it's always a pleasure to have you here. Lakini Alex umetuchezea. You know, Alex, you put me into a challenge.
Natoa. Guest of honor anatoa ya mwisho.
Wewe Patriot, peana your submission, story ya cash tulimaliza hiyo.
No, I'm just okay. Nisawa PK. I stand to be guided. So I want to go straight to today's submission. Marsabit drought donation, hiyo ndio naona hapa, na nimeona mambo ya let me check. What is that again? Today's issue is about security or insecurity. I'll say this. Kenya is a very unique country. Kenya is a very unique country, and we all know the fault line that defines the fabric of our country is always, cut across on matters the security, because the security of our nation is actually the epicenter of the items that hold us together. So when we have a unique, progressive situation in Kenya, starting from the time election happens to the next election, that transition is something that has always gone to a very steady trajectory. It sometimes feels very, very, very unfortunate that when we expect this to be a static moment, that once we have an election, we start enjoying the fruits of our country in terms of labor, in terms of togetherness. It becomes quite very obvious that immediately the elections are done, we start campaigning for the next election. To me, that is a very serious, red flag that shows that in as much as we have made progress as a country in matters democracy, we still have a lot of work to do to keep the peace that is actually the center element of our posterity and prosperity as our country is concerned. We really have a big homework to do, which I feel sometimes we are going to find ourselves in very difficult corners where we might end up spending our midnight. We might end up burning midnight fuel to correct that, and it might be probably too late when we realize that we have stagnated. We have grown of age chronologically, but biologically we are dwarfed. So in my view, it is true that security of our country has always been a serious concern to us. We have not made much improvement. However, I want to say this: the country enjoyed a little bit of improvement of the same right from the time the handshake happened. For sure, had we not gone through the transition of the handshake, politically, of course, to where we are today, because politics and peace, they seem to be entangled. They seem to have a very close correlation. Had we not gone through the handshake, in my view, we will not be happy exchanging smiles here and a bit of jabs, and at the end of the day, we take them as jokes. I am sure, Captain, if it was not for handshake, any slightest joke here, you will take it serious to mean something else, because the physical expression goes to the mind. And once it gets to the mind, you form illusions, you form ideas, you form activities. And in my view, it is true that the workshop of the devil is associated with a mind that is empty in terms of activity. So had we not gotten what we have today that has preoccupied our mind in terms of handshake, today we will be looking at each other as enemies. And that is something that I'll have to say. I congratulate the two leaders who went out of their way to give us the opportunity to coexist as Kenyans, who gave us the opportunity to understand that yes, we can joke, we can laugh, we can jab each other, but still know that that is out of a limited fire that is within the friendship. But had that not happened, trust me, we'll be looking at each other with suspicion. Probably when you come here, you wouldn't say where you come from, and you wouldn't want anybody to visit you. I remember last time when we were speaking about people coming to my house saying giving their gifts to my daughter Princess. When they asked where I live, I told them openly that this is where I live. And in as much as they didn't come, I want to thank those who send their gifts. I'm sure Alex, when he'll be in Kenya one day, he'll visit me. So I'm saying we are free to express each other today. Something that will not have been the case had we not gone through a little bit of the handshake that we went to. However, I want to believe that this country has a long, long, long way to go, because even the politics that we are speaking about today has so much to do with the tribe. You cannot have Ongeri, right? Have any chance of winning an election in Turkana or Nyeri. This is a reality that we must get into, and to some extent, I don't mind having war that is borders on class. Class war, in my view, is far much better than tribal animosity, because tribal animosity, it is stupid, it's impunity. You carry the burden of people that you even don't know. But class war, at least there's similarities of association. When somebody can say, you guys, you live in Karen, others live in Umoja. There must be something that shows how you think together. But it's not very nice for you to think, because I come from Nyanza, a person from Nyanza who wronged you, necessarily I agree with him. So to me, tribal animosity is the most delicate imbalance that we must look at as a country. So I agree that insecurity in this country is a very, very emotive subject that must be addressed. And it's time we actually directed our energy to that. And as I've said, tribalism and insecurity and politics, this seems to be the triplets, sisters, who seem to go together. But I want to believe that the new trajectory that has been introduced by the two leaders will be a serious roadmap to help us on how we will deal with this menace, because it's been a challenge for years. And for some of us, I think we are happy that we are showing people the way to go is to intermarry. PK is my brother-in-law. He's married from Kisii. I'm married from Central. I'll encourage my son and my daughters to intermarry. That will minimize that. That is one of the solutions that will actually reduce and mitigate the challenge of insecurity in this country that is so much related to tribalism and politics. Because once politics is in the center, tribalism comes into play, nepotism that brings in other animosities along tribal lines, that comes into place. And actually, definitely once the two sisters meet, then the country becomes polarized, security becomes a challenge, and of course, once security becomes a challenge, politics is wrapped around that because people want to have numbers. They're moving people from one place to the other. They want to make sure they're displacing numbers for them to get the populace, votes for them to win election. So it is a monkey thing, in my view. But we need to have experts. I think we need to do an academic, we need to have an academic program that will bring on, all the disciplined minds to actually address this probably, regardless of how we will have looked with that at the basic level. I think it is something that we must have principally a serious, probably constitutional, address to it. And I think let me emphasize the Constitution in a prophetic manner. The Constitution will be a serious way of addressing insecurity. Probably say if you're found to bring insecurity that relates to the three sisters, as I've put them. I mean, that is politics, tribalism, and the general insecurity in itself. If the three can be tackled by having strict constitutional order, I think that will be the way to go. So that when you speak, matters tribalism, when you practice open, open favoritism that is based on political and animosity that threatens the security of the country, then we will start seeing people taking Kenya serious as a country. But I think there is a lacuna in the law on how that is actually being addressed. And I think that is why people are finding a leeway of speaking the way they are speaking, and they're finding it fashionable. You go to your county home, you speak this, but when you come to Nairobi, you behave, you're a Kenyan. When you're in a church in Kisii, you speak your mother tongue. When you come to Nairobi, you speak your Kiingereza heavy. It is time that we put our foot forward as a country and say enough is enough. Insecurity should be tackled once and for all. And in my view, that can be properly tackled with the law, because there's a serious lacuna. There's a bit of punches that are given to babies. Those are kid punches, that are given. Well, if I may describe the law that way, we need to have heavy punches that are coming from the law, so that people fear, so that people understand. If I call PK a Luo, if PK looks at me and he says, "Hey man, wewe ni Mkisii," that should be in itself unlawful and it should be punishable, so that we start having Kenyans reason as Kenyans. So that's what I would think, and I hope I get an opportunity to say something. But for me, that's a serious challenge. I agree. We have so many ways that we must start re-energizing our energy. I mean, we start changing our direction of energy to that. If we do that collectively, because it's a collective responsibility of intersectoral, interministerial, intertribal, that is the only way we can be able to succeed. Nobody can do that, not even the president. If he doesn't have the political goodwill of others, it might not be something that might be realized any soon. It will remain a pipe soon. So for me, I am of the view that the way to go about it, we must accept that this country is a country that we are given by God to live. We will leave it for our children. We must address it. Nobody chose. There's nobody who applied to be born anywhere. So this insecurity, in my view, is heavily anchored on the three: politics, tribalism, and of course the general insecurity itself on its upper scale is a product of the two. So that's what I would think. And unless somebody has a question, back to you, to the moderator.
You are the moderator yourself. I think you forgot that you Temba handed over to
You are the moderator.
Oh, my good Kenyans. You will always be Kenyans. You will always be Kenyans. Temba said if he will leave, he will let me know. The last time I checked, I didn't get that notification. Nevertheless, I will take it over I will take it over, my brother. Now, I will go very straight to my dear daughter, Princess Diana, because in the African context, anybody who shares the name with your daughter, then that's your daughter. Then from there, we'll go to Geoffrey. Geoffrey, don't go away. You know, you are the.
It is
No, I'm
easy.
there. Just continue giving others
Captain,
nafasi. Tuko
Captain,
pamoja, tuko pamoja.
just give Captain. Give Captain. He hasn't talked.
Captain Nyamutio, sasa ni mambo yako sasa. Hebu ongelea sasa sisi na uongee
Sasa
kama umekaa chini. Ongea kama
huyu
umesimama. Sio ngoja,
huyu
wait.
princess nini?
Ngoja, wait Captain.
Sasa
Wacha mambo ya kuwa chibaribara. Ongea kama umesimama. Wewe china yako nani na tuanzie hapo alafu useme. Ndio tuendelee.
si jina tayari umeshasema eh?
Hiyo ngoja niulize Captain. Hiyo ni China ya kwako ama ya kwa nyumbani? Hiyo ni ya kwako ama ya kwa nyumbani? Hebu eleza.
Hii ni jina yangu, hii nilipewa na bosi yangu bwana, hii jina
Sasa fanya hivi, eleza kwa haraka, na ile pesa ulituma tujaona kwa M-Pesa, inaonekana ulitumia mtu iko prison. Wewe
tulimaliza mambo ya pesa nani, wewe ongea mambo ingine. Hiyo mambo ya pesa wachana na hiyo maneno, bujiweke kando hapo kabisa.
Basi tumeenda Chibaribal, tumeenda through. Sasa hebu ongelea hapo sasa. Thank you. Captain, come on board please. It was a live
Okay,
moment.
no problem, Patriot. Thank you very much for giving me this time, even though I've been talking but not on the submission. I've seen there it's written that insecurity, what is ailing our security sector in Kenya. I think when I read this thing, it's talking about the national security itself, because I had people talking of Mugutani huko, Baringo, Barago huko. This thing is talking of like the other day, France issued a threat alert. Yes.
Captain, a second, Captain. I want to clean the house. Alex is speaking to Themba, I know, or Shiko. Now, you guys, now we need to concentrate here. You can see Alex, and we can tell. So please concentrate, Alex. Alex, I wanted to be sure that you are following, please. Thank you, Alex.
I'm speaking to my wife.
I am sorry. I didn't know, Alex.
Of course, you know, Alex. When I'm talking, Alex is always very keen to listen on what I'm saying, because he is one voter of William Ruto from the other side of the tent. Only that he doesn't want to tell you guys.
Okay, you are very right. Captain, you are very right.
Exactly.
Thank you. I'm happy Alex is listening. Captain, it's your turn.
When we are talking of the insecurity in the country, I think we have to look it in a different angle, because you remember there was a threat alert that was issued by one of the countries, the big countries. I think it is France, because the country right now is reluctant. The country right now is in politics. You see, and thereafter, after issuing the threat alert, you see now the government, they are running around trying to arrest people in the name of acting of what they were told. Which for me, I say, each and every person should do his or her own job. The Minister for Interior afanye kazi yake na awache siasa. Afanyie kazi wananchi wa Kenya, ndio wafanye campaign vizuri. Afanye docket yake ya security, ndio wakati wa campaigns tusije tukapata shida ingine. Like the other day when Dusit was they were shooting there, I think we were relaxed. We didn't even know that something like that would have happened at Dusit. So now again, people, when we are in politics, you see everybody is concentrating on politics. We don't concentrate on the security of the country, and that is a failure from the ministry that is dealing with security of the country. I've heard of somebody saying about the marriage the marriage in maybe in those sites whereby we have cattle rustling. Most of the cattle rustling that is taking place in Kenya right now is from the side of Paraguay, Yoni Baringo, and the side of Pokot, whereby I hear someone saying that these boys, because they want to marry, they are forced to go and look for cows, which I totally oppose. I totally oppose that one, because even in Masai land, vijana wanaoa, the youths are marrying there, but you don't hear of cattle rustling there. Why? Why are we reducing the Pokot and the Baringo people that they are marrying? So the boys, they have to go and look for cows in a way that they are doing rustling, killing people, making women and children to suffer just because of marriage. I totally oppose in this way. When we talk of cattle rustling in Baringo and Pokot, you will not fail to talk of KMC. That is what I can say. And if we hit a nail on the head here, some of us even might be arrested. We know
We
what's
will not
happening
fail to talk of what? KFC?
KMC, that is, not KFC. I know you are in Kentucky, fried chickens.
No, what is
I'm
that?
talking of KMC, my
Oh,
friend.
Kenya Meat Commission. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So let's not put our boys that they want to marry, so they are getting the cows for marrying. Hiyo weka kando. The cows that are being stolen in Baringo, they are going direct to KMC. KMC in Athi River. And that is what everybody knows. And that is why I was saying, if we continue talking and hitting the nail on the head, some of us might be arrested. We have the very notorious two MPs. I cannot mention their names here. They are behind cattle rustling. One of them was arrested the other day. Akaongea mambo ya bond sijui nini. Oh, mara nini akalipa bond akatoka. So,
Captain,
I cannot mention someone's name.
Captain.
Yes.
I want to take charge. What
take charge, yeah?
Just something, Captain.
Yeah.
I know we are entitled to opinion, and
Yes.
And as Kenyans, of course, we don't advocate for cattle rustling. But
Yes, exactly.
I want to, because I know you are somebody who has taken an oath at some point. That's very true.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So I want us to remain civil, and I am not saying that I'm trying to gaggle your opinion. I'm just trying to say that you know better. It's a public platform.
I know that.
Yeah. So
anyway, Patriot, I know what you want to say. Let me just submit by saying that.
Thank you.
I'm not mentioning anyone's name, but let's not take the advantage whereby the country is in politics right now, because you see, each and every year we are in electioneering period. You see such things happen. It is always happen maybe after elections again, but in a very silent way that people even can have a sleep. But for now, you see, those people, they don't have a sleep. Even children are not going to school because of the war. Because now the election period is there. Politicians, everyone is trying to look for his or her own right there. He's saying, these are my people, these are my people. So now they are engineering for the fight, which the other citizens are suffering for nothing. You see. So insecurity is affecting the country. We are affected in I heard you saying in another level, the top one. That is where I can say myself, national security, where some countries are picturing on us. Even some of us where we are, when it was issued the threat alert the other day, so many people, they're asking us, what is wrong with your country? Yeah, any problem, this and that, you see. But who are you not to protect your own country? Just say those are just batok. So when we picture security, picture it in a national level and our own regions where we come from. What is causing this thing? We have to stop this thing of cattle rustling, and we stop telling that being rich is going to get someone's cows, and then you come now and pay for the dowry. Which family is that is accepting the dowry from the cows that they were stolen? Who is that accepting that? Hiyo tulipitwa na wakati na vitu kama hizo. Hakuna familia wanaweza kubali ng'ombe kama hiyo. So hiyo ng'ombe inaibiwa, watu wanauawa, haiendangi kwa upande ya ndoa. Hiyo inaendanga kwingine. Inaendanga zikibebwa na malori zinapelekwa kwingine. Yeah, I think sioni kama kuna neno ingine. Sina neno kwa sasa. Mambo ya pesa baadaye. Tutaongelea hiyo.
Okay, thank you, Captain, for your submission. I'll say this before I hand over to our dear sister, Princess Ziana. Truth be told, we have a challenge, and the way you put it, Captain, we have a challenge that is really glaring before our face, especially now that we are going to the election. But I want to flip the coin. You know, I am one person who is always optimistic. I am never a pessimist in life, and I want to say the following, just quickly. This country, the security that we are enjoying, the peace that we are enjoying in this country today, compared to our neighbors, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda, trust me, I'll put that as a challenge. This country is safer than those other countries that I've mentioned. And Captain, that you know, it is true that we have a child who has gotten a B+. He can do better to get an A-, but the rest of the neighbors' children are getting C- and a D+. I wanted to bring that to your fore as we discuss. What we need to talk about, in my view, is to improve on our security and the peace tenor that we are enjoying. But it's not correct. I wanted to chip this. It's not correct to say that this country is unsafe. That I want to be very, very categorical. This country has made a lot of strides. We have made a lot of progress in as far as improving the security of our nation. And that's why, in my view, I think politics is suspect. Politics has played a major role in defining how safe we are in this country. If politics is able to be fixed, then even the cattle rustling, which you have finally attributed to politics, my brother PK, my brother Captain, you will see that everything will fall into it. So I think the epicenter of our safetyness, our peace as a country, is determined by the way we handle our politics. It's all anchored. It's an attraction. It's a gravitation around the nature of our politics.
Patriot.
And to me,
Patriot.
Yeah. Yes,
I'm leaving now. Is that okay? No, I told you I'll tell you when I'm leaving.
Oh my goodness.
So now
that is a surprise, my friend.
So now it's 1 hour from now. I told you I'll tell you when I'm leaving.
Oh my goodness. So that will be 5:23. Thank you.
Yeah.
5:30, my friend.
5:30, yeah.
5:30.
The guy never comes back in 1 hour. Temba, utangoja.
Oh my God. Temba ndakuacha kwa mataa if you don't come. Okay, thank you, my brother. I know you make it this time around in time. Okay.
Texas, kule Temba yupo Texas. Hiyo barabara sasa akielekea nyumbani.
Oh, he lives in Texas.
Hey, hataki kusema. Sijui. Mpaka mtu ajisemee mwenyewe. Lakini siku moja alisema hapa barabara ya Texas. Sasa sijui.
Hapana, ako Memphis, Tennessee.
But I'm told he's bought properties in Dallas, Texas. Okay, anyway, that's not it. Thank you. I was saying, Princess, utanifunza hiyo. You will tell me. Hiyo tumewawachia, hiyo ni yenyu, lakini mjue hatutemeshwa ngwingwi. Hiyo mjue hivyo, hatutemeshwa ngwingwi. That is the truth. Now back to back to what I was saying. I am of the view that Captain, the main epicenter of the peace that we are yearning for as a country is defined by politics. And when you look at the nucleus of the politics, you will find out that the hygiene and the sanity of politics, which gravitates around leadership, is what matters. Because if you have the right leaders who have the political goodwill to have this country run on a trajectory that is peaceful, then you will not have a problem. But if you have people who want to make politics a platform for them to gain wealth, you know, have advantages over the other, then you have the theory coming up, Captain, the one you're saying, that you attribute the trade of this in, you know, to politicians and stuff like that. So I think we will all agree with the fact that politicians and politics have a serious role to see to it that we have a peaceful country. So I think that is the way to look at it. But the most important thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, my fellow panelists and Kenyans who are listening, is that this country is not that bad. We have made progress. 2017, you can remember, it was chaotic. You wouldn't know whether it's a terrorist or it's your political opponent who will be hitting you. Now, at least we know. You know, when you hear that, we can come together as a country to fight, you know, any person who brings, you know, disturbance and of course, messing our peace as a country. But if you're a divided nation, it becomes very easy for the enemy to fight you. So I think, by and large, our fabric in peace is so much determined with the way we relate as a country. That's why I said tribalism, politics, and matters relating to how we look at ourselves from a political contestation, then that will really be the issue. So my prayers are that we look at these things differently. Let's have a law that is more accurate on what it says. Let's have an express law that says clearly, kama wewe ni mwizi wa ng'ombe unafungwa miaka ngapi. You get? Kama wewe ni mwanasiasa umepatikana na nyama Nairobi na hii nyama inaonyesha ilitoka Lodwar, it will be treated like the wildlife meat, for instance, you know, something like that, you know. So to me, I think the law is still an issue. It has a lot of lacuna that need to be addressed in the way we deal with this kind of menace, which affects our peace as our country. Thank you so much. Let's go to Princess Zana. Princess Zana, it's your time.
Nimeshukuru sana Patriot. Captain Stony Alex.
Yes, niko hapa.
Yeah. Captain, swali kwanza kwako. Wewe uliiba ng'ombe ngapi ndio ukapeleka kwetu?
Mimi natoka ile kabila ambapo tulienda kanisa, tuliokoka. Yesu ni Bwana, hatuamini kwa wizi. Hata kabla tuanze, ngoja nakujibu. Hata kabla, wakati nikichukua bibi yangu, ilifunguliwa Biblia ikasomwa ikasema, sasa watoto wamependana, tukae chini sasa tuulizane, what can we do? Watoto wamependana, tuongee sasa tufanye namna gani? Vile waliongea, nikalipa cash na tukamalizana. Unaona? Asiyo mambo na ng'ombe.
Kumbe haukwenda kuiba ng'ombe. Nilikuwa nafikiria ulipeleka kule Maragoli ng'ombe kama 20. Wacha tuache hiyo.
Hakuna ng'ombe. Hata saa hii nikiona tena mwingine hivi area ya Maragoli mwenye anasuba, itapita naye.
Aya, sawa shemeji.
Princess,
let's go.
Your 2 minutes. Your 2 minutes is in end. Princess. Changa,
Okay. Juu ya hii insecurity katika nchi ya Kenya, mimi vile nionavyo ni kwamba hao watu wa unasema cattle rustling, I don't know, cattle whatever, hao watu sio hiyo peke yake, kwa sababu ni inakaa ni siasa hii. Hii ni siasa, sio hiyo mambo, kwa sababu nimeishi mahali wa Masai wanaishi, hata kuna mmoja tulifanya naye kazi na akaja huku ng'ambo, ananunua ng'ombe bado yeye afanyi invention kwa ana invent kwa hizi vitu zingine, sio ati nyumba, kitu kama na nyumba ama nini. Kazi yake ni kununua ng'ombe, hiyo ndio kazi yake. Kwa hivyo mbona isitendeke huko upande wa Masaini kama ni maneno ya ng'ombe? Hata wa Masai wanaoa yeah. Kwa hivyo mbona isitendeke huko? Kwa hivyo hiyo sio neno na ng'ombe, hiyo ni siasa. Baada ya miaka 5 inaingia, baada ya miaka 5 inaingia. Kwa hivyo wanasiasa wawache kucheza na maisha ya binadamu, waache kucheza na maisha ya raia. Hiyo ndio ile kitu ninaweza kusema, kwa sababu wanataka ikitendeka ndio aonekane pale eti amekuja kusaidia, ndipo azoe kura. Na hiyo inaweza tendeka hivi, kuwakomesha ni wale wanaokaa pale ndio wanaweza wakomesha, ili hilo jambo lisitendeke. Waambie ni mwisho wa jambo kama hili kutendeka. Alafu vitu kama kwenda pande za Migori kule, ujue wanatengeneza hata binduki wenyewe. Migori wanatengeneza binduki wenyewe, wacha hizi za kununuliwa. Hizo pia naomba ziwe zinakomeshwa. Kwa hivyo mimi naona tu Wakenya sisi wenyewe ndio tuwe waangalifu, tujiangalie sisi wenyewe, tujiangalie. Inaanza na sisi. Security begins with you. Inaanza na wewe mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo sisi tukikataa maneno ya wanasiasa, sidhani kama inaweza endelea. Na unajua wakiona, niseme bandits ama hawa manini, wakiona kuna vita kati ya hizo, hapo ndio wanaingililia. Ni saa hizo ndio wanaingia hapo kati yetu. Kwa hivyo tuwakomeshe sisi wenyewe, tuache maneno ya vita, tuwakomeshe wanasiasa. Akija kuambia mpigane juu ya nini wala nini, na hapo ndipo tunasema tuangalie wale tunaenda kuwachagua, sio wa kupiganisha watu. Alafu kuzungumza kuhusu Margaret Wanjiru na Sakaja, hizo bado zitatokea, hizo bado tuwajua zitatokezea, kwa sababu bado hatujafanya nini ya kusimamisha kila mmoja. Hata hizo sio huko peke yake, itatokea hata kwa Azimio. Kwa hivyo tungoje mengine mengi baada ya uchaguzi mdogo, kila watu wakichaguana ndipo tutajua.
Princess.
Yes,
Princess.
me. Yes, me.
Ikitokea kwa Azimio tutazima. Ikitokea kwa Azimio tutazima. Okay, endelea.
Ni sawa. Kwa hivyo mi naomba tu sisi raia ndio tuchague watu wazuri, tuchague, tujaribu. Hata akienda independent, chagua yule mtu ambaye unaona ni mzuri, ambaye atafanya kazi, mchapa kazi. Sasa unaona kama upande wa hiyo Bomet hiyo wanasema watamchagua Gideon kwa sababu hana hiyo nini, hayuko Yuda, na hiyo ni mbaya. Kama yeye ni mchapakazi, chagueni mchapakazi. Captain, tafadhali chagua mchapakazi. Ni hayo tu.
Umesema Gideon achaguliwi Bomet? Gideon Mugani?
Captain, ngoja utauliza maswali. Wacha amalize uulize maswali.
Amemaliza tayari. Ashamaliza.
Umegatia masiwa ya mwisho. Wacha amalize. Pe 30 seconds.
Mimi nimesema Gideon Moi, mahali mnafaa kumchagua mchagui, naomba mumchague kama yeye ni mchapakazi senator. Kama yeye ni senator mchapakazi. Sijasema ni lazima. Kama achapi kazi, wachana nayo. Mimi nimeomba tu tuchague watu kwa makini. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Asante sana Patrick.
Thank you, my dear daughter, Princess. I love your English. You're pretty good. We hear you. So let's talk to our brother. Captain, it's your turn, my brother. You want to ask some questions, please?
Yeah, I wanted to oppose Princess when it comes to Gideon Moi, because Gideon Moi himself is not even going for Senate. I think he's going for presidency.
Are you submitting or you're asking a question, Captain?
No, it is a kind of advice, because I'm just telling her to confirm to her that Gideon is going for presidency. I don't know on Okoa Kenya. Okay. He's going for presidency. And when she says that tuchague watu.
Captain. Ajase, unajua bado watu hawajajitokeza kwa ulingo wa kuwa nani atakuwa senator, nani atakuwa captain, governor, nani atakuwa MP. Hujui kama hatajishusha chini, awache ile kwa sababu wako
Princess, my dear Princess. My dear Princess. Usiwache. My dear Princess. You are right and you're wrong. I think what Captain is saying is this. It is not cast in stone that the senator of Baringo will go for the senator contestation. So what Captain is saying, the last time we checked up to today, Gideon Moi is going for the presidency, unless otherwise. Of course, there are things that are going to change probably, but we don't have evidence that he's running for the senator. Currently, he's going for the presidency. That's what Captain seems to be saying, if I heard him right.
Yeah, that was my advice. And then there is somewhere she was saying tuchague watu wazuri. Princess, kuna watu wazuri, tena wazuri kabisa sana, 100%. Lakini hajui kufanya kazi. Unaona? So tukisema tuchague watu wazuri na wafanye kazi, hiyo hatutaelewana.
Captain, wewe unatuchezea political gymnastics. Wewe ukisema ngoja, just a second. I'm just guiding your discussion. I'm not interfering. You know, now I'm just a moderator. What I'm saying, Captain, what you are saying is this, if I got you right. Unasema ati kuna watu wazuri na hawajui kuchapa kazi. Politically, unaweza kuwaje mtu mzuri? Under what circumstances would you define a politician as a good person and then he does not know how to chapa kazi? Hebu tueleze hapo. Kama akiwa ni mwanasiasa mzuri, it means part of uzuri yake ni kuchapa kazi. Like, how do you qualify to be called a good leader kama part of the reason why tunakuita mtu mzuri ni kutojua kuchapa kazi? Really, that's what I'm thinking. If you say ni good leader, basi lazima awe ni kazi anajua kuchapa. Huwezi ita mtu
waja
ati
ni kunini,
unajua.
waja
Just a
basi
second.
tukupatie mfano rahisi.
Ngoja
Mfano
kidogo,
rahisi
Captain.
tu, hautawahi rudia hiyo swali tena siku nyingine.
Ngoja Captain, wait a second. Ni kama kusema huyu ni mwanamke mzuri lakini anisalii watoto. Sasa how did you qualify this woman to be a good woman na watoto asai? Sasa that's the contradiction. Please, able tueleze hapo Captain.
Sasa iko namna hii. Yule aliyekuwa governor wa Nairobi Mike Sonko, kila mtu anaweza sema ni mtu mzuri, lakini alifanyia kazi watu wa Nairobi? Tell me that. He's been there, anajitajirisha yeye peke yake, lakini when you go to the ground, people they will tell you Sonko is a good man, amekuja amesaidia mtu hapa, sija amefanya nini, but he's not doing the public things that they're supposed to be done, like roads.
Ngoja sasa, Captain. I want to let you know, wewe ni mute kidogo sasa. Wacha tuweke. You know, it's good tunajifunza mambo hapa. The example that you have given, it is not an express definition of what you have given, and I think Stone Piquet will assist me on this. Let me give you my mind first. The issue of Sonko is a very complex story. You can't just pick Sonko like that to like try to give an expression. I mean,
Patriot, it is just an example. It is not something that should go on record. It is an example.
Captain,
mark that word.
Captain,
I'm giving an example.
I am the Speaker of the House. Please
yes.
behave. Please behave. Behave. I know you can. I know you want to box me, but treat me as when you treat like Temba na wengine. Can I finish first, Captain?
Okay.
Nikurudishie. What I am saying is this. Honorable His Excellency Sonko, you cannot define Sonko as lightly, and as shallowly as you have put. Sonko is a man that you cannot just write a very simple book by doing the apex, preface, and then you say, huyo sasa ninataka kuongelea juu ya Sonko. Let me tell you this. Sonko is one of the most misunderstood leaders. I want to tell you that. As much as he was an outspoken leader, this is a man, I'm sure he'll go down the history of the books of politicians that will be left ununderstood. Why? This is a man, you will go to him and he will quickly help you without asking you questions. Now, this is a man, if you have trouble to get your son or your brother from a situation that is not understood, which will be described as criminal, you will find him coming to the rescue of such a situation without much explanation. In my view, that's a leader. In my view, you expect a leader. Kiongozi sio mwenye anajenga barabara peke yake. A leader is the one who listens. A leader is the one who gets you out of trouble. You remember one time kuna mama kule Mombasa ambaye alikuwa kwa jela, all right, on some issues. Mama mzee, I remember. And alihitaji 1 million shillings. He was not the governor of Mombasa. Sonko went to that. We need to have people who are human. Leadership is not only seeing roads, in my view. It's not seeing, you know, giving scholarships to students that is structured in government. Somebody who can go out of his way, all right, to step into a situation as a human being. To me, leadership begins from being human. So it is not correct, in my view, for you to use Sonko as an example, because Sonko, if you are to ask me, and I stand to be corrected, I'll stand by that. Sonko is somebody who was gotten out of the government of Nairobi because of the political fighting between the DP and the state. So that is not a good example. I know you can give another example, but on Sonko, I will not agree. I don't support the DP.
But if you are to ask me, I'll vote Sonko in anytime. I want somebody who can go out of the way without mbaya anaweza kukwambia kama PK. If I want help from PK, PK will not tell me to write a pro forma. He will not write me to do what we call it, a budget. How do we call it? Those documents, those financial documents. PK will tell me, Daktari, how much do you want? He'll send to me. We want people who understands that some situation calls for, abnormal interventions. That is humanity. So, but if you want to tell me, Daktari, unataka pesa from US, show me, is this your name? Wewe ni nani? What do you want for? Before I explain, I'm dead. So we want people who understand extraordinary circumstances. That is leadership. In my view, I'll vote in Sonko if he was to come back. So I'm just taking a different opinion on as far as Sonko is concerned. There's a lot of wrong picture that was painted about Sonko out here that many people don't understand. So it is almost like Raila. People who hate Raila are equal to those who love him. So you have to understand what is the circumstances, what you contextualize a situation. So Sonko is not the right example for you bringing your Captain. I don't agree. So before I get back, just a minute. Before I get back to you, Stone PK, my brother, I want to bring in your thinking on this one before I am brought down by Captain.
No, Stone PK has no any thinking about that. You want to just to force him inside. He has no any thinking about.
No. Okay.
You see,
Captain, go ahead.
Yeah, you see now. Let me tell you, Patriot. I will not to tell you what you want me to tell you, but I will tell you what I have in my mind. You get me? I will not tell you what you want me to tell you. I'll tell you what I have in my mind. That is a good example that maybe because sometimes even if somebody is on a negative side to other people, is always also on another positive side to some people. The way you've said, like Baba is on a positive side to somebody, yani watu wengine walikuwa wanamdharau, wengine wanampenda. I will not use that example anymore. Let me not touch it. But we elect leaders who are working for Kenyans. Let's not elect leaders because he's from my brotherhood or whatever the case is. That is why I always say, you see me always. I support my deputy president as he is, but there are some things he has to correct. That's why I always say, UDA has this problem, has that problem. So whenever Siana Princess says that we elect somebody who is good and not bad people, I think maybe she has another different meaning. But for me, the way I understand, let's elect people who can work for Kenyans, who can work for everybody, who can make our country better than the way it is. You are saying, Patriot, in fact, you are the one who said the handshake brought peace in the country, which is okay. I agree on that. Why is it that we don't have peace in some other areas of the country? We blame a handshake on that. We cannot. Insecurity has been there on those areas long before. But these people, when they get into the power, they neglect the other side. You see? So when we talk of having peace and having handshake that has brought peace, the handshake should have brought peace to all across the country. You see? So hiyo mambo zingine watu wanachokora wananchi huko.
Captain, hiyo ya mwisho sikubaliani na wewe. That is below the belt. That is below the belt. Ngoja. Captain, ngoja. Listen, Captain. On this one, I will not let you go scot-free. You cannot tell me that if the handshake brought peace in this country, it should have stopped the cattle rustling. That's what you're saying. It should have stopped. No. The peace.
Now, but just a minute. Just 1 minute from you. Let me, not even a minute, like seconds. I said handshake has brought peace in the country. But I did not say it should have stopped cattle rustling. I did not say that. I told you cattle rustling has been there long before even this handshake before. Wizi wa ng'ombe imekuwa tangu zamani. Unaona? Lakini sasa vile wakati handshake
Sasa
imefika
captain ngoja. Captain wewe umeanza kulala sasa. Let me tell you what you are saying. Wewe umeanza kulala. I'm very attentive. Captain wewe umeanza kulala. You know what you have said is this.
lakini
Mimi
leo
ndio
wewe
can you unmute captain? What you have said is this. You have said clearly that the cattle rustling has nothing to do with the handshake, correct? But the last statement you have said, if the handshake brought peace, why did it bring peace everywhere? And I have now decided to ask you, do you mean cattle rustling should have been stopped because that is part of insecurity because of the handshake? That is part of the insecurity that we still have while we have the handshake. It's me who has paraphrased that. What you are saying, you're actually contradicting yourself. The point is this: handshake is the right step towards the peace that we are looking for. That's what I say, and you agree with me, Captain. I am also saying that we have politics as the center cause of the unrest that we have, where cattle rustling is included. And you even give an example how some politicians are behind that. That's why we said if we play good politics where leadership is the epicenter, we will be able to address cattle rustling as a direct menace that brings unrest, that disturbs our peace. I only wanted to tickle you that the last statement made you look like you're contradicting yourself. Because you have said if a handshake brought peace, then it should have brought peace everywhere. And then I told you everywhere means also cattle rustling. You see, that's why I brought that. But I think umeanza kulala, hiyo ni sawa, it's allowed because hata kulala sio kazi ngumu. Now we want to go
Captain,
to yes.
Patriot, let me just talk a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah. Captain,
Yes.
sikusema ati watu wazuri tu. Angalia sentensi yangu. Nilisema watu wazuri wachapa kazi. Mchague watu wazuri wachapa nini? Wachapa kazi.
Sasa umeongezea mzuri sasa. Hiyo ndio umekuja naye saa hii kuongezea.
Ndio nilikuwa nimesema. Hivyo ndivyo nilikuwa nimesema. Watu wazuri wachapa kazi.
Haya, tumeelewana sasa.
Kiswahili ndio hukuelewa kidogo. Unajua Kiswahili saa zingine naingia ndani natoka nje.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Kiswahili ilikuja na Mwarabu, hiyo ni sawa. Asante. You guys.
Karibu sana.
You're amazing.
So, nafikiri mimi naweza toka sasa, wacha nilale.
Hapana, ngoja wewe pige, nimeona usingizi, utakunywa maziwa fresh. Ngoja kwanza before you.
Na leo sijanunua hata hiyo maziwa.
Ngoja sasa.
Mpaka usikize Geoffrey akiongea. Wacha usikie
kwanza. Sasa Geoffrey, our SG, that is our Secretary General. Please come and it's your floor now. Please, it's your floor, Geoffrey.
Thank you Patriot. Nimeona ndugu yangu Captain sijui natoka upande gani. Acha mige boyo.
Salama sana boyo.
Thank you very much. Naona Stone PK, naona Princess Ziana na Alex. Nashukuru sana. I've been listening. You know about the security problem in sector in our country. Let me say this, you know, sometimes you try to compare what the security of other countries and our country and see where the problem is, all of Mali tulilegeza kamba kidogo. You know, when I try to see, there's so much politics in the security sector. That's what is affecting our security in the country. You know, I would like to see someone like Natembe. I don't know that guy. I love him the way he does his things. Unajua hata mtu akiwa na shida zake, kuna vile mtu anafanya kazi yake hapa, unafurahia sana, unasema we need such a people to be to do mambo ya nini ya security kwa nchi yetu, kwa sababu they don't si watu wa kucheza hivyo, wanafanya kazi bila kupendelea ama bila kufurahisha mtu yoyote. Let me say this. Our security sector in our country iko na shida mingi sana. You know, security sector is supposed to be independent of its own. I mean, that's how it's supposed to be. Even if they have political appointees, they are doing their job independent without being interfered by executive, by judiciary, by legislature. No, what? Let me give a very good example. For example, in the United States, unapata kuna Homeland Security. You know, we have watu wakubwa wa Homeland Security wanakuwa appointed by the president of the day, but when they are doing their job, even if there's somebody hata ikiwa ndani ya rais akileta shida, they don't get si watu wanafanya kazi yao vinatakana. If there's something happening from the side of the president ambaye na jeopardize security, they're gonna go there and investigate about it without being interfered by anyone. And when they're providing their security, it doesn't matter which side you are. They don't condone anything. And they act independently. Kazi yao ni kuleta usalama kwa nchi from internal or external forces. Tukikuja kwa our country, sema kama, you know, let me give an example, the Minister for Interior ambao inasimamiwa na Matiang'i, Fred Matiang'i. Unajua, ingekuwa mtu anapewa kazi, then there's no any interference either from executive mwenye kwa point or any political side. You know, you are doing your job. Your job is to make sure there is security for everyone. Hatungekuwa kuna shida hiyo. Sasa tuseme kama watu nini hizo, I see a very good example na kwanga na shida ya Baragoi, mambo ya wizi, kadarasa na vitu zingine hapo. People, they know very well what the problem is. The security, they know very well, but because they know that these people who bring the trouble, ni watu wengine wako ndani ya serikali na wengine wako nje ya serikali, lakini they are very prominent people. So we have some people who are untouchable when it comes to that. You know, ungekuwa tu adhini security na angalia, it doesn't matter what position you have in the government. When it comes your side, if you are a culprit of kuleta shida ama kuchochea, they're supposed to deal with you without any fear or interference. But in our country, you know the big fish, they can engineer people the way they want, and nobody gonna touch them. And that's what we have. I mean, I hope to reach a point whereby the security sector should be taken in seriously by no interference by anyone. Because when you interfere, there's no way you can have security. For example, let me say this. Let us say 2007. Let me use a very good example there. It reached a point whereby the security personnel were they were running sides with the other the conflict side. You know, kama watu wengine walikuwa watu wa nini, seme wa NASA that time.
They took sides. Yeah.
So they were taking sides, you know, as in, so that's how it's not supposed to be. When, I don't know, people forget, when you go for training watu wa security, you know, unaapa ya kwamba utalinda sheria kwa mji wa kikatiba, whereby you just there, you doing your job according to the law. But our security sector, watu wanakuwa trained up, they don't take that. You know, when they took side when something happened, you know. That's why I say, you know, there's so much things to be done. Those people, they really need a very good training, you know. Sisi kama wanasainingi hiyo mambo ya professional ethics of code of ethics, wakati unaajiliwa kama security officer, kwamba what you are going to do, you know, if you do against it, unajua hiyo ni sheria nyingine mbaya. For example, nasema nini, some western countries, you know, kama we ni you are an army, you are ni police, unajua kuna vitu zingine unaenda lazima kuna sheria kali sana inakufuata, because you are not supposed to take side. Let me give you a good example. Wakati January 6, wakati rais mwenye alitoka hapa alitaka kuleta furugu, kuna watu wenye walikuwa mapolisi nini walikuwa ndani kwa hiyo group, walichukuliwa hatua kali when they were investigated, wakapatikana that time na picha zilikuwa zinaonekana kwamba huyu ni fulani mahali anafanya kazi kama ni polisi. Wakubwa wake nasema wameona picha fulani huko, anaitwa na ulizo ulikuwa wapi hapa, wanaangalia record zake, simu yake ilikuwa inaonyesha ako wapi, wanaangalia record kama bangi alifanya any transaction huko. Ukipatikana unachukuliwa hatua kali na unafutwa kazi, because your job is protect your inji, sio kwenda kudisrupt. So tungekuwa na such a mechanism hatungekuwa na shida, but because tuko mbali, we are far away, kuna so many things natakana kuwa improved, lakini tuko mbali sana. Tungekuwa na vitu kama hizo hatungekuwa na shida. Sasa tungekuwa na vitu kama, unajua we kama ni mkuu wa polisi ama nini mahali unasimamia OSPD, OCS, kama kuna shida inatokezea hapo, watachunguza wapate kwamba ulikuwa huko unafanya kazi yako vizuri. Hiyo ni mambo ya jinai. That's like treason, you are there to protect maisha ya watu, sio kuumiza maisha ya watu. Unaona, as in tunakuanga na vitu zingine, when you have those extrajudicial killing na police. Saizi kama mnajua kama nini kuna kitu imetendeka, sitaenda kuripoti kwa polisi. Najua nyumbani Kenya watu waripoti, kwa sababu kienda huko polisi wanakugeukia tena. They just questioning you. Nani amekuambia, ulijua aje hiyo? Then they make people fear. Whenever people see there's a problem coming, they're not going to report it. Why? Because our police, our security agents, our security forces, our kona ile seme good relationship na mwananchi wa kawaida wenye wanatakana kulinda, because yani wameenda nje ya nini ya profession yao vile wanataka kufanya kazi. So that's why I say that hope that we're going to have a government whereby they strengthen those mambo kama hayo, so that watu wajue kwamba ukifanya kazi unafanya kazi kulinda kama wao, kulinda usalama wa wananchi, utetei ukue upande wote, wewe unatumia ukweli na sheria na unafanya kazi. Tukiwa na hiyo itasaidia. Hatutakuwa na mambo ya castroasering, hatakuwa mambo ya wananchi kuchukulia sheria mkononi mwao, utakuwa na hizo vitu kama hizo. So we need so many things. Political interference, achana na mambo kama hayo. Our mambo ya police, they need to be retrained, really, for real. They need to be retrained. I'm sorry to say this, I remember wakati tulikuwa nyumbani college, watu walikuwa najua, I'm sorry to say this, but mimi nilikuwa na hate those people because I was seeing them whatever they are doing, paka warao wakati home mahali nikiona watu vile wanafanya vitu, I don't like it because they are not doing their job the way it's supposed to be done. But we cannot do nothing. Even if we have police, independent police body, whatever, they are not doing their job. Even if you report them, some other thing, there's some people, they tell you tutakukanyaga na hakuna mahali tutupeleka, and that's what happened. The only thing which is making them to fear is just mambo ya social media nakuja, people anakuwa lighted, mtu anachukua video anaanza kusambaza, ndio at least they are making them to be aware that their contact itaonekana, but without that one they don't. Why? Because it's rotten from up paka huko chini. So we need a lot of changes so that you can have ndio tukue na amani, ndio hiyo security sector irudi ifanye kazi yao inatakana. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you, SG. That is a well elaborate contribution, and you've been very clear. Thank you for that. We really don't take that for granted. We appreciate your contribution. Alex, are you there? Alex?
I'm okay. I have nothing to say for now. I'm listening.
Umetuma pesa ngapi?
I'm just listening.
Umetuma pesa ngapi?
Hiyo bado nitakwambia.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Stone PK.
Thank you very much, Patriot. I think I will do a very short one because I had done my contribution at length, but I would want to really kind of emphasize on one point that we keep on going round and round, and okay, we are hitting it, but we are not hitting the bullseye. I think SG has alluded to that it's rotten from up, and that's the core. You cannot have an occurrence happening for 60 years, same problems, and we just talk about it, and that's it. I mean, it's annoying. Honestly, as much as we think other countries are a bit insecure, I don't think in Uganda we don't have cattle rustling, and you see, this is a country that has been at war. You know, they have the Karamojong. That has been stopped, and I had kind of stated earlier that the way Museveni did it is that he confronts the problem properly, direct. Because if you come with a gun, I cannot start coming with a rungu. If you come with an AK-47 and I know you are a thug, it's the wrong hands. I'll come with a Kalgosta or with the heaviest machine. It's fire for fire. In Kenya, these problems, we have just been nursing them. We talk of the politicians are involved. It's the way they make their money. So if the politicians are making their money or doing business, then they are doing business together with the highest authority of the land. For me, if I'm given presidency, I think it will take me 6 months and all of these things will be crashed. I don't care about Kapedo. Kapedo nitatupiga bomu huko. He said, I'll give them 3 months, 30 days. Get out of there if you are not a thug. Okay, after 30 days, ile saa 6 na dakika moja on the 31st day, nitapiga hiyo kichaka kabisa. I'll destroy everything, including those warriors who have been hiding there. Simple. I don't care about human rights. I know that sounds funny, but that's how you do it. Okay, infrastructure notwithstanding, we cannot live with thugs in those forests disturbing people. Atina tumeshindwa. In fact, Kenya tumeshindwa kudeal na that insecurity, whether it is business of politicians ama ni nini, it is the failure. And I would even support Captain when he was saying the handshake should have brought peace in the entire country, honestly. I know Baba did not have the power, but sincerely, we cannot talk of peace in Nairobi and we don't have peace in Baringo. I mean, is it, or we don't have peace in Somali border? Like now, these Al-Shabaabs.
PK,
Yes.
as you honorably continue making a submission, I want you to bear in mind that the handshake was not accepted across board. As much as it has positive attributes to the peace of this country, there was quite a resistant movement that was built against that. So bear that in mind as you make your submission. Thank you.
That's okay. That's okay, Patriot. It was just passing, because for me, if I were the president and I've been given a handshake to be able to run the country, I would have taken that advantage. I would have thrown the DP out of my line because he was not helping. And I tell Raila, come, let's run the country. Okay? Na nianze kutengeza bila shame, that is what I mean. So basically, we have insecurity in Northeastern. Right now, kuna LID ilipiga gari, every other time. Why don't we even send? Why don't we do some battalion in the north there if we are serious that we want to eliminate this thing? Seriously, is it that hii army yetu yote, jeshi yote and all this, they cannot deal with this? It is really irritating and annoying. The other day when I was working in Uganda, they were asking me, kwani hii majeshi yenyu huwa wanakaa wapi? You know, I mean, when you are in Uganda, you see people doing what we call them drills. And as I said earlier, when I was submitting, I said security begins with the deterrent. You know, ile tu unaona jeshi, unaona watu wanakuja na compact, that by itself ina stopigi insecurity by almost 40%. Yeah, but sasa sisi majeshi yetu iko barak, sijui tunaambua tuna the best, sijui reke sijui wapi na tunapigwa huko Mboni tunapigwa. It is a shame and it is bad. It is bad. It is because number one, we are very corrupt, and corruption is the source of all the evil. We are corrupt, we have drug trafficking, we have those cattle rustling, we have all evil. We are part and parcel of it. That's why we need now the top. We get somebody. And I said here, and Jared was opposing, I said we need a Kagame to come. Kagame aingie hapa Kenya. And I hope Baba can be a Kagame for 5 years. That's what we want Baba to do. Tunajua ndio amechoka, lakini we need him to go there. Kama ni hiyo kitu aseme amepeana. Mtu yoyote ako na arms and is not authorized, awapatie nini inaitagwaje ile ultimatum. In his first 100 days wakuwe disarmed totally, na hiyo wizi iishe. Okay, he has nothing to lose. Okay, he has everything to gain. That's why I have a lot of hope in him, because some of these problems zimekuwa too much. 60 years tunapigana na problem corruption, watu watu wizi. In East Africa the easiest entrance for Al-Shabaab ni Kenya, and then people give the excuse that because we border with the Somali. Hakuna. It's because we have lacked strategy. And then we have people who are trading with those guys. Corruption again. We get you are caught collaborating with Al-Shabaab, hata unatakiwa upigwe firing squad huko. Ukipiga wengine firing squad, the others will not dare. But now they know Kenya, oh, you go, sijui tunakupeleka kotini, and terrorists, nini, dilly-dallying, tunakupaka mafuta. Like the guys we caught, hawa kitoroka kwenda Somali, what happened? It's very, very frustrating, and that's not how you fight terrorism. I think we should borrow a leaf from Uganda or Tanzania, which sounds very, very peaceful. Wakikushika wanakuambia naomba nikushike, but ukiingizwa huko nyuma ndio unaitana. Okay, so we need to up our art. We need to change our way of approaching these terrorists, approaching and fighting with corruption. Cattle rustling should be a thing of the past, period. Because we talk so much of what we know, which means it's not mysterious. We know what is happening. So we should be able to bite the bullet and kill it as fast as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stone Piquet. Thank you so much for that presentation. Captain, I want to put a challenge to you. And SG, I'm going out of the way to do this, but I hope you don't reprimand me. I want to test the waters, but I think Captain will do. Captain, there is something we are doing, and we want you to join. Of course, niliona unakasirika sana ukisikia mambo ya pesa, lakini tutaongea tu. Mambo ya pesa
hiyo hapana. Hiyo waacha kabisa. Hiyo mambo ya pesa weka kando hiyo.
Captain.
Sawa. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia Stone Piquet kuwa
yes.
Hii the first 6 months yake hii akipewa serikali, I think it will be by accident and then akutane na cartel. Boss, ukiingia pale ukalia ile kiti, cartels hawatakupea nafasi hata kidogo, utasumbuliwa ushangae. So
Mtawamaliza bro.
Ukiona kina Matiang'i vile wanafanya kazi, kuna watu wanasumbua hii Kenya sana, sijui watafanya wapi. Kenya will be like London where you can leave your phone somewhere na uende urudi upate hapo, kama utaingia serikali hivyo sasa within the first 6 months. We will appreciate you and we are praying hard to get such leaders like you.
Thank you, Captain.
Patriot, can I give Patriot? I mean,
yes,
Ndugu Captain. Okay, Ndugu Captain. You know, when Kagame came, the first thing he did was to jail his blood brother. Blood brother yake hata sijui kama ametoka jela. Alifungwa miaka karibu 30 something because alihunjumu uchumi. Alimpatia Ministry of Finance, akakula. Kagame alipoambiwa ndugu yake ndiye anakula, alisema sheria ifuatwe. I think the brother is still in jail. Kama alitoka hajamaliza miaka 2-3 nje. That gave, it shocked the world. It shook the world. The mother went crying, the family akawaambia, mimi sasa si mtoto wenyu, mimi ni mtoto wa Rwanda and I have to kuhudumia watu wa Rwanda. That by itself, can you imagine jailing your blood brother? Can that happen in Kenya? It's impossible. But for me, I can. Thank you.
PK, I want you to start practicing keeping the word in your mouth. Inawezekana. You know, that should always be what spices your talk. I know it is difficult, but for sure, if we have been able to sleep in the mountain, you know, you saw what we saw there. Kama watu wanavaa kofia za baba na wanauza samaki ya Kisumu huko juu. You know, there's nothing that is impossible. I know it is a tall order. What you need ni viatu tu ya kupanda mlima ya kuingia katika mambo ya insecurity. We can do it. So anyway, allow me to say this, PK, for your information, because we are friends, we give opinion, and we also share. I want to agree with Captain that presidency is not a reserved position that gives you the opportunity to authoritatively make the country go a direction that you want as a president without putting into consideration other factors like the cartels. The cartels are actually existing personalities in a country where they direct things to happen. And I'll give you an example. The platform where we are in today, here, this platform, Tembei TV. If you want to be favored, even the way you speak, if you want to be favored here, I want you, PK, Stone, to agree with me. PK, money exchanging hands on this platform, it tends to make things go the way they are going. Unakumbuka Captain akiuliza hapa kunaendelea nini? Si Captain, si tuseme ukweli, si umeuliza hiyo swali?
Hata nimechanganyikiwa.
I'm using this as a clear classical example.
Exactly.
Sometimes we use our influence to twist justice, and it seems to be a cancer that runs in the blood of humanity, right from Adam and Eve. I mean, during the time of Adam and Eve, you saw Cain and Abel. You know how things went. It came to the time of the 12 sons of what was that? Who was that? Who had the 12 sons? And Joseph was one of them. You remember that? And they had to gravitate around the ill thinking.
Wana wa Jacobo.
Thank you. I thought you are a Muslim. You have confirmed you are a Christian. Thank you so much. Wana wa Jacobo. They went into akakun meeting, wakasema huyu kijana, why is he favored by baba? Some said hii mtu tuchinje. Mwingine akasema hapana, wacha tuuze. The other person akasema hapana, what we do tuachilie tu nyang'ao ya msituni kule. Mwingine akasema hapana, what we can do is this, huyu ni ndugu yetu, the best thing we can do, wacha tudanganye baba kwamba ni wanyama wa msituni wamemkula, lakini tusiwache mnyama wa msituni akule, tuuze tupate pesa, lakini tumuuzie watu ambao watamuenda kumtunza, you get. Lakini nguo zake tuchinje kondoo. I understand that story very well. Tuchinje kondoo, tupake damu, tupelekee baba alie, tumwambie mtoto wako tulipokuwa katika malisho ni kama mnyama wa msituni ilifanya nini? Iliua. So tulipata hizi nguo. So they actually ended up agreeing. One of them was sympathetic. Akasema that's what we will do. Wakasema okay, kwa sababu wewe nao unakaa umemhurumia, haya uza, lakini hiyo pesa utupe. And I'm sure yule alisuggest auze yeye hakupata. Just a second. So what happened walienda kwa baba yake akalia sana. Akasema hizi ni nguo za mtoto wangu. Akasema vile tunaona ni kama mnyama ya msituni alikula hii jamaa yako. You get. Lakini aliuzwa akaenda katika nchi zingine. So what am I trying to say? The truth is there are people who define the way the country goes even when you have a president, and the president is not the final person. You might come with a very clear understanding on what to do as a president, the way Uhuru did. I want to agree that for sure Uhuru had a better plan for this country, but his partner had a different objective of coming on board. So you see, Uhuru was pushing one side, now we are anasukuma kwingine. So it is true that my brother PK, there are cartels who exist, and this difference has been there from time immemorial. So at times there is a give and take. Unakubali tu, unasema hii nchi kama ni hivyo mnataka kuipeleka ni sawa. Ndio unaona wakati mwingine ukifinya sana, and this one I'm telling you authoritatively from what I know. Cartels in this country have the audacity of even threatening the president of a country. That I will tell you. Because the cartels, if they threaten you, you will not be sure of the people who stand behind you as security network. You are not sure of the intelligence. These people must be in agreement with government for it to run. So there's give and take that sometimes, like you see Uhuru Kenyatta, as much as he has powers, he can't spill the beans to tell us where the problem is between him and the deputy. You will wonder, why does the president, because he has the powers, why doesn't he come out and say, Ruto alinifanyia hii na hii na hii na hii? There are some powers that run along the government of the day, which are so difficult. So I'm saying, PK, you will fight it, you will do that, I know, but you will find yourself, facing the headwinds. And sometimes you'll be told, bwana, hii nchi sio yako peke yako, utakuwa hapa miaka 10 na utaenda. So those are the things that we know, some of us, that happen behind the curtain. A president will want to stand his position, but you cannot be too sure. Chakula inawekwa kwa meza. If you are not sure of you being in bed with those who run the cartel industry, utashindwa hata kukula hiyo chakula, because you can easily be poisoned. I'm just giving an example. So it is a game that means a lot to the public. We might not, that's why we talk about the deep state. We are talking about the deep state. We are talking about a serious machinery. People cannot really tell you what a deep state is, but the truth is the deep state is a mix, in my view. I don't know. It's a mix of the cartels and those who run the government. And there is a place they agree. There's an agreeable position where there is a give and take for you to be peaceful. Like the president accepting Raila Amolo Odinga to come to his help. I am sure he had an option of running against Raila Amolo Odinga. He will have said, go to hell, wewe jiapishe huko, fanya vitu. Now PK, you are telling me kama ingekuwa ni wewe ungeenda handshake, ungefunga baba. You see that's what you're saying.
No, Patriot, no. What I'm saying is, you see,
Okay.
Kenyans. Let me say this: Kenya is a country of cowards. I'm a Kenyan. We don't confront problems, and that's why this country will never progress as fast as we are supposed to be. You know, if you have gone to many other countries, you know, we lie to ourselves that we are better, comparing ourselves with people like Rwanda, who fought for so long, comparing ourselves with the countries that lagged behind. That's why we cannot be able to fight. We don't confront our issues. We sugarcoat. You know, like now, when we say cartels, is Rwanda not, you mean they didn't have cartels? For Rwanda to be where it is, do we really know that Rwanda is so much ahead of Kenya? And then do you know what Kenyans say? Oh, Rwanda is a small country. If you cannot run a small country, you can't run a big country. If you can't fight corruption in a family of 2, you can never fight corruption in a family of 10. It is simple as that. If you cannot have a proper government system working with a small country, you cannot even have a proper government working with a big country. It is simple as that. In fact, the classic example of showing that Kenya, we have failed in most of our times, is just go take a case study in Rwanda. A country that was so backward, a country that fought and lost 1 million people. How did they recollect? Nchi yetu hii ya Kenya tukipigana hapa tunamalizana na 1 month. We will all be finished. You see, like when Baba went to shake this guy, if Baba had stood firm, hapa hakuna jeshi ingeweza kupoza vita ya hapa, tungeuana tu na tumalizane. You understand? So it is so annoying that every time Kenyans we sugarcoat things. For example, what is so difficult with jailing people? I mean, really, somebody has stolen. But we keep on saying, hawa ni wezi, because we are all thieves. You know, unaenda kuangalia hapa, is your brother, is your uncle, and that is now what ends up to be what we are calling cartel. So in short, if we cannot have somebody biting the bullet like the Magufuli, what Magufuli did, which country was more corrupt than Tanzania, really? And Magufuli was there, may his soul rest in peace. Within a short while, every businessman was paying taxes. In Tanzania before, nobody was paying taxes. So it is just a matter of having a very good will and deciding enough is enough. Yes.
I'm just adding. I'm not opposing. I'm just adding. In fact, Tanzania is a classical example. You're very right, PK. Tanzania is a classical example. What I'm trying to say is that it will not be an easy thing to do. Okay, and I want you to get me right. I am not saying that you can't do it, but I just want to bring it to your attention that there are also forces that derail that speed of doing the right thing as a president. That's what I wanted to say. And of course, for me, you will always know that ideologically we have so much in common. You must be decisive on fighting corruption. You must go the way. You must take the risks. I was only giving you information that as you go the noble trajectory, you know you will expect resistance. Actually, the way you put it, Tanzania is a very classical example on how I am a man who loved Magufuli to the last minute, to the grave. You know, I really mourned the death and the loss of Magufuli, because to me, if Magufuli was to vie for the presidency in East Africa, he was to get my vote without me, you know, winging an eye. He did so much in Tanzania. Tanzania was the most corrupt country that has that had a bigger cartel network. So I agree with you. That one. Thank you for that, PK. I think I get it, and I want to actually gives you kudos for that kind of spirit that you have. And since we are praying for your leadership, I know you are going to have a public seat. You are going to be a servant for people.
Captain,
I hope you will start.
unainua mkono ya nini? Unataka nini?
Nataka kuambia
Yeah,
Stone PK hiyo miezi yake sita, tunaomba sana Mungu ifike.
Ngoja, Captain,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
hapa hii sio market
Ngoja
ya
Captain.
kuuza ng'ombe, mimi ndio naongea. Ala, munipe heshima.
Princess
You
alinipea
respect.
nafasi.
Hapana, hiyo hapana, tafadhali. Princess, ngoja kidogo.
Let me finish kidogo, Patriot.
Okay.
I want the panel to understand where I'm coming from. As a Baba diehard, I would hate him to fail. This is why you hear my sentiments. I'm just praying that if Baba gets in, asiende kuregarega, because the bar is very high. And that's why, like, wherever position we shall get in public, MCA, MP, we want to have tough people. We want to have tough. And I'm using the word tough. We need to give our citizens what we call tough, or love tough, or tough love. Na kupenda, lakini lazima ufuate sheria. Because this country has a lot of money. Hii umaskini tuko nayo ni ya kujiwekelea, watu wachache ndio wanakula pesa. But we need to hit hard. Governor ukiiba, hello. Oh yes, we are back. Our constitution allows us to recall any non-performing elected leader, MCA, MP, and all that. I've never heard of any place where, citizens try to do that. Manake tushawekwa uoga. Okay? And we are told a third of the voters wakisign na ipelekwe kwa assembly, you can recall that guy. I think is a third of the total votes or total registered vote in that place. And yet we are crying, oh, this governor has not performed, this MCA has not performed. Miaka 5 inaisha. Bursaries watu wamekula. Sasa nchi itakuwaje when our kids can't go to school, and yet there is money that the government has sent all the way to the ward level to help those kids. So even hata baba akiingia, hata hiyo 6,000 hiyo ya kusaidia homes without income, utakuta itakuwa it's not possible to do, because sasa tutaanza kuogopa all these cartel. We want baba to come tough, abebe sword on one hand, na kiboko on the other hand. Now soldiers wake akina sisi tuje for 5 years hapa kuwe ni kama ile siku ya Kibaki, when an askari would not even dare take your 20 bob. Ukimpatia nikuuliza, bro, unanunulia maji ama ni aje? Unaona, you are trying to give an askari kitu, anaogopa, anakuambia sasa si utasema umenibribe bwana unishike. You guys, you can remember that when policemen would beg, anakuomba, anakuambia ndugu, mimi sijakula leo, nimeko roadblock, hatujakula. You go carrying chips, na hii kenchik, kuku na chips, unawapatia wanakula. We want to go back there, that if I want to appreciate this guy is amesimama anasaidia traffic na mvua iko, na mpatia token ya mwavuli. We want to go back there, and we have to be tough kabisa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Captain, ulikuwa unasema nini?
I was just adding on what we were trying to tell Stone PK, that these 6 months, this country will be like London. Because I can remember when Obama was taking over America to be the president, I was imagining myself to go to America without any masharti. But thereafter, he issued a press statement warning that he will be leading the country according to the rules and all the whatever for America. So even Biden, the way Biden was put in there to remove Trump, you just see that the cartels are doing their own part. So cartels are there, Stone PK. Maybe even you don't know, I'll be one of your cartels during those days when you take over. And we will advise you on how to lead the country. You will call the press statement to finish people, but you will go there. When you stand and open the mouth will be stuck there. You will not talk again until you go back and restructure what you are to tell us. You see. So take care. Cartels are so many. Even Princess is pretending there to be sleeping, but she might be one of the very tough cartels. Good night, guys. See you tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
See
Thank
you
you.
tomorrow, Captain, please.
Captain.
Good night, Captain. Lakini ujue he's gone.
Captain. Okay. Our dear sister, Princess. We want to hear you. We want to
Sasa
hear you, please.
mimi ndio
Can
sasa
you...
sijafanyiwa mchango jamani. Mama Salina alifanyiwa mchango, nimeona Shiko amefanyiwa mchango. Sasa mimi sijafanyiwa mchango hata, na challenge ya Patriot naye niliona ilikatika. Sasa sijui iko namna gani. Mimi sijafanyiwa mchango.
Ya Patriot ilileta siasa.
Sasa
ilikuwa sabotaged.
Princess, wewe Princess unaleta tu vita hapa. Wewe ni mtu ya kuleta vita. you know, I want you people mkae kama SG. Tunaona SG ni mpole tu, anacheka tu polepole, anatuangalia vile tunararuana, ananyamaza. Sisi ni watu tunagonga. Princess, let me tell you this. Wewe utachangiwa na mchango tutakayofanya itafanyiwa kwenye ile platform unajua. Hatuja kusahau na tena, you know Princess, you are the prince. You are the Prince of Wales, you know? Sasa wewe ni Princess of Wales. Sio Princess of Wales. Unajua Kiingereza umenifanya nimeongea Kiswahili mingi mpaka naanza kusahau Kiingereza sasa. Waona sasa. You are the Princess of the Wales. You know what I mean? So, Ziena, we're going to get you dollars, we get you the euro, and I want to assure you today we'll sort out your mess. That will be done. So don't worry. Don't you worry. We will do that with PK here and the SG. We will make sure that your problem is our problem. We will carry it to the last beat. You will be fine. So don't be distracted with a few things that are done by our opponents, people who don't want to see us succeed. You know what I mean? So don't be distracted. You know what I mean? Princess, you are the prince of the world.
Stony alikuwa azungumzi hata amenyamaza, ni kama maji ya mtungi jamani. Lakini sikumuona ametoa yeye.
Lini Princess?
Leo sijakuona, kama unapigwa mawe we utoe.
Niliambiwa nitoe 500 I think somewhere. Nikakubali.
Ya Mama Salina, I think so.
Ya Mama Salina, Mama Salina, yes.
Unajua mimi sijapata hiyo challenge, ilikuwa je ya nini? Niliingia nikasikia challenge but I didn't get anything. Sijui challenge ya nini hiyo. Abiniari challenge hapa ndani sijaifuatilia nijue.
Ilikuwa ni hapa ndani. Hii ya jaza lori.
Ilikuwa ni ya jaza lori, but as you can see, people are very good in carrying vengeance. You know, they are looking for opportunity to revenge. They are carrying the spirit of division to even how we contribute. So I saw that. You know, when you had our brother, he decides to thank other people, and others we are left behind. That's why I confronted Themba. I asked him, are you avoiding me deliberately, or is by design, or what? You saw him laughing. And then he said, no, why are you complaining? You're not the only one. For the last 1 week, Themba has been on my neck. So, well, that's okay. But that aside, what was happening is that the other lady wanted, I think, a contribution to go to the Jaza Lori, but courtesy of her
function. She had what do you call it, princess?
Happy
And that
birthday.
is,
He was having a birthday today.
yeah.
He was having a birthday today.
I hear you. So SG, that's what was happening, and I talked to Stone PK that after that is over, I'll also come with a challenge. So Stone PK, I think I don't know whether he asked them and they said no, we are not done with this other one. So I kept that until I came in. So when I came in, Alex decided to mix the two. When I brought Alex to our challenge, he accepted the challenge, but immediately we started it, he now extended that to Themba to mix that challenge to the other one. So it brought issues. And Alex seemed not to want to join our challenge. He wanted to mix the two challenges, what I realized. So when that could not work, he decided to play a middle position. So he didn't commit himself. He said he will give. Finally, he has left. And I know Alex of late, he doesn't speak. He has this behavior when he sees some of us, he technically disappears. Of course, I've been following that. the SG. I've seen what Alex has been doing, which is all right. So I think since Alex did not take my challenge, then the challenge stands dismissed because he didn't take my challenge. They started mixing, and then the lady was getting offended because they want to thank other people. They don't want to mention us. When we say why, they are getting personal. You saw what she told me. She told me, Patriot, when I was speaking, when you were speaking, I wasn't speaking. So I know that Savo meant, I think my brother Themba and our sister, they have their own way of doing things. So I just said, fine. Then let's leave it at. So that's what happened, SG. Nothing much.
Those are the order of the day. Some other things, unajua unaona tu hivyo unasikiza, if you cannot be able to join them, you unakuwa spectator, and the day moves. Anyway, that's how life is. But unajua sasa tuaje turudi discussion. Ilikuwa mnaongea juu ya mambo ya cartels. I want to say something about cartels. The cartels, more especially these people come from the donors of the politicians. I like giving example here. Like for example, our last president alikuanga na dona mkubwa, alikuwa wale wenye wanasimamia mambo ya bunduki. Unajua hapa kuna grupu kubwa sana iko very very powerful. Inasimamia mambo ya hizo ma rivals. Unajua hiyo ukigusa hivi wanachanga mamilioni na kuchukua koti, huwezi wagusa. So when you have such a groups which are mainly donors for the politicians, if you touch something which they know it can affect their interest, they will do everything to stop it. Sema kama nyumbani, you have so many groups there which are donors. The big whips who donors the politicians, they have some companies which they have some interest to supply something in the country. If there's a problem which is associated with their companies, you not touch them, even if you are the president, because you depend from them. And whenever they give you some donors in your campaign kit, there's something like you must mnakubaliana, as in this, so what you would like, you win is this is how we're gonna get back our returns, and that's how it goes. Whenever you touch something which is affect their interest, there's no way huwezi kuwatoa huko. And those people are very powerful. Money talks all over the world. When you have money, you can say anything you want to say, and you can stand firm even if the leader of the nation, you can't do nothing to them because they know what they're doing. That's how they're surviving with their wealth, and that's how they protect their interests. So, but there's a way, let me say this. You know, tuseme kama watu the ministers wenye wanapatikana scandals, the peers, you know, those people, there's a way you can deal with them. If you kama mambo ya kupambana na corruption iko independent, hakuna mtu ana interfere now. You as a president, kama if you are giving them your all the machinery needed for them to carry out their duties, you know, nobody would be able to interfere. Hivi judiciary inakaa inasimama kitete, inasema kwamba mtu akichukuliwa huko, inachunguza hiyo kesi, inaangalia vizuri, inapambana na mtu kama huyo. So you know, this to fight, you know, I know when Baba gonna go there, it's challenging. It's really challenging. Let me say this. It's not that easy. You know, kuna vitu zingine kubwa zenye you cannot implement haraka haraka. It may take 2-3 years ndio tuanze kuona some effects, because you know, ukifikia vile country yetu iko saizi, you know, we have sink so low na mambo ya corruption, na it's so rooted all over. You know, ukiangalia watu wote wenye wako nini, they are siding with the side of UDA, the side of Asimio. There's some people who gonna put a lot of money there, who gonna pump their resources there for the campaign. In return, they know that they're gonna have some contact with the government and other things, and how they will do. So these people, what happened? You get that there are some other people there that hizo companies zao huko chini na wanajaribu kufanya tender na some ministries, then they collude with the various ministries kwamba you're gonna give us this tender, you know, allow them, there's some money started exchanging there. Then at the end of the day we get that the corruption inaendelea, but kama rais anasimama, mwenye anachukuliwa anasimama kitete, ile anti-corruption body anaipatia nguvu, judiciary inakuwa independent, alafu nayo pia iko well protected na iko independent kivyake, inafanya kazi yao, then it can be easy to fight corruption. You know, for example, you say, I like using American example, because if you are even a Congress, nyumbani tuseme is a member of parliament, if there's any little corruption yenye hata ile yenye wanafanyanga huko CDF wanakulanga pesa, ukipatikana ukichunguzwa, you have to resign and you have to be taken to court. Why? Because the system it's really working. You know the mambo ya system kama judiciary huwezi kuiguza hata ukiwa nani, ukiwa president. If you have something yenye umefanya vibaya, it will go on your neck and it will make sure that imekuweka mahali unatakikana, because there's no way, even wale charges when you may appoint wewe, you know, judges are being appointed by the president of the day, most especially the federal churches and high court. But at the end of the day, when you take the case there, even if you are the president, when you umechukua kesi huko wanaiangalia, kuna ingine wanatupa. So you know, they're not gonna be swayed kwamba, you know, it's executive yeye ndiye anatu appoint, no. So if we're gonna reach that thing in our country whereby tuseme judiciary haiogopi that it can be interfered by executive, it can be interfered by parliament, you know, they can do their job. And you know, Maraka said by ingine kubwa sana, and I wish you can get some other charges whereby you cannot be intimidated by anyone. If you have such a people, there's so many things our country can do. You know, ukiangalia hizi countries zingine, unajua kuna countries zenye tunaona tu tunasema, when we say like our neighbors Tanzania, you know, when you see that country, of course every country kuna corruption, kuna kila kitu, lakini ukiangalia hapo ile system yao yenye wako nayo, ingawa sisi unajua in Kenya we see ourselves that we are superior than East Africa community, but their system, the way it works, you know, you cannot they know kuna mahali kama kuna mahali na mkosea, kama ni judiciary, they are independent body inachunguza hiyo judiciary mahali imefanya makosa na watu wanapatikana. But our country, you know, everything is being imekuwa imesink, sijui imeenda wapi. Kila kitu yenye natendeka huko, kuna at least kuna watu wengine hapo wenye wanafanya nini, wanajaribu kuikoroga wakati kuna wanafuatilia jambo fulani. At the end of the day unapata kwamba watu wenye tunaitanga cartels wenye wanakuanga ndio unajua cartels and deep state are the same people. Those are the same. Unajua tukisema deep state sio watu serikali. Those we call them, unajua they used to call them the kitchen cabinet. Unajua president anakuanga na cabinet ile yenye inajulikana, lakini kuna ile ya kitchen cabinet, wale wa karibu wenye ameappoint ya binafsi wenye tu yani they are running behind the curtain, wenye wanataka kila kitu vinatakana kuenda. So without them, without their say, the president cannot do nothing because the people have the say. So ninasema sasa, unajua ikifika mahali hiyo kitchen cabinet ya president, mahali kwa wale watu advisors wake wale wa karibu wenye people they don't, you know, those people nobody knows them, only the president and his inner circle ndio wanajuana kwamba these are the people when you wana advise president, we should do this is what we should do. So if the president mwenye watu wameweka karibu kwake ni watu wenye wako na they have heart change our nation, then we can move forward. But kama ni watu wao wanataka kuteka advantage na hao wakule vile wengine wamekula, then even if tunachagua rais mwenye ako namna gani, we can't move anywhere. But hope that our next president atakuwa mtu mwenye anaangalia wale watu wenye the closest advisors wake ni watu wenye watakuwa na interest kubwa ya kuona nchi yetu inasonga mbele, so that ifanye nini, so that they can change the system. You know, it's very easy to change it, you know, because the good thing wakati president anachukua there's so many things that are being changed. Unajua you change over the government everything, unless you know there's somebody unajua from the previous government kwamba is a performer, kasi yake iko straight, ndio wengi ndio wanaachwa. Lakini kama watu wenye walikuwa na perform, walikuwa watu wako na some scandals, wote wanatolewa. So akikuwa aweka watu wenye anajua ni watu wenye wako very keen, they know what they want to do to our country, they know they want to make a change, I think it can happen. Because when you see when Mike Kibaki took over, people were asking themselves, you know, that time people were saying there's no, hakuna pesa mfukoni, lakini Kenya ilikuwa inasonga mbele, kulikuwa na vitu zingine zenye zilikuwa hizo mambo ya CDF zenye pesa kwa constituency haikuwa, watu walikuwa wanajiuliza ile pesa imetoka wapi, because they knew our country is very rich, we have resources, the only way is on how to manage it. Because after that hiyo pesa ya CDF, tukiangalia historia vizuri, ile wakati ilikuwa introduce ilifanya kazi vizuri, but after that wabunge walianza kujua njia ya kukula hiyo pesa, and really watu wana mismanage the resources. They really mismanaging it, because that's why I say if you're gonna have some bodies yenye naangalia paka watu wanachunguza huko chini paka wabunge mahali nini itakuwa. Because I remember this one time, I'm sorry to say this, my constituency, I remember Omingo Bagara was the nini ndiye alikuwa mbunge that time. You know, at that time I was in school, I was in college. Then, you know, even to access CDL bursaries was a problem, because the people who are put there, most politicians, they put their families, their friends, and they're there not to deliver, but it's time for them to eat. At the end of the day, the money is being mismanaged. Why? Because people they're putting their interests forward kuliko interest ya mwananchi wa kawaida. So I hope that we're gonna be having such a people who have interest ya common mwananchi kuliko ya tumbo yao wenyewe. Because there's no way you can tell me that utasaleta kama CDF unaleta paka your driver is one of the committee ya CDF. Then you tell him that money gonna be managed well. You bring your own relatives unaweka kwa CDF. Then you tell me that if there is money inakuwa misappropriated, utachukulia your relative to a gun. There's no way. And that's how we fail. That's how our leaders are failing. If they change the way they're working, then I think our country has got good. Kuna pesa in our country. By the, let me say this, our country is very rich. You have resources, but the problem mismanagement. Kama hiyo mismanagement itakatwa kabisa, we have enough resources yenye itaendeleza nchi yetu na economy iendelee kugrow. Watu wakiangalia kama tourism, kuangalia mambo ya majani chai, kuangalia mambo ya kahawa. You know that I came to kuna kahawa inauzwa hapa, inauzwa America, inatoka Kenya, inakuja hapa, inakuwa processed to make another product, lakini kahawa ni ya Kenya. It comes here inakuwa very expensive. Sasa unajiuliza, as in our country cannot be able to make to have final processed products ndio siuzwe kwenda nje. So we know we are lacking behind and we have resources, but I hope that we're gonna. I hope when Baba goes in there, things are gonna change. I know it's gonna take time. It's not that easy, but I hope it's gonna change for the better. That's our hope.
Unmute Patriot, hatukusikii.
Sorry for that. Sorry for that. You guys. No, I was speaking and I thought I'd well, I am happy you are there for me. You guys, you're making fun of me. All right. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. I didn't know that my mic was still the way it was. So sorry for that. So I was saying thank you, the SG. You have really brought us to speed in as far as what you know is concerned when we talk about the cartels, the government of the day, what the president can do, what kind of challenges he has. I am sure as SG, you have quite experience. I know you know these things. So, but Honorable PK, I think if he gets time, atafunga watu sana vile baba alisema. Ataweka watu kwa jela, and that's probably what we need, so that we minimize and mitigate this nonsense of cartels and running the show at the expense of people's ideas. So I really want to accept that. But I want to use this opportunity to also say thank you, my sister Princess and my two brothers. Me, I'm looking forward for the new platform. I'm looking forward to have the new platform. And I propose we are going to have 2 speakers as ladies from Azimio la Umoja. So tutatafuta mmoja from Nyanza, mwingine kutoka kwa Mlima. We are going to do that, and you'll be surprised. Azimio la Umoja must be very, very practical. Unaona hata vile tulivyo hapa, that balance is there. So I want to believe that is the way to go. Lakini Temba huwa ananienjoy. Sasa unaona, it is going to 6. He is not here. He spoke of 1 hour. Yeah, yuko.
Ako njiani, atafika tu sasa hivi.
How the hell do you know that? How the hell do you know that?
Sijui, lakini nasema tu kwa kweli sijui, sina habari, lakini nasema tu masaa huwa anachelewa na madakika zingine. Sina habari. Ni kusema tu nasema. Mimi huko siko wala sijui.
Wewe na Musalia amuko tofauti. Unasema mumeingiana na UDA. Ukifika UDA unatuambia hakuna presidential candidate. Kidogo party ona.
Usiniweke mahali pa kuku, ndugu yangu.
Aya. Okay, I want to agree. Wacha tukuweke kwa ng'ombe sasa. Unajua ng'ombe
wacha
ni kubwa.
Nizungumze kidogo kuhusu Tanzania. Naijua kidogo tu.
Sawa, Princess.
Nilinganishe. Kulinganisha tu.
Karibu, sawa, it's okay.
Unajua Magufuli alipoingia pale, kama itawezekana kwa nchi ya Kenya, Magufuli alipoingia pale hakujua wewe ni nani? Hawakujua ya kwamba Magufuli anaenda kufanya hivyo. Walipokuwa wanamuingiza wale makatel, hawakujua atabadilika na wao. Kwa hivyo walikuwa wanafikiria huyu ni mtu wetu, acha tumuingize tu pale. Alipoingizwa pale alibadilika. Alipoenda hata kwenye mahali wako na biashara zao alivunja vunja. Hapo ndipo unaona wakaanza kukosana kidogo, lakini yeye anaendelea na kazi yake. Hakutaka kujua nini wala nini. Akaendelea na kazi yake mpaka akafanya nini? Akaendelesha Tanzania vile ilivyo. Manake Tanzania ilikuwa nyuma ya Kenya. Tanzania ilikuwa nyuma zaidi. Manake ulikuwa unaambiwa ukiwa Tanzania, unaambiwa ukienda hapa Kenya ni kama umeenda ng'ambo, hata usitafute mahali pa kwenda. Enda tu hapa Kenya umeenda ng'ambo. Kwa hivyo tukipata rais ambaye atakuwa hivyo, basi sisi tuko Ulaya sasa. Tutakuwa hata utaona Geoffrey hataki kukuja huku ng'ambo, hataki kabisa. Utaenda ya nini? Uliza Geoffrey mwenyewe, huku hamna shamba ya mtu. Hamna shamba ya mtu. Shamba zote ni za serikali. Hata ukiwa na shamba utalipa kodi. Utalipa tax ya shamba. Hamna shamba ya mtu.
Princess, nasikia pia to practice farming you need a license, just like one who is running a law firm. Huwezi tu toka huko ukajifanya mkulima. How true is that?
Hiyo ni kweli. Hata Geoffrey atakujibu. Ngoja akujibu pia.
The system here, you don't own nothing, by the way. Let me tell you this. Everything is for the government. Like the house, you can buy a house, you have ni nyumba umenunua, but it's not yours. You pay the government ikitaka inaichukua. Kama ukifanya you cannot, kama umenunua nyumba huwezi anza kurenovate hiyo nyumba bila kuomba government license ya kufanya hiyo. Everything is for the government. You must involve the government, and you cannot, there's other things you cannot do kama is not a plan of the art area vile iko. Azini kuna structure zingine huwezi kutengeneza bila kupewa kibali na standard hiyo area. Kama ni farm, kuna uwezi anza kufuga ng'ombe ama mbuzi kama hujapewa hujakata hiyo license. Na hata hiyo kuku yako kuchinja, uwezi kubali kuchinja kama una license. Wakuja wako na vitu zingine, kama utazaambia kwamba there's animal cruelty, wanakuja wanaangalia kama wanyama wao umewafuka namna gani. Wengine hapa kama mahali tunakaa watu wenye nakaa kwa city, huwezi chinja hata kuku hivyo, leta kuku manyako hai. That's animal cruelty. Polisi atakuja saa hii na Land Rover hata 10 kuja kuchukua kwa sababu unachinja kuku.
Na Wakisii ambao mnaishi huko pia, ukijaribu kuchapa bibi ile style ya Kisii, unawekwa kwa basi, unarudishwa nyumbani ikipita juu, na bibi na watoto wanakaa na wanachukua mali yako. Very interesting.
Usienda hapo kwa sababu wengi wameachwa bila familia. Sasa hapo hiyo ndio shida kubwa.
I'm aware of that.
Sasa hiyo ndio sababu nilikuwa nasema kama tunaweza pata rais ambaye atatengeneza nchi yetu na ikawa nzuri, utaona Wakenya wote watakuwa wamerudi. Wote. Kama watabaki ni wachache mno. Kwa sababu Kenya ni nzuri. Kenya ni nchi ambayo ni nzuri sana.
That is very true. That's why tunasema East West, home is best. Kwanza wewe Princess, mimi nataka urudi Kenya, alafu hiyo plot yako ya Arizona mimi nataka nikuje nifanye biashara huko. Wewe urudi Kenya, nikupee my plot in Trans Nzoia. Hiyo ya Arizona mimi nikuje niichukue.
Unajua hiyo plot yenyewe utakuwa unalipia kwa sababu ni tax. It's being taxed. Unalipa tax.
Yo, at the end of the year pesa yenye unalipia hata ijakuletea hata nusu hiyo pesa. Ni kama hasara.
Kila mwaka utakuwa unalipa tax huko.
Ndio tunasema wacha baba ashike uongozi, create an environment for good investors to do business in our country, ili muame nchi ya utumwa huko mkuje nyumbani, so that we live together. Because unajua kama Princess, hii miaka Mungu amekubakishia, tunataka ukae tuishi pamoja hapa, wacha mambo ya kukaa mbali huko, ili tuweze kufurahi, tunakula ile kidogo tunayo. So baba akichukua, mimi nataka Geoffrey and the rest mrudi nyumbani, because east west home is best.
Yeah, let me tell you brother, ni patriot. Unajua nyumbani economy ingekuwa mzuri, hakuna mtu mwenye angekubali kukaa hapa nje. Acha nikwambie hivi. Economy ichange nyumbani hivi, home is the best. I'll be the first one to be there. Because I know huko nitafanya kazi yangu kidogo, biashara yangu kidogo. Jioni nalala vizuri. Weekend niko vizuri na familia, na si hapo unajua tulali, hakuna kulala, masaa yenyewe nalala kidogo tu. Hapa ni kukimbizana na maisha yenyewe mpaka unashangaa.
Alafu tunaambiwa huko ng'ambo 80% of those of you who live there hamuna familia. So I just want yani nyinyi yani you are chasing money and really bibi chenye anafanya, ukijaribu kuraise kiboko unaambiwa utafungwa, anakuja saa 8 ya usiku vile anataka. Unajua uzuri hapa tunachapa hao viboko mbaya sana Geoffrey. Hapa tunawanyorosha viboko na hakuna mahali atakupeleka. Tena unamwambia tena unamwambia atupangwingwi. Huko uwezi ongea atupangwingwi my friend. Nasikia huko mwezi toboa hiyo.
Hata hapo nyumbani wamerefuka, wacha nikwambie, wamerefuka wengi. Nasikia mnachapa huko nyumbani ile tu watu wasemi, kwa sababu wanaogopa wakisema itakuwa shida, unachekelewa. Unajua hapa akinichapa nitamuitia polisi, atachukuliwa. Nyumbani wewe si muitia polisi.
Wacha nizungumze nikisema ya kwamba unasema hivyo patriot. Wacha nikwambie sasa, unajua divorce inafanyika mara mingi. Kwa nini huku? Mtu anafanya kazi 24 hours. Anatoka kwa kazi hii, anaenda kwa hii, anaenda kwa hii. Majukumu ya nyumbani hamna. Kwa hivyo
Princess, wewe tutakufunga. Ukirudi we shall revisit that. Ukirudi Kenya tutafunga wewe Princess. Hiyo tutarevisit. Hiyo statement.
Ninasema ukweli. Kwa hivyo sasa unaona hatutakuwa tunafanya kazi hivyo kama tutapata rais ambaye atakuwa ni mzuri. Kenya imekuwa nzuri. Mtu atakuwa anafanya kazi 4-5 kama vile wanafanya huku. Unaona mtu anafanya kazi kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. Mtu anakuja kuingia kwa nyumba baada ya saa 6 za usiku 7 na alikuwa kwa kazi. Kwa hivyo si tuwaomba tu rais ambaye
alafu hiyo kazi unapata ya kwamba ameshindwa na anataka kuendelea kuwa mkubwa wa hiyo kazi. So kwa hivyo mnamfuta kazi, si ndio?
Ndio maana nataka nchi yetu economy kuwe mzuri, watu wasikimbie nyumbani, kwa sababu we need to be now country mali economy ni mzuri. tunakimbia huko nje, unapata pesa yako kidogo, unakula, uko na raha yako. Sio hapa ile tunakimbizana. At the end of the day, unajua at the end of the day hata watu huko nyumbani, they, you know, there's some people nyumbani wanakaa maisha mazuri, lakini wakiona watu wa nini wa ng'ambo wana kwamba wao wako hakuna maisha hapa mazuri, because you cannot be able to enjoy. Why? Kama economy ingekuwa mzuri, unakuja nyumbani, kitu yako kidogo unatumia hapo, unafanya biashara yako kidogo, kuna kazi huko unafanya, at least you know, nyumbani people wana enjoy the whole of weekend. Uko na familia kuanzia Friday mpaka Sunday, ukitaka kuwa na marafiki zako. Here nobody, kila mtu ako very busy, people are chasing. Unajua utakuwa na nafasi hiyo weekend, mwingine ako kazini. Yani you cannot have even time. Unajua, na tena kitu kingine, kama unafanya kazi during the day, unajua wameweka masaa. Ukifanya kazi mchana, hautakuwa na dakika hata ya kufanya chochote, kwa sababu kama unaenda saa 2 ya nini, saa 3 ya asubuhi mpaka saa 11 ama saa 2 mpaka saa 10, hakuna mahali ingine utaenda hiyo uende kufanya kazi, yani uende kufanya biashara yako nyingine, ni kama umefungwa. So yani live ni it's not that easy. That's why tunadilianga, unajua tukisikia watu nasema we need change, we need economy mzuri nyumbani, that's what we mean.
Finally,
Oh,
the no. Please, order, please. Finally, the African Temba is here. Wewe Temba, sawa tu. Karibu.
Alisema masaa mangapi? Alisema 1 hour.
He has done close to 2 hours because he left here 2 hours ago, less 13 minutes. 13 minutes, less 2 hours. So, but it's okay. Temba, karibu sana, take over.
Patriot, I want to apologize profusely to you. It was conditions not within my control. Yeah, so I'm apologizing for that, and indeed, I at some point did not have. I actually texted PK. PK confirmed that I texted you.
Yes, you did, but I didn't check. Sorry.
PK aliniuza, but I'm deeply apologetic. So how, Patriot, you find it in your awesome heart to
no
thank you. Apologize. We got very engaged here.
Yeah. No, it is okay. It's okay, Tempa. Normally I take that. It's only that I know you don't know. We have an SG. We have our Secretary General Geoffrey. He's given me some assignment which I need to drop out to start, because I need to have at least a sleep of an hour, because there are items that are coming to the US which I need to work on. So it means I sleep an hour or so, then I work on them, because I only have a day or two to prepare them. Otherwise, normally I don't mind waiting here. You know that, Temba. So, but it's okay. You made it back, and it's in time. Thank you so much.
Okay. And for that reason, therefore, I think my duty right now will be just a simple one. We can do our final rounds so that sasa sikia, ona Alex ameenda kunigonga kwa comment ati Temba, you lied. Sasa Alex, but calm down, my friend. Alex, you're my brother. Can you calm down? So we can have our because I mean, bearing in mind that you really, I could hear actually very interesting conversations going on, but I couldn't come in then. So I see we have exhausted much of what we were to do today. So ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our debate today. And I want to give us 2 minutes, so that at least Patriot can go rest. We do a closure to this. then we can catch up late again today at 8. I mean, it has been a very but hiyo tunasikia Alex ananigonga huko, nimekunywa kitu kila siku, nakunywa maji. I mean, what's the problem? Okay, we can have at least some 2 minutes. We want to start with Geoffrey, then Stone PK, then Patriot, then tumalize na Ziana, alafu msiende ndio tuimbe wimbo wetu wa taifa. Geoffrey, dakika zako 2 tafadhali.
Okay, thank you Temba. Nye tumejaribu kuongea yote, wacha tumalize kusema hivi. Mambo ya security huko nyumbani, there's a failure all over, kuanzia juu mpaka chini kwa common mwananchi. So ndio maana nilikuwa nasema kwamba naona kwamba serikali kuu kuna mali ina fail because of their political interest. Unapotokea shida ya usalama, lakini they don't want to interfere, ndio warekebisha huko. Tukikuja wanasiasa wenye wanatafuta kura, nao pia wakifika mahali nao wanafail kwa sababu wanajua mahali shida iko, but because wanataka wako their political interest, they fail to act kwa sababu sometimes wanachochea. Na tukikuja huko chini, maafisa wa usalama pia nao kuna mali tu, kwa sababu the kind of nasema pesa ile yenye wanapewa ni kidogo sana, alafu nao inawafanya wanapewa rusha. Najua ukipewa hongo kitu kidogo unarekesha kamba, alafu sheria inafunjwa. So nao pia kuna ile nasema ile nidhamu ya kikasi nao pia imelegea sana. It's like I say, like they're supposed to be retrained, because unajua kasi yao, when I'm trying to compare, kasi yao ni kulinda usalama, but they are not doing it. Kwa nini nisema hivyo? Unafika mahali ama kuna mtu anataka kuwaripoti, waambie kuna jambo fulani ameona si mzuri, wanageukia huyo mtu mwenye anaenda kuripoti. So then inafanya ile uhusiano na wananchi sio mzuri. So wananchi wakiona kuna shida mali, they cannot say, especially those places yenye unakuanga na cattle rustling na vitu zingine. They people wanakuanga na ile unasema hawataki kwenda kusema hivyo kwa sababu watu watachukulia ama pia watageukia. Ni kama tuseme Marekani, unajua weusi hawataki kuambia polisi chochote wakati wanaona kuna jambo mbaya limetokezea, kwa sababu ya ile uhusiano kutoka hapa awali mbeleni si mzuri sana, na they don't trust each other. So na pia na wananchi huko nyumbani nao wamekuwa hivyo, they don't trust na maafisa wa polisi. So kitu kingine, wananchi huko chini nao pia unajua nao security starts from you in person. Nao unajua kuna mtu mwenye anafunja sheria, kama watu wenye wanaiba ng'ombe huko chini wanajulikana, but they don't report them. So wasipo ripoti, watu wakienda kiba ile ng'ambo ngine wakija kufuata, alafu ufanya nini? Unapata maisha ya watu inapotea hivyo. So ni kitu inatakana kucoordinate kutoka juu serikali kuu mpaka huko chini kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. So kama watu watacoordinate vizuri, ndio tutaweza kuwa na security sector itaweza kuwa inalinda maslahi ya wananchi. Lakini because there's no coordination kutoka juu mpaka chini, that's why tunakuwa in security, especially wakati wa campaign, wakati wa uchaguzi kikaribia. So hiyo ni it's a lot need to be done so that you can have good security. Thank you. Ni hayo tu.
Asante sana Stone PK. Stone, are you there?
Oh yes, sorry, I'm there. I'm there. Good. Yeah, we've really delved on this topic. It was so good. Kudos to the team that came up with it, and it was a real break away from the usual Azimio vis-a-vis UDA and current political situation. However, this security thing is also very key because it is where everything is anchored on. And I'm happy that panelists really tried to delve into it. And personally, I still believe this should be the challenge number one for Azimio government that is coming in on the 9th of August. I would want it to be taken as number one, because without security, without proper fighting corruption, because corruption is part of the insecurity, you know, because all the panelists, what we are saying and what we are seeing is that everything is interwoven around because of corruption. People not being able to address very challenging issues in northern Kenya because people are bribed. People are making illegal money out of that. That is all corruption. So I'm praying so hard that Baba takes over and then he's able to have a very strong team that will help him fight this, because this is how his impact will be felt. I mean, if he starts fighting it on the right hand, right leg, right foot, you can be sure people will start having a lot of confidence in him. Just trying to borrow from what Kibaki had done. He really tried that, and somehow it worked, although it did not move so hard. But I think with Baba and the kind of people that should be able to win positions right from grassroots to the top, because you see the strength is in the counties and the wards. If the counties and the wards do not perform, then of course Baba's government will be rated very low. And that's why we have to concentrate. Unajua tunaweza sahau tuanze kupiga tu siasa za Nairobi, siasa za Kisii town, siasa za Embu town. Tusahau counties are made of those units called wards. And if the wards do well, then devolution will be working, and those mwananchi huko chini watapata hiyo pesa mfukoni, but through Azimio module. So yes, it is true. This should be the center stage, what we should all be going. That's what we should talk about. Insecurity is about corruption, is about those small firearms, is about Al-Shabaab coming in, and this will disrupt maendeleo. So yes, let's all come up and be able to fight it and help Baba. Cartels, I don't fear cartels, and I think Baba doesn't fear cartels. Ukipigana na cartel up to 40%, unawachia kidogo, and then they'll get used. I like following the example ya Rwanda, because I worked in Rwanda and I saw what was happening, and I see what is happening up to today. They had those cartels. Every country has cartels, but somehow Kagame has managed to beat them at their own game. He transformed those cartels into proper business. Ukipewa tenda ya serikali una deliver, usipo deliver unafungwa ndani, you know. So unakuja huku nyimwa kazi, ulipewa cartel, uliregister legal company, si kusupply hewa and then you invoice the government. Okay, so cartels should also work and deliver services. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Patriot.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Themba. Allow me to be part of the team that is going to conclude by, of course, agreeing with my fellow panelists that security is a very serious, aspect of a country that wants to progress, and it's important that is well addressed, especially when it is a concern to the scale that it is today. But before that, Themba, I think I'm entitled to ask for some clarification on a light note, and I'm sure, Themba, from where I sit, you are able to help me, because I think it's important. There are some things that if they are left like that, they form a bit of a disturbance. I'm making I am making an opinion that there is a coded language that is being used here, which might not be correct in my view. It has come to my notice. So I am asking you to confirm that because it's in the private chat. Are we starting to code names for people here? Did I see that correctly? I'd like you to look at that. I'm sure probably you've not seen it, but I think you have. There is somebody who has put a statement there that is interesting. I'm just curious, Temba.
Which one is that? I haven't seen it. I can't access private messages when I come in, especially the one that were there before I was in. So I don't know if ni watu wameingia private chat wakasema ama I don't know.
No,
I haven't seen
no.
any.
No, there is of course, when people are chatting privately, anybody can access the private chat.
Not when you are outside.
No, private chats for those people are in the screen. Those people are
yes.
the
Thank
studio.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you. But you see, when I come in, when I come in, like right now, I've joined in. Any chats that were there before I joined in, I can't see. Hizo zimepita. So I can only see the chats that are there from the time I've joined.
Okay, let me read to you. Let me read to you then, because I can see it from my end. It's there is a chart that I'm concerned about. Let me show you. There is a Shiko asked for challenge is still on. Alex said yes. Then at 2:58, he said Dakrai is here. So who is Dakrai? I don't know because I have not heard that name here. That's what he said. Dakrai is here giving notification of some. So I was thinking that is a coded language. That's a coded name for somebody because we don't have Dakrai here. If my memory serves me right, and if it's a coded language coming from Alex, I think Temba should reprimand that. That's not fair. Whoever they are referring that to.
Okay, we'll revisit. We'll revisit. I've taken that. Yeah.
Yeah, because the rest can see that, and I've just looked at it, and I'm like, we should just refer to somebody. Say Temba has come, so and so has come, but starting to get names for people, I think that would be a bit unacceptable. I thought so. Maybe.
No, it's okay. Concern noted. I've taken that. Yeah.
Yeah, so the issue of security, I mentioned, and I think I did much on that. The area that I want to cover, lastly, with 1 minute, is the beef between Sakaja and Bishop. I think, for me, when I see that kind of a scuffle that happened in public, it is an indication of the unsettled imagination of union between UDA and ANC. I stand believing that ANC and UDA will not see the light, the light of the day as a united people. They will not have. It will not be a night-long thing. They can't see the light in the morning while they are together because you can see as things are happening. It means that the DP is one man who does things without consultation. I am sure he's the captain, he's the conductor, he's the pilot, he's the driver, he's the mechanic of that vessel. And probably that's why they don't know whether the vessel has fuel or not. Some are asking, they want to know the kind of noise that they are hearing from the engine. They're not sure whether it's a chopper or it's an Airbus. To me, it tells me that this is a man who is carrying people who are not very sure. The passengers are not very sure of what the pilot or the driver, whatever name you call him, he's up to. Because Sakaja having a beef directly with the bishop in public, that I found that wanting. I found that wanting. That was very interesting, Themba.
So to me, it makes me sit pretty that there was no union. Hakukukuwa na mtetemeko, ulisikia wapi, hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi. That confirms the new slogan. And I think for us, for Baba supporters, I will say we wish them well in their new disunity. Thank you. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you, Patriot. I don't know if Alex is on so that he can come and clarify on what you're saying. I can see him making noise on the comment section. Alex, you are the only one I'll allow here, not any other person. So if you wanna come on and you wengine tunafunga studio. Patriot has to relax because he has a lot of things to do. Stone PK also wanataka kunini watu wako Kenya, so we don't want to extend it for long. Ziana, you can be talking as we wait for Patriot to not Patriot, for Alex to come on here and no, we are not allowing people. Hiyo tumeweka link hapo ya Alex peke yake. So if you are not Alex, don't bother clicking on it. Tunafunga show. Ziana, kindly.
Sasa mngewacha Alexander aingie kwanza ndio mimi nizungumze, azungumze amalize, ama yake itachukua muda. Haya, sawa, wacha nizungumze.
Hajaja jamani. Sasa tutamngoja jamani.
Temba wanionea kweli, lakini hamna shida.
Una macho
Hata
yako,
nami ni
mbona
binadamu
nikuonee?
tu kama wengine.
Mbona nikuonee macho yako? Haya, toa hoja zako za mwisho.
Mimi nashukuru sana. Maoni ya leo ya usalama wa nchi ya Kenya ilikuwa nzuri. Watu wamesema karibu yote, kama serikali itasikia, imesikia. Kama itaweza kuchukua, itachukua. Lakini mi naomba tu Wakenya tuwe na usalama na tuwe na undugu, kwa sababu kama mnaona hii ni siasa kweli, baada ya miaka 5 ndio tunakumbana na hiyo ni siasa, na tunawaomba wanasiasa waache kucheza na usalama wa raia, kwa sababu wakiisha, je, mkiwaacha wakauana wakamalizana, nani hao mnataka kuwaongoza? Mkiacha wakamalizana, nani mnataka kuongoza? Kwa hivyo wanasiasa wetu waache kuchezea maisha. Na kile ninaomba, bado ningali ninarudi tu kuomba hapa ni kwamba saa zile tunaenda kuchagua wanasiasa wao tuwachague wale wazuri, wachapakazi. Nilisema hivyo, mwenzangu akasema wazuri wao wanaweza kuwa wabaya. Nimesema wazuri, wachapakazi tuwachague, ndipo sasa Kenya yetu iendelee vizuri. Manake ninasema ya kwamba tukiwa huku, watu wakiwa nje huko, na Kenya iwe ni nzuri, mtaona watu wengi watakuja kuleta biashara zao. Hata Wakenya wenyewe watarudi Kenya kufanya biashara Kenya, na Kenya itainuka. Hata kuna atakayependa kwenda hata ng'ambo wala wapi. Kwa hivyo tuwaomba tu, tunapowachagua watu, tujaribu mwaka huu tuwachague. Hata kama ndugu yako ni mbaya na anataka umpe kura, usimpe. achana naye, chagua mwingine wa ukoo ingine, ili ule ambaye unajua atafanya kazi. Lakini kile ninachoombea Kenya, nchi yetu, zaidi ni tuwe na umoja. Hiyo ndio kile ninaomba wa Kenya, tuwe na umoja, undugu na upendo. Tukiwa nayo, Kenya itakuwa sawa, na ufisadi ndio kitu cha kwanza tutupilie mbali, kwa sababu ufisadi inaanza na wewe. Ikiwa tutatupa ufisadi mbali, itakuwa ni nzuri sana. Hata ndugu yako ukimwona anafanya makosa, unampeleka kwenye sheria. Ni kama vile Tanzania, mtu anajipeleka, umempiga mtu lakini unajipeleka pale, unasema tafadhali nimemgonga mwenzangu, sasa kama ni kufungwa nifungwe. Wakenya kama tutafika hapo, itakuwa ni nzuri sana. Ninawaomba Wakenya tuwe na amani, undugu na umoja. Ni hayo tu kwa leo.
Umesema kule Bongo wanasema naomba nikushike. Ziana wanasema naona umefanya kosa, naomba nikushike.
Amna hiyo, mtu anaenda mwenyewe pale anajishtaki Tanzania mwenyewe.
Pale wamewekewa itikadi, tunasema kule kwamba alafu ukitaka mwanadada unamwambia hivi naomba dada, kwa hisani yako uweze kuikubali nguzo yangu. Sio hapa nakutaka. Alafu hata nyimbo za kibongo. Geoffrey.
Nilikuwa nasema siku moja nilikuwa hoteli kwa Dar es Salaam kwenda kuomba straw ya kunywa soda. Atinataka straw, wakaniangalia wakaniambia bwana hatuiti straw, inaitwa muricha. Niliaibika vibaya.
Bana kule. Alafu hata unaona nyimbo za kibongo bana ni za fahari. Hata nyimbo za mapenzi zao ziko kweli. Hivi za Kenya bana za Kenya kidogo. Lakini tutafika huko, acha tujenge nchi yetu. Haya, tukimalizia kabisa, tumeshukuru, tumekusubiri sana Alex, lakini umeona upige kelele huko chini na mzee Penya kaka, umeona malizia huko, ni sawa tu. Pia ni sawa, naona Alex ameamua haji hapa, manake labda anafahamu kile ambacho Patriot alikuwa anamaanisha, ndio maana amekataa kuja hapa, lakini tutakupata tu. Kuna njia nyingi sana za kuua panya, so tutapatana tu katika zile harakati. Utakuja hapa hata ukiona umetoroka hivyo, si kwa muda mrefu, manake hata Stone PK atakupata, Patriot atakupata, kule kote unafikiri unahepa, tutakupata tu. So acha tukuachia hapa kwa leo. Ulisikia Alex, ulisikia Patriot ameongea, ukaona usije hapa, lakini ni sawa, tutakuachia kwa leo. Umeona usije, Patriot alikuwa na kuchokora utoke huko ambako huko uje hapa, lakini umeona uhepe. Sawa, kesho tutapatana na wewe. Kwa wale wengine wote, asante Stone PK, panelist Stone PK, Patriot, Geoffrey, Ziana, asante sana. Penya Gaka, wale wengine wote, imekuwa ni muda mrefu tunaweza kuongea, asanteni sana. Karibu tena kesho, not kesho, leo. Saa 2 masaa ya Kenya. Marsabit drought donation bado tunaendelea nayo. Paybill iko pale, nambari ziko pale 92054881. Paybill, namba za simu ziko pale, kuna Bernard Ngozi na kuna pia Wekesa, so zote na Mutembei. So wote pale ukiweza kutuma ni sawa.
Tempa, alafu unapomalizia in your very good presentation, Uambie Pen Nyagaka awache kuwa muongo. Yeye ni mzee, awache uongo Umwambie hivyo. Mimi ndio nimesema. Uambie Pen Nyagaka awache uongo. Hiyo na amesikia. Just remind him please. Awache uongo. Yeye ni governor in waiting, awe mtu ambaye anasema ukweli.
Pen Nyagaka, umesikia vile ambavyo umeelezewa hapa na Patriot, uache uongo, na amesema ya kwamba kama governor mtarajiwa inapaswa kila wakati unazungumza ukweli. Huwezi kuwa governor mtarajiwa na hata kabla upate kiti umeanza kusema uongo. Watu ambao ni waongo kama wewe tunawakataa kabisa kama magavana, kama viongozi, hata wafai kabisa kuwa hata MCA, wafai kabisa.
Hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi. Sasa hiyo ajue hivyo kama ameanza kuwa muongo.
Hatutetemesha ngwingwi. Unasikia Pen Nyagaka, tafadhali usiwe muongo kama unakuja. Anacheka huko chini. Kama unakuja kuwa governor tumekataa. Hata MCA kabisa, hata upaswi kuwa hata kiongozi wa cattle dip hapo kwenye. Tumekataa kabisa waongo kama. Haya basi, ndugu zangu, tumefurahi sana. Thank you so much for staying on up to this time. We still have 42 people watching on YouTube. We really thank you for creating your time. We don't take it for granted. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV. And of course, share. Let us come here, share our ideas, share our concerns, interrogate our leaders, look at the policies, make an informed choice for the leaders that you want, for the place that you live in, so that we can have a better Kenya. And that is our goal every single day when you come here. When you come here, just have 4 things. 1 is a working gadget, phone or computer, connectivity, very important, something to share. That means that we ask you that kindly read, expose yourself, listen to news, look for what is happening in and around Kenya. And then finally, a willingness to learn. That is what you want, so that we can learn with each other. They say iron sharpens iron. And as they always say, when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, we want to keep talking. It doesn't matter which political persuasion you come from. Azimio, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, Oka, even those ones that have not joined any of those alliances, kindly come and put forward your ideas. You may just win a vote for you. Thank you so much. Let's tolerate each other, appreciate each other, and always listen to each other. Let's talk together. This has been Mutembei TV, and my name is Temba, and hope to see you again. Kindly, I also have my private YouTube. Kindly go there and subscribe. Temba Ondiege TV. Tafadhali kimbia kule, subscribe pia, and share, like, hit the notification bell so that every time we drop a video, you are there and you can see it. Thank you. And as always, we finish with our prayer. Na hiyo prayer inakuja kwa Kiswahili. Sasa kwa hivyo leo yule ambaye atatusaidia kwa hiyo prayer, all of us will be quiet. Tutaacha nani hapa, naona ni kama anasumbuka sana kwa Kiswahili. Patriot. Sisi tutakuwa tumemute. Wewe tuombe ni wimbo wa taifa stanza 1 kwa Kiswahili. You are not singing, you are just saying it. Tuko pamoja. Tumemute. Twende Patriot.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, akili ngao na mlinzi, inji yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Amen.
Oh my God. Amen. See you guys.
Umejaribu